members strong in the politics server under our 24/7 banner. So,
Oh
I
my
mean, we're
gosh.
kicking ass right now.
Bro, it has been like this lately too. Like consistently pretty much. So this is like 50 flat earthers or 50 people tuning in to Flat Earth tonight. So
Oh yeah, I joined the politics server
shout
from
out
this
to you
one.
guys. Let's go, boys. We need a Glober though. That's what we were really that's the only thing we're missing right now. We had a guy earlier. He was 13, like right on the cusp, very young. Oh, it's a globe for sure, for sure. I think someone else came in, says who, or one of those guys was like, "Oh, well, how big is it?" And he honestly realized really quickly. He was like, you know what? I gotta go." And he booked it out here so fast. So it didn't last long, but that's the only thing we're missing tonight. So guys, send a message if you have a friend, drop the link. Tonight's the night. It's early too, where I'm at, so y'all better hurry up. I'll send a ping right now if I have to. I'll put a VC verified ping here. Don't be shy, guys. Chime in. Hello, Yellow, Liquid, Kim, FEG time, all y'all. What up?
What's up?
You talked to a Glober before?
Oh yes, yeah, I most definitely have. He I tried to ask him about the spinning thing, and then he came up with something called he tried to tell me that he googled something, said that um it's like the center mass of the gravity from the center mass of the Earth pulls us towards the Earth. That's how we stay on it while it rotates at 1,000 miles per hour. Like,
I call
how
these
does
guys
that make any
lore
sense?
reporters, bro. They're lore reporters. All they're telling you is what the worldview reports. They're not giving
Exactly.
you evidence or anything. They're not we're going to the field and saying, well, this is what I'm finding here in reality. They're saying, well, in my mind, this is how this works. It's like, yeah, I understand that, all that already. But you don't have anything to back that up, any evidence. Right, FEG?
But then I had a point like, if that's happening, what about the clouds? I mean, clouds aren't even touching the Earth, right? So wouldn't we see them like moving relatively fast if we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour? What?
Yeah, but you just wouldn't feel it though.
Hmm.
So, like, what? Why are you a flat earther? Like, you just don't believe in science, or FEG? I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't say what up or mute yourself.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize I was my mic was on.
All right,
My bad.
no worries. Letting you know. Yeah, it's not looking good, bruv. Yeah, exactly, Miggy. He said it's not looking good, bruv. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's how I feel, bad boy. Dude, just chime in, man. You gotta rip the band-aid off at some point. Tonight's the night. All right? Stop putting it off. You always want a 1v1 with somebody in a private room and somewhere where nobody can learn. Here's my pro tip for you, bad boy. See, he says, why do I feel like I'm getting attacked? You're pushing me. Listen, don't worry about the flat earthers. If I'm a lawyer, right? I don't know if you watch lawyer shows. If you haven't, go watch a show called Lincoln Lawyer. Amazing. I totally recommend it. It's a great show. I've rewatched it a bunch of times. No, not just a movie. There is a movie, yes, with Matthew McConaughey, but the series. There's a new series that came out in like 2023. Fantastic. Okay, so anyway, there's times when he has a lawyer. He's in an elevator with the plaintiff that he has to go against in the case. So like you have to realize that me as the lawyer for my client, it doesn't matter what I think of you. We can be in the elevator together. I might talk some trash, but when we go into the courtroom, I'm going to make the best case I possibly can to the jury, to the judge. What you think of me matters diddly squat, literally zero. So what you need to stop doing is focusing on me as the defendant. Oh, well, I just don't like you as a lawyer. Well, what you need to do is focus on making a strong case to your evidence. To your a strong case for your whatever you believe in, and make it towards the jury and the judge. The jury would be, we're on Rumble, we're on YouTube. Tell them. Tell our audience. Make your case known to them. And if you want to go deep, the judge could be whoever you. I don't know if you're agnostic or whatever, but if you believe in a god or whatever, but that could be your judge. So make a strong case to that.
He just
And
wants a
you're-
mute button, CB. That's what he said.
Is that what it is? That's
He
weird.
just wants a mute button. That's all.
You know
He
what?
says,
Let's
"Your
talk
prosecutors
about
have equal
let's
power
talk
rights."
about that. Why?
Oh, do I get access to
Why
the? What do you need a
would
mute button for?
why do you guys think they would lie? Make up this lie and come up
We
with
don't think they
What?
lie. We have evidence that they did lie. We don't think it. We know it.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. What a weak ass argument. You walk into a courtroom and you bring up that shit, you weak ass
It's
meat.
just the question. It's just
I'll
the
fucking
question.
clobber you down. I'll jack your yard with that shit. The fucking bailiff is gonna come over and drag you around by your short hairs. You argue like a clumsy child.
I'm not even arguing. I'm just asking a question. But
It's
let
a
me ask
fucking
this:
fuckwit question. You're in a courtroom. Present your evidence. For your
What do you
in
know?
fact, present scientific evidence for the Globetard.
I'm not a globetrotter.
Now what are you? What are you?
Obviously, I lean more towards a flat.
You're
perspective.
leaning, so you're a fence rider.
That must hurt.
So you're a fence rider.
Yeah, that did hurt. You know?
What?
Huh?
Fence rider.
Caught in the
Oh.
barbed wire.
That
I'm
hurt.
leaning more towards off the fence, right into the concertina wire.
Okay.
No, not okay. What's the issue? I mean, make a decision. What's the issue? What's stopping you? Is you ain't a flat earther?
That's gonna be all right, Mello. So what is it, like 80%, 90%, 70%? Where are we at?
Now 86.4. Gives a fuck. What's the problem, man? Why ain't you full on? Right? What's the
Well,
issue? Spit it out.
I'm not as knowledgeable as you guys.
Yes,
That's
you
the
are.
That's
If you could fog a mirror, you could figure this shit out, and you could fog a mirror. So what's the damn holdup?
Then I guess I'm good then.
all right. All right, W.
Nah, that's some weak ass shit. So I'll give you a good ass proof. All right. You ready?
Yes.
All right. As soon as you walk outside, let's say you go to a beach and you see a horizon. Well, that right there tells you that you must be living on a flat plane, because there's no way that there can be a horizon and a reality with curvature, because curvature is the rate of change of slope, and horizon is defined as a rate of change of slope of 0. So as soon as you fucking view a horizon, and it by horizon, the fucking word means slope of 0, that tells you right now that there is no possibility ever you live on a sphere tart. We good?
Yeah.
Now you can go clean the bathroom with a clear conscience.
All right. Heard it loud and clear, sir.
Are your heels together?
It better be, damn it.
Put some respect on my name.
Sir, yes, sir.
How the fuck are you speaking at attention?
Put some respect on my name.
How the fuck are you speaking at attention? Go speak at attention. I'm just kidding, man.
He's new. I was like, what do I do? What do I do?
No, I'm just
you're gonna
going
love it
sick
here,
right
man.
now.
You're gonna love it here, man. But you're good, dog. You're good, man. So
That's
when's
All
he
right,
going?
bad boy.
fun.
Bad boy, you're up. Go.
Bad boy, yeah, bad boy, bro. Just unmute. And so he says, sure, let me mute them. Tell me what. All right, bro. Why don't you can just type in the chat. You just type, mute this person. I'll mute him for you. Is that fair? You just type in the chat, I want this person muted. Boom. And I'll mute them. Is that fair? It says, I am unable to speak tonight. Tomorrow. Man, it's always don't push it off, man. I don't know where y'all are at tonight, but it can't be that late where you are.
He'd like a chat with Alpha Veritas, but he'd like Alpha muted for the chat.
To the panel.
Season 9,
It's-
mother. Season 9.
Yeah, sometimes I like the soundboard. I know why he don't want to unmute though.
You little weasel. Look at you, you little fucking weasel. I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
That guys is in the panel, bro. This is such a W panel. Like, guys, send a ping out. Let me just ping the VC verified or something, because somebody got to get in here and get cooked. This is too crazy. I've been doing these clickbait titles. If anyone has a suggestion, let me know. I've been doing these clickbait. I learned it from the Whatever
Yeah.
podcast.
Do
Go ahead.
Globe Earth roast. The Globers roast or some shit. Like that'll get all the team in here. And then
That's
we'll
what-
just
Can you change a flat earther? How the
change my mind.
globe is really the archaic idea. Experts exposed, like stuff like that. Like, so we'll see. I'll ping it, see if it works.
Astrophysicist joining panel in 5 minutes. That's a good one. That's
Yeah.
a good one.
There you
That's
go.
a good one.
You got the right idea. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That's clickbait as shit, bro.
Yeah.
That'll get him in here.
Astrophysicist joining the panel in 5 minutes. I'm actually just gonna do that. That's great. Uh,
Oh my god.
Astrophysics, that stuff is flat.
What'd you say, Feg?
Astrophysics says that stuff is flat.
nah, they're all gonna reject that too quick. You know what I mean? They hate that. But they already have this syndrome where they'll throw their experts under the bus. So you have to be careful about highlighting them. Oh, well, Neil deGrasse said that stuff is flat. Oh well, you know what? I don't like Neil deGrasse anymore. I don't want to play with these dolls anymore.
Mellow
Yeah.
yellow. Some mic discipline, please. Mic discipline. If you're not speaking, go on mute because you're causing chaos. We have to listen to Creation Bear drone on.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Basically,
wait, what?
Basically,
Shut up, bitch.
Essentially. You too, Flatsy.
Shut your fucking mouth.
yeah. See,
I'm
y'all
not sure
gotta
if you got.
going
I'm not
on.
sure.
Guy.
No, I can't hear fake time. Hey, I'm not sure if you can understand English or not, Mellow Yellow, but you need to mute your mic, sir, because we're getting feedback.
You speak any English?
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Ah. All right. Hey, we got Lime that just joined the panel. Let's see what Lime's all about. Lime, welcome to the panel.
Hey, what's up, baby? Thank you for
What's
having
going-
me on.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's a pleasure. I just want to say thank you.
right.
I like to listen in. So thank you.
Listen, nah, man, we don't listen around these parts, man. Everybody chimes in. So
Appreciate the love, baby.
yeah, for sure. All right. So where do you stand with the topic of the server?
I like it. I like it. It's good stuff. You know what I mean? Yelp
Do you
review
thi-
10/10.
Yeah, that's great, man. But do you think the Earth's a globe?
You know what I mean? Whatever you believe in your heart is what really matters. I think. But I don't know.
Oh, shit.
Believe in your heart.
I don't know. I'm not. I like I said. I like to listen in. Like, get a lot of intel.
But you do have an
Intel.
opinion, though. Do you have an
You work for the
opinion,
government? The fuck?
No, for myself. Sorry.
though? Do you
Right,
have
but
an opinion, though?
Yeah, it's nice.
You
I
do
like
have
it.
an opinion. You have an
10/10
opinion.
Yelp review. 10/10 Yelp review.
what?
Stand on business, bro.
Nah, that's no
Anytime your mic
bueno,
is trash.
Fag. Is we're not
Your
hearing
mic
you.
is trash.
We don't copy, bro.
Yeah, mic is trash. Yo, no, I'm
Thank
stand
you,
on
thank
business,
you.
bro. Stand on business.
Thank you for having me on the show.
What is your position, dog?
I like
be
it,
shy.
man. I like it. It's good
Listen,
stuff,
Globe
man.
Earthers can be here.
Shut up,
We're
you
cool
little
with them.
business motherfucker.
We're cool with Globe Earthers around here. It's fine. We're not gonna cook you just because you believe in the globe. We just want to know what
Or
your
as you
position.
know.
That's what's up. So
We can maybe
good
help
stuff.
you. So don't be shy, man.
It's good stuff.
He
No, I
doesn't want to.
appreciate that, you know. Put
He
me
doesn't
on
want
the
to stand on.
show. That's
He's
what's
not trying
up.
to stand on business.
I like it. I
Sounds
like
like
being on
you're
the show.
accepting a Grammy or something. Just fucking talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bro,
Thank you
stand
very
on
much.
business. Man.
I love it. I love it. I appreciate it. I appreciate the
Who the
love.
hell is that? Is
Jeez,
that
man.
the kangaroo
Thank you.
man?
I think he's in a.
Is that kangaroo guy?
Kangaroo
I-
guy.
That kangaroo guy.
I'm a little tipsy or something too.
That
Lime,
was
I think you're in a
fucking
different room, man.
hilarious.
You're
Yeah,
responding.
Grammy.
You're responding to a different room.
I
I
put it on
think.
the show.
Bleeding hell! We were having a right rip snort here, and then this
I love it.
piker shows up, and just like that, it's goodnight, Irene!
We get it. You're from space Australia.
You damn pikey.
This piker shows up. Lime, you trash, man. You trash, bro. That was trash, dog. Come on, man. You're not gonna tell us how it's a globe.
I think he's now realizing he's in the wrong server.
Yeah, he walked into a college
like, what the
lecture.
fuck?
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm out.
Wait, this isn't the cake decorating forum I thought it
Yeah,
was.
I appreciate the love. I appreciate the
No,
love.
he realized it was the bang bus.
This is
Tim
the Bang
fucking
Bus
Reeves.
server.
I'm going back home to mommy.
Noted.
Bro, come on,
Alright,
man. Stand on business, bro. Why are you being soft, man?
So once again, do you think the Earth's a globe, son? Yo, Lime.
This is lemon, man. This is a lemon.
I think,
Yo, why's the matter so good?
dude,
for
are you must be. You're. This guy's a few sheets. He's a couple of sheets to the wind. This guy.
This is the fucking roast.
Yeah,
No,
bro.
man, we're trying to get you to listen,
That's the
man. You
fucking roast
just
channel.
came into a flat Earth
What's going on here?
server. Do you see the name of the server? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You see that? Hello, Lime.
I want to know what you believe.
Oh my god, dude.
All right.
You really fucking got. You ain't got shit to contribute, do you? You unmute the son of a bitch, and he just acts like he's accepting a fucking award or some shit.
Thank you very much.
You see? Look at this shit. What the fuck is this?
This is weird, man.
It is pretty weird.
Who were we talking to earlier about the Gen Zs being like just goofed up like Max?
Yeah, that's what this
See?
is.
If
We were low Max, or else you were.
No, we
What?
can't even. Yeah, we're losing.
Fucking... Bro, yeah.
I thought you guys talked about the flat Earth.
At least just say it's a globe or something, bro.
Bro, we don't even know. I'm asking
Houston,
the
we have a
I asked you a
problem.
question. I asked you the question. What is it? What is your position on the topic of this server that you joined? And you don't answer. You're just like, well, thank you. It's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You mean El comprende? Do you understand what I'm saying? You
good.
understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It's like a fucking roast channel or some shit. Like, damn, bro. There's fucking comedians in here or some shit, bro.
Well, it's not that, man. It's like you're the numpty
Thank you very
canvas
much,
that
bro.
we're painting the
Appreciate
Rembrandt on
that.
because you're fucking allowing it. You're not speaking, man. It's like
fucking copyright strikes all over the fucking place in here.
Bro, my boy's off that space weed tonight. Holy.
I love it. I love it.
fucking discombobulated as fuck in here, man. What the fuck?
Man, where'd you get that space weed?
He fucking one moment he's chatty Cathy, the next moment he's stonewalling. You're done. Fucking hell, bro.
You got
I
that
like that
NASA.
word, Mickey. Discombobulated.
Yeah, that's pretty fancy, isn't it?
Undercover homies.
No,
Well,
we
it's
don't
the freaking
understand you,
machine.
Lime. You're fucking up, bro.
He high. He off that NASA pack.
He doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench at this moment.
Another copyright.
Oh man, we gotta pay royalties over to QE or something. Somebody.
Fuck, dude.
I'm collecting royalty too, by the way. Man, can we get a real globe?
I was gonna say, I always say with these guys, it's like it's already you guys are already fucked up as it is. You're already fucking hobbled. And what?
That was Mellow.
Fuck, they sound the same. Is this your friend? Fucking Mellow, you and him sound like you could be roomies or some shit.
Hey, that's a 2-drink. Mellow Yellow and Lime. That's a drink right there.
I'm telling you, man, they're probably roomies. Or they're probably fucking the same guy.
No.
Is he smoking your shit
Definitely
right
not.
now? Is that what's going on?
You said what?
I said, is he smoking your shit?
No, I don't even smoke.
Well, I don't know, man.
I've been drinking that wine too,
I
ain't you?
told you.
Smoking
I
that
told
tweeds
you,
and
I'm
everything.
sick. I'm sick.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Now we can't get some
Mellow
coherent
Yellow
sentences
comes
out of you
from,
guys.
Mellow Yellow comes from smoking banana peels. That's what Mellow Yellow comes from.
Word. Globers.
We're trying to get at least a couple of
Absolutely.
coherent sentences out of Lime, and that shit ain't happening tonight, it seems. Hey, he fucked off, didn't he? Fucking hell.
That was an L. That was a huge L, man.
All right, back to Bad Boy. Let's go. Unmute your mic.
Bad boy, bad boy, bad boy. I have to start
too-
calling him like soft boy or something because he ain't very bad or
Fucking pansy over here.
more like a girl or so. I don't know, man. Not to get all misogyny up in here, but you soft, man. What's going on, man? Bad.
Now he wants a mute button, according to him.
What is that? Like that's weird.
Entitled baby. That's what it is.
Why do you need a mute button? For what? Just random? Bro, just make your case. Proceed. Just treat the mute button like a red light. When you go out into reality, you don't get to control the traffic lights. You have to stop. So you don't get to, well, I want to control it one day. No, you don't get to. So just treat it like a traffic light. You get stopped, just stop. When the green light
Hey,
gets
isn't that why he doesn't like Mimas? Didn't Mimas change his name?
he cooked
to,
them, bro.
to good boy or something like that, was it?
Yeah. He doesn't like Mimas.
I mean,
he
it
doesn't
sounds
get
like
along with
something-
Mimas.
Sounds like something I do.
You know what? We might be able to listen to the clip. Well, go ahead, boys.
Well, we got Nick the Noble that just joined us right now. Nick the Noble, are you there?
Nick, please.
Yeah, I was interested because the ping it read on my notification flat earther astrophysicist, so that was really interesting to me.
Oh shit, dude! Fucking TV, dude. You fucking man. You keep that one right there, man. You got to put that one to the top of the list.
I've been starting a list. I already started a channel on my server for all these titles. So yeah, welcome to the panel, bro. Yeah, he's coming soon. Don't worry.
Yeah, astrophysicist coming soon. Yeah, hang tight.
Hey, your next one should be Only Fan Girl Gets Wrecked.
No, it'll be globally fans.
Hey, but in the meantime, we can have a conversation with the rest of the guys who think that the Earth is a globe. So I think Nick the Noble is right up there with those guys.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking to me.
No, not Nick Cool.
Yeah.
Nick the Noble. He's right above you.
I got you.
Go ahead, Nick the Noble. You're on. I ain't so noble anymore, isn't he?
Yeah, these usernames ain't checking out, are they?
Nope. They're waiting for the astrophysicist to come in here in 5 minutes.
I need to shorten that one. It's kind of long.
Damn, that kept going.
I know. Oh my.
We had an astrophysicist in here a little while ago when we didn't have that many people in here. We had Danny Faulkner.
Yes, he was here earlier when Mimas and I were here.
What, he opened his mic?
Did he speak?
No, hell no. Bro, he hasn't spoke since you cooked him that one time, like in 2020.
You were in here.
Wait a minute. Wait.
You were
I've
in
talked
here,
to
Elton.
Danny. This year I talked to Danny.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't remember
Elton.
what we said. There was nothing substantial. Substantive, I should say.
Substantive, for fuck's sake.
Substantive. I'm
Alpha,
sorry.
Alpha and
Forgive
you
me.
guys were in here earlier. You guys were all on mute. So I just stayed here and waited to see if he was going to come off mute.
Bro.
And I had that clicker on live stream as soon as he did.
Yo, I would pay for that. I would pay to see that fight. That one right there.
I
That
think
one
he
went off in 2016, man. Behind closed doors.
Well, that don't count, man. I need to see the fucking. I need to see it.
All right, we'll bring his dumb ass in here.
Hey y'all,
Yeah, that sounds good.
I saw Danny Faulkner at Flattoberfest in Vegas. He was there at the table in the very center, kind of near the front stage. He had a spiral notebook, and he had either his wife or a lady about his age and his daughter, and they were all vigorously writing just notes the whole Flattoberfest as fast as they could possibly write, but they didn't say anything
I
to many
think you're
people.
presuming, number one, you were at Cracktoberfest. Number two, I think you're presuming they were writing. I think Danny's illiterate.
They were doodling and drawing. That's an L, bro. Wow. Quickest way to like destroy your family and take them to go rage at the flat earthers with your family. That's not.
Imagine his wife and daughter became flat earthers.
I know.
What's
Right?
going on?
Oh,
This
God,
PhD
it really makes sense, Danny.
Well,
Dang.
you said he is a PhD though, right? QE.
Yes.
He was talking about Eratosthenes, and then he brought in before him Aristotle to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
You're lucky he didn't bring in Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard. He's done that before.
No, he didn't use that argument when I was talking to him.
Well, he cites him regularly.
God, it needs to come in here.
Thanks, Mimas. Why don't you open up your mic and turn your fan on?
My what?
The fan that's oscillating.
There's an oscillating fan?
Well then, fuck that mic.
Is there a noise coming through here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's a video game. Sorry. Actually, I'm actually trying not to fall asleep, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep.
All right,
Mimi.
All right,
one,
y'all have a chill night. Nice seeing everybody. See y'all tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Be a stranger,
If
bro.
I'm not here, I'm on a date. So see y'all.
Happy
What's his name?
Oh man.
See you tomorrow.
My nigga.
That's what's up.
You caught that, Miggy?
Oh shit.
What's the lucky guy's name?
Yeah, did you say what's
He
his name?
didn't hear. I think maybe if he did hear it, he was already on the.
Who
He
said
didn't want to
that?
respond. Huey.
Yeah,
savage.
He's pretty savage.
Nah, it ain't savage, man. I love Mimas. Me and Mimas go back
Yeah,
way,
he's the man.
way long time ago.
Yeah, he's the man. Uncle Mimas. All right, bad boy, you're up.
Once again,
we ain't forget about you, man.
we're gonna fucking call your cowardness out until you can't stand it no more, and fucking unmute your mic and then have a conversation.
Someone uncog this. Let's see if he'll join.
He's all laughing and shit.
Poor dumb bastard.
Yeah, take away his fucking. Yeah, take him away. Oh, he's in detention? You fucking idiot.
Wait, who?
Bad boy.
Oh, bad boy, you dummy. What did you say? Let's take a look. Fucking bastards. Oh, he mad.
Timed himself.
Bruh, he mad now. Just unmute, bruh. What's up? They always want to run to the chat and make their fingers hurt. Give themselves carpal tunnel.
Well,
Running
we
up
also got Nick the Noble just hanging out. I mean, I don't even know he's not answering. There's a great big stone wall right in front of him and us. So
Nick the Noble. Nick the Noble. You got VC verified, man. You should be able to just hit that mic button. At least say hello. Just gonna sit in here, let us talk trash and all this, and not say nothing. Man, y'all shy. Everyone believes it's a globe and that flat earthers are dumb, but no one will come in here and match that same energy. You know what I'm saying? In their mind, they're like champions. They're better than flat earthers. But then they come and sit in the panel, and they're like, well, I guess I'll just sit and listen. You know, like what? You're not gonna come and try to dunk on the flat earthers? I thought it was easy. Hold on, I'm gonna go sit on the edge of the flat earth to see if you can come knock me off. Like, what more bait do you need? My lord, this is crazy. Y'all trash. One more ping, boys. No, they're gonna hate on me in the chat. Indio even said, "Who's the astrophysicist?"
Yeah, man. Where is he?
No, dude. See, I got this from like the Whatever podcast. They'll do these titles in these kind of clickbaity type of fashion, and it gave me the idea. I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna try that for the pings or the shows. Like, oh, flat earther converts back to globe, like stuff like that. That maybe people will. Oh, let me click, and see what's up with that. But it's obvious. It's gonna be. Hopefully, people won't catch on too fast, I guess.
Yeah, you got to make it realistic, CB. You can't say flat earther turns back to the globe because that doesn't happen.
Yeah. So far, the other one I came up with is, let's see. Can you change a flat earther? Right? How the globe really is the archaic idea, or experts exposed, stuff like that. Like that's kind of a little trick that I picked up from the Whatever podcast. And so, if you guys have suggestions, let me know. I think the
Flat earther proves the Earth is ...
I mean, just say it, bro. Flat Earther proves it's a globe? Question mark. Like you have to do it
Oh
like
well,
that.
you gotta wait and get everyone to make up their own mind about what the ... are.
Okay, I see you. I see
And
you.
go, what did he prove?
Yeah, it's all about that clickbait right now. This is season 9, boys. I'm telling you. Someone messaged me. They're like, "Why are you always like trying to get people to join the VC?" Like, bro, like, that's where
Why
the
not?
magic happens. Yeah, like it's where all the magic goes down. I still remember the first time I joined this server and joined the live stream. I'm like, whoa, there's something going on here. And I think that's why people come and there's people just come and listen. They don't even talk.
Way
You
more
know?
efficient, dude, than texting and typing and shit.
Oh my gosh, yeah. They'd rather just give themselves carpal tunnel, Twitter fingers in the chat than just open up their microphone and just chill, talk like a normal person.
Yeah, because in the text you just text back and forward, and no one's actually listening to what no one's listening to what you're texting. That was stupid, but like no one's.
Yes.
The other person's not paying attention to what you're typing. They're just waiting to type again. So the arguments the arguments don't make sense when you're in text.
Yeah, I usually say this. I usually say you'd rather be confused in chat than join VC. Go ahead. Was that you, Mickey?
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at what Bad Boy just put last. You're gonna be upset if you see it though.
Oh hell no!
Look, the thing about voices, people can be held accountable.
Yeah, man. And they
Harder
can
to
hear
keep them accountable in chat without kicking them out or sending them
Right.
to detention or cog this.
Well, I think the thing is they can hear the sincerity in your voice, and they're like, "Oh, well, I have to take it more seriously because I like this person, or this person seems smart, even if I don't like them. Now I have to take it more seriously, and I don't want to do that." So it's just weird. I imagine when you go up to someone in reality or in person, like Mimas talked about. Oh, he left, but you go up to the cashier and you're like, "Hey, how's it going? How's your day?" And they look down at their phone and point to it. And they're like they mouth like, "Text me." Like that's abnormal behavior. If I come up to you, you should want to engage with me like a normal person. No, let's just text. That's odd to me, at least.
Wait, wow, I missed that. Did that happen to you?
No,
Or you're
that's
just
never
using it
happened.
as an analogy for people
Yeah,
not
that's never
chatting on the.
happened.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's never happened to me. But I'm just saying that if people, that's how Globies. You're like, "Hey, join the VC," and they're like, "No, just text me." No, dude. Like,
There's
come.
factor number 2, man. There's another factor. In the text, you can time delay. In Google and Wikipedia can be your crutch.
Yeah, true.
It's more difficult to do in the midst of a conversation.
True.
Without us hearing your little fingers, rocking and rolling.
Some of them don't even care, do they? They just like clickety clack away. We can all hear it. That's so funny when they do that. And I love that actually. I love hearing that because I've never heard Timbo, Indio, QE, Miggy, Kim, anybody, none of these people. I've never heard you guys like, hold on, pause. Let me like start just clickety clack off the keyboard and start looking things. I've never heard that. But I always hear that. It's a way more common from the globe side. Let me Google what I'm supposed to believe. Wait, let me find out how you're wrong somehow. So weak. A true warrior prepares in times of peace, not during the battle. You're fucking up if you start trying to get your shit together mid war. Sorry. The war started a long time ago, guys. So you should be prepared by now. We're in season 9. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Season 9, guys. Get your shit together.
But the Earth's been a globe for over 2,000 years.
Some of the people coming in here, they're in season 1, man.
Understand about that? Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
Let me explain that. QE just came up with his like his slope thing, right? That's a good example of season 9. We're no longer stuck on. When I first heard of flat Earth, the arguments around the time was like, "Yo, what about the flight paths and emergency landings?" That's trash. Or
Oh no. You got to go way back.
all right.
There's no
The-
horizon on a flat Earth. There wouldn't even be a horizon at all.
Oh, hell no. Or oh, look at these blurry stars.
Bruh.
That's season 1 bullshit. Or we're on season 9 now. All right. So we've been doing this.
Has a geometric sphere. Earth has a geometric horizon. That's the that's an early one too. Because now it's changed. No, you can't see the geometric. You never see it.
It's crazy.
It's always a optical horizon.
The first
That
one
didn't
I
take
heard
them long
was
to turn around.
the first one I heard was this, and y'all can relate to this, old timers. If you believe in a flat Earth, you must deny all of science and physics.
Bruh.
Yeah, bro. No, Huey, literally, when I brought it up to my friends, my coworkers, the most common response was, "It's just physics, bro."
Bruh.
Dude, what gets me is when they say, look at the technology around us. We would not have this technology if it wasn't for the globe and all the advancements.
Hey,
of NASA.
yeah, Velcro.
Velcro, your iPhone. Yo, if you have a phone, science.
That was Sabine Hassenpfeffer's argument. Because we got eyeglasses. The Earth's a globe tard.
Oh my god.
Why? Because of refraction. Because of refraction, we invented eyeglasses. Is that what they're saying? Therefore, Earth's a ball?
No.
No, okay. All right.
Just because we got spectacles.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I heard. That science shit. And that's when I knew it was their ass.
Yeah, basically. They don't have anything. Oh, it's just physics, bro. Oh, no, science, bro.
It's at that moment they fucked up.
Yeah, they
Yes.
fucked up then. Because I would have just left if I had heard some bullshit, just walked away. But when I heard that, I said, oh shit, this is a target rich environment.
At the time, I was like, all right, you got this one. Now, all these years later, they still don't have anything. They might as well still be saying physics, bro. They don't even say that anymore, though. Isn't that funny? They don't say that anymore.
Some do.
1975. I'm sorry.
1975. Now, some do, the ignorant morons that come stumbling in here from the cake decorating forums. Some still do.
It's rare. I'll admit I haven't heard that in a very long time. Oh, just physics, bro. Very long time. So
Yeah, I was going to say in 1975, in Mrs. Zaitzoff in my kindergarten class, I asked her how the water stuck to the globe, and then she brainwashed me with gravity.
oh my.
Thought she was telling me the truth.
Now you're getting brainwashed with incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Bro, you simped.
Or the Yumis.
I can't believe that. I can't believe those people.
If refraction happens the way they say it does that mean that someone with really bad eyesight can walk out one day and see perfectly clear?
Who are they?
Yes.
They. Globies.
Globies, yeah.
No, Globies don't say that. Anti-flat earthers. That's what you're talking about.
There you go.
You got to identify the category of the people you're talking about.
All right.
Good globies, you
Be
say
more
refraction,
specific, yeah.
they don't know what that is. But anti-flat earthers, they'll just see anti-flat earthers are part of the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. Whereas, globies, you say refraction, well, that's 3-syllable word. They're going to have to look that shit up.
It's actually shocking to me how comfortable they are with making things up on the fly.
Yeah.
I could never feel that comfortable operating on an unstable foundation like that. They'll just take the leap of faith.
Leap
and
of
then
faith?
flop
No, they'll
first.
just make shit up.
Yeah, well, they end up flopping face first over their own confidence. There's nothing to stand on for them. They're basically
Like it's
leaping.
harder to say I don't know these days
Yeah.
than just make something up to save face.
They don't
I
want to
don't
feel
know.
below a flat earther. They don't want to feel lesser than a flat earther. Like that's why they talk to you like this. Well, if it was a globe and you're an ant on a ball, and then basically the ant would go around the ball. You know what I'm saying? You guys have all heard that shit before, bro. It gets on my
Yeah.
nerves. Like, it's like, why are you talking like that? Like, who is your target audience with that? So the ball has curvature, and every ball has curvature, and it's not flat. And
When
basically,
when
it's
boats
like,
when boats go away, they dip down over the curvature of the earth.
yeah, yeah. I hate that with a passion because why you're saying that as if that I don't understand it already. Who doesn't understand that? A ball has curvature.
It's the first time you've
Like,
heard it.
yeah, that pisses me off, dude. That's not. There's no evidence in what you're saying either. You're just
Have you
talking as
guys
if.
ever heard of gravity?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no. Please tell me about
yeah,
it. I've
yeah.
never fucking heard of it.
So gravity, if you take a pen and then drop it, you'll notice that it goes down and hits the ground, and that is what we call gravity. It's like my God, you really? You didn't think that I knew that, or? But you see, like, and this is so common. I'm only mocking this because this is extremely common. I just ranted. I went off on the politics server because the guy was doing this. He said something about the maps. He goes, so I'm doing this voice. He was like, so if you take a globe and smash it down into something flat, then basically you'll have lots of different maps, and you'll notice that some maps have different sized continents. And, well, because one map has a different size Africa than another map, that doesn't mean that on one that Africa is actually different sizes.
Oh my god.
Bruh. I went off. I was like, do you think I'm 5 years old? Like,
I always find it funny when they say, "Oh, but the continents look different on a flat map." You go, in relation to what?
yeah.
Have you ever seen a continent from the top? Like, what are you relating it to? A map
Yeah.
that you've already seen on a ball? Like, what? How do you know that that continent is that shape and is not the other shape? You know, oh, the continents look weird on a flat map. You know, weird to what?
All maps are flat. The only reason why they're distorted is because they superimpose them on a fuckwit ball. My
Yeah.
God.
Well, they want to do this thing where they say if the Earth was flat, you'd just be able to fly up, take a picture, and then trace a map on top of the picture. I'm like,
What the
there's
fuck
no.
are you on about?
Do you have you not heard this,
Fuck no.
bruh? QE,
Bruh,
bro.
you're peeling away from the point. This is a pretty profound point.
All right, all
See,
right.
all maps are flat. The only reason why they're distorted is because they project them on a fucking globe.
Yeah.
Do you get it? If you don't get it, then you're going to need to call your therapist. Think about that one. Call me in the morning after your lewds.
I'm just saying the new hotness for them is they're coming in saying if the Earth was flat, you would need one map. Only give us one. But as a globe earther, I have all these shitloads of maps. But no, you have to have one specific
Just
one.
go what the military uses.
Yeah.
Universal Transverse Mercator. That's the map they use. They must know something.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say this again. All maps, every single one, are flat maps. The only reason why some of them are distorted is because they project it onto a globe. You dumbass crackers.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots, man.
And not only that, on Google Earth, for example, the Mars you're looking at is proportionally unreal.
Cartoonish
So
too.
it's distorted.
Kind of also looks like a perfect sphere to me. There's no one map of the world, period. Globe or not. Well, at least that's
Saying it
my
doesn't look like an oblate spheroid.
on Google Earth. No, I don't see the pair there.
Little chubbier at the bottom.
I can pop in here because I don't know. We're just waiting for the astrophysicist, right?
You can talk.
He's
Okay.
you know
I'm the
he's
astrophysicist.
a high roller. You know he doesn't have time for flat earthers, but he did say he's on his way. So.
Okay. Yeah, but the globe the idea for the globe, right, is that the globe earthers are claiming that the globe is a pretty good representation of what the Earth looks like, right?
Stop the
But
cap.
practically, what was that?
No, that's not what they're claiming. They're claiming that's what it is.
Well, when you make a globe, you make it perfectly spherical, right? It's not the exact shape of the Earth, right? It's an approximation.
How do you know that?
When you make I don't know. Do you want me to pull up some data on how most globes are made? I don't.
No, just tell me how you know that it's not a perfect sphere.
I mean, another reason why it's unreal because it's perfectly shaped.
Yeah, it's
Usually
like I said,
we would see mountains which would make it in a different way.
Well, the
Yeah,
space agencies seem to show a perfect sphere, all of them. Yeah. So what's going on there?
Yeah, from 1950s when they presented the first colored Earth map or globe map, there were multiple altercations which were color-wise, cloud-wise, all differently and proportion-wise from the continents and different shapes. So what's up with that?
yeah. When globes were first made, I'm sure that there were inconsistencies with I don't know. It was a long time ago,
Globe?
right?
Are you talking about the globe that sits on a desk, or are we talking about
like
the model?
3D maps.
Like what are we talking about? It's not a map. A globe's not a map.
Sure, a globe that sits on your desk, right? So when those were first made, the entire world wasn't even charted yet, right? So of course they're gonna have different, land masses that are improperly shaped and all that stuff. But when you're talking about a globe Earth, you have to represent that in 2 dimensions a lot of the time, right? Because that's our computer screens are in 2D, papers in 2D. You can't take a globe into like an airplane and use that as a navigational map, right?
Why not?
Because it's impractical. You can only see
Why?
half of it at a time.
So our choice is, according to you, the accurate ball or the inaccurate flat map. And
Yeah,
the flat map that's inaccurate is the impractical one. Okay, there.
So
makes sense.
when you're using a map that's 2 dimensionals, you can make it accurate you can make it accurate in about half of it, right? About half of it is very accurate, but the other half of it isn't.
Half of it.
Yeah,
What do you mean
I
half?
don't know. I don't know. That's just a number I pulled out. But some portion of
Yeah,
the
you
map.
pulled out your ass.
Yeah, I'm just approximating.
Just telling us nonsense that you do in school, which has nothing to do with reality.
For a 2D map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The point of it is the globe. I'm just saying what the globe Earth claim is. The globe Earth claim is that the Earth looks like the globe that you sit on your desk, right? And when you have to, when you print out on a piece of paper or put on your computer screen or whatever, you need a 2-dimensional representation. So there's different projections.
Yeah, that's why,
Why
it's
can't you just?
distorted.
Yeah, sorry.
That's why it's distorted. Because you project it onto a globe, like I said.
Which map do you project onto a globe?
Well, there's fucking tons of maps that are they're globe Earth projections.
Put them in the chat right now.
No. Which map was projected to turn into a globe?
All of them.
Yes.
So you're saying all of these maps are valid? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No.
But you're saying, but what I'm saying is, what was the original map that they used to make the globe?
There wasn't one.
They worked backwards from the conclusion of a globe.
No, they
Alright.
went from the sky to the ground to a globe, back to flat.
Yep.
It's a multi-stage process.
So there was no original map.
No, because when we actually navigate, right, we use stars. We don't use maps. We go any significant distance, right? Well, if I go, hey, you want to go New York to Australia? Here's a map. You're gonna be like, fuck, I'm dead.
Yeah.
And if I go, here's a globe, you're gonna be like, fuck, I'm dead.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with you that going from New York to Australia with any 2-dimensional map is going to result in you being lost for sure.
What about a 3-dimensional map?
I don't know. You want to try it? I don't know.
Yeah, you want to try it? That's fucking bullshit. You're
How about a
talking out your
4D
ass.
space-time map?
Yeah, right.
That's pretty funny, actually.
But you think you'd get lost with a 2D map, but you wouldn't get lost if you were
Who gives
using
a
a
shit?
sphere?
Who gives a shit about fucking maps? How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
You asked me this last time and then muted me when I gave you the answer.
Muted you? Oh, maybe because I was really fucking scared.
All right,
You
so
fucking clown.
all right, so the
All right,
horizon.
what? All right,
horizon-
what? Go ahead.
The horizon is where the sky meets the earth, right? Where the surface of the earth meets.
Fuck off. Get with the argument, dumbass. Get to the point. Show where horizon or horizontal line has a fucking slope. Get to it.
I never claimed that the horizon was a horizontal line.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
The horizon's a circle.
What, bro?
Really? Post a citation right fucking now that the horizon's a circle. Post it right now. Or you're not coming
You
off.
never
mute.
claimed the horizon is a horizontal line. Think about that for a second.
You fucking dumbass.
Like one word is inside the other word.
English?
Post it. The
All right,
circle is
so-
2-dimensional, by the way.
We
dumb
want
fuck.
a citation for curvizon.
Yeah.
All right, I'll find a citation for you that the horizon's a
Yeah.
circle.
You know, a circle's 2-dimensional, right? There, clown. Circle is 2-dimensional. You understand that?
Yes.
Yeah. So, show a horizon or a horizontal line with a rate of change of slope.
There is no horizontal line with a rate of change of slope.
Well, the horizontal lines are derived from horizons. Do you see horizons on the globetard?
Horizontal lines and horizons are not the same thing.
Yes, the horizontal line is derived from the horizon.
No.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Bruh.
You fucking imbecile. So I'm gonna smoke your drawers right fucking now. Let me take a screenshot because I can't post the whole thing. Here we go. You said no. And let me capture it. There we go.
Zegon, you pick up your boy out.
Copy. And fucking paste. So, Clown Fuck. Clown Fuck, are you with us? From math reference, openreference.com. In geometry, I highlighted the points for you because I know you can't fucking see. In geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon. In the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon, you're fucking finished. Say goodnight, Pretender Clown. You said no.
No, you said that.
No, you said no, not no. You said no.
All right.
You're debunked.
Can I finish my sentence, please?
No, you're debunked. Can you finish your sentence? You already said no. They weren't derived from the horizon. So you're fucking compromised. You'd fail intro to geometry, 3rd grade.
All right. Can I finish one sentence, please?
All right. You want to finish your sentence after that debacle? Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah,
your citation says that
It's not my citation. It's just a citation. It's not mine.
Can I finish my sentence, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. Your citation claims that
It's not my fucking citation.
Just say the citation, bro. Come on.
Okay. The citation claims that the word horizontal was derived from the word horizon. Not that.
No. Horizontal lines are derived from the horizon. Get it right.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It says it comes from the word horizon.
Yeah, that's what I just fucking said. Exactly.
That's why they call it horizontal lines.
Yes,
right?
that's what I said. Thanks for repeating what I just said.
You're saying that the word horizontal lines come from the word horizon.
That's correct.
Okay, that does not mean.
It
says right in there that they're horizontal. They're horizontal and parallel to the horizon. Horizontal lines are. It's right in the citation.
Okay.
Do horizons have a slope?
When you start going.
Do horizons have a slope? That's a closed-ended question. Yes or no?
Yes, the horizon will have a slope.
Do what?
Lights out, Pretender Clown Muppet. You're a dumb fuck. You're done.
You stupid.
You're done. It's all over. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ's spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. What's next? Gravity?
Don't come with me.
Wait, does he want to explain why it is a slope, or is that just way too out of pocket?
No, not why.
No. The dope just got sloped.
Yeah.
Oh,
why?
my.
Does he want to explain? No, there's no explanations here. They're axioms. So, no, not explanations. No. No, that's fucking idiotic.
Yeah, I'm not
There's
gonna
no
lie.
explaining.
Yeah.
I can post a video with a rectilinear lens of the horizon.
Oh, really? That's fucking amazing.
I mean, you can shove it in.
A
You know what?
rectilinear lens, boy, that debunks that fucking horizons have slopes, you idiot crayon muncher.
Let's get his rectilinear
I mean,
lens.
I can get the video.
Oh,
Let me guess, it's going to be that compressed image that shows a curve. Yeah.
I don't think
No,
he's
no, no,
fucking.
no.
I don't think he's got this fucking point. You can
No.
show a video that defeats an axiom. Are you retarded? Yes. The answer is
Stupid.
yes. Goodness gracious, you're a dumb fuck. What's an axiom?
An axiom is a mathematical definition.
No, it's not. Citation, please. Mathematical definition? What the fuck does that even mean?
What?
What does that even mean? Shut the fuck up.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Come on, man. Nicole.
Yes.
Do better, man. Come on, man. We got 37 in the panel. Let's go. Tell them how's the globe, man.
Well,
I'm trying, but the mute button.
He just crashed and fucking burned.
All right, here's a recommendation for you. Just came up with this today. Just treat the mute button like a red light. I don't know if you're old enough to drive, but when you go out there, you're gonna interact some stop signs and some red lights. Just deal with it. You're in our streets now, so when you get unmuted, that's the green light. Just keep going, keep driving. Go ahead.
Go ahead with what? He doesn't have a point. He's just been debunked.
Content, bro. Content.
Unless
So,
we're going for another point. All right,
yeah,
let's go for another point.
another point.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the question. it's like fucking beating a dead horse, but we'll go for it anyway. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion.
All right. I didn't come here to debate tonight. I just wanted to listen to the astrophysicist, who I thought was a flat Earth
Holy fuck. Please
pulled up-
provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion.
It's the same evidence I talked about last time.
All right. What's the scientific evidence?
Excess being measured on surveying.
Axis being measured on surveying.
Can you show that?
That's not scientific evidence, you glue sniffing fungus muncher.
All right, what evidence do you want?
Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion, globetard.
Do you want a measurement, or what do you?
Holy fucking shit! He just compromised himself. As
I mean, can we give it to him? He's low key sort of passed the test, right? Or no? He
Can
said,
we
"Do you
give it-
give you a measurement or?"
Can we give it to him?
Actually, you know what? He didn't pass it because if you're saying give me science, and he's like, "Well, I got measurements," you're supposed to say that it's not science, bro. So it's kind of an L.
Yeah, it's an L because what you should have said was QE. That is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Because you didn't doth protest. That reveals that you're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit, booger eating schmuck.
Stupid.
Yeah, in other words.
All right. Well, that's been productive, but
Yeah, it was real productive. It showed you as a pretender clown, numpty dipshit that would fail 5th grade general science. It was very productive.
Can we see his measurements though, Nicole? Do you have measurements for us?
Creation Barry's looking for content, man.
I want to know. I want to know about his spherical axis as well. Where does he get that from?
Holy shit! You just want to keep on. So we already beat this dead horse. We clobbered him over the head. He's sitting there dead, but you want to resurrect him, right? Well, let's see those measurements. All right, I'll entertain it.
Alright, we talked about this last time extensively.
Shut the fuck up.
That's why I don't want to talk about it again, because we already talked about it.
No, hold on, wait. Just do you want to just post it in the chat first, so we can all read it together? Do you have something we can?
Yeah,
look at?
everybody's read it. The one that I'm talking about is the trans.
Everyone's read it.
I don't.
Everyone. So he's gonna have to prove that everyone's read his horse shit.
You got to be really
Continental
careful.
arc of the parallel. Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know. I muted him before he got it out.
Yeah, I know.
Be really careful with your words, Bolas. Everyone, be careful. That's everyone. You don't know what everyone's
Excuse me.
done.
You're right. A lot of people have read it here, but I can post it anyway.
You already did.
Yeah, just go ahead
They
and
already
post.
posted it.
Just go ahead and post it.
Okay, no problem. I think. Yeah, this is it.
He's been here since October, folks. Nice, very nice.
Yeah, no, I do like coming in and talking here.
Yeah, no. The fuck does that mean?
All right, I'm a little. Should I click this link or?
Well, I don't know. You better have malware bites.
I was gonna say, can we get some screenshots?
No, it's fine. You can click it.
Is it good? Someone already checked it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy. I'm also not smart enough to do something like.
Well,
Oh,
we
it
already
down-
know you're not
right
fucking smart enough.
Oh boy, it downloaded right to my computer. Yikes.
I promise it's not like an exe or anything. I'm not smart enough to deploy.
You promise.
Citadel says it checks out. All right, cool. Click the link, man.
Trust me, bro.
Rebellion, you're funny. All right, can you just start talking about what's in there that you want to start with? Go ahead.
Yeah. I should make a flow chart for this because we talk for this over and over again. But essentially, there was in the late 1800s, early 1900s, there was a task of mapping out the United States because people want to know how far away places are. So what they did is they took an initial base measurement, a distance measurement.
Distance measurement to what?
Between two cities.
And how do they do the distance measurement?
It's not important to what we're talking about right now, but basically they took a bunch of metal poles that had specific expansions that was well understood.
The fuck are you doing?
So you're basically talking about page 305 and between 3 and 12, I guess.
Took a bunch of metal poles and
yeah.
expanded and shit. What the fuck, man?
So are you talking about 305 in the? Are you talking about 305 in the document or the PDF?
Go ahead, Indio. Take over.
Go read page 47. Okay. Come back.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Okay, so there's a part. So what are you going to tell us? They measured greater than 180 degree triangles. Is that what you're going to tell us?
Yes, that's the first square of the flow chart.
That's not what they measured.
That's the second square of the flow chart.
Well, that's not what they actually measured. Think about what you're saying.
So you're saying every triangle they measure is less than 180?
No, they were all 180.
They were all exactly 180?
All planar triangles are 180 degrees.
So you're saying they were all 180 because...
Yes,
because
that's what
that's
they
the
measured.
definition of a
I'm talking about what they
triangle.
measured, not what they calculated.
Yeah, because a definition of a triangle, it's called the angle sum property of a triangle. All the angles in that triangle add up to 180 degrees. Like I told you before, you'd fail intro to third grade geometry. You glue sniffing fungus muncher.
Nick, cool. Just think about it for a second. Did they have curved lines of sight with their surveying equipment?
No, they're straight. I can.
Okay,
yeah,
so think about it. They have 3 straight lines of sight. That makes a planar triangle.
Well, no, because
What
of
do you
how.
mean no? Show me. I want you to draw 3 straight lines in a triangle or in any possible way. 3 straight lines and have it more than 180 degrees.
When I draw 3 straight lines, it'll be on a piece of paper, which is flat.
Yeah. And are there lines
Okay.
of sight curved?
No, I can draw a picture though. One second.
No.
I
So
had a picture.
if you draw a triangle on a ball, right, with curved lines, those lines are curved, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So did they have curved lines of sight?
I can explain it to you. One second.
No. Just answer the question. Did they have curved lines
So
of
straight
sight?
with straight.
Oh, yeah, they were straight. So it was a 180-degree triangle. They get more than 180 degrees when they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction and project that planar triangle onto a reference ellipsoid. That's what the reference ellipsoid's for. Yeah, so I'm telling you, what they measured was planar triangles. What they calculated was not a planar triangle.
Typing away.
Okay.
Stop listening to retarded anti-flat earthers.
I made this point earlier.
Okay, so
Okay, so no, you're already done again, you clown. You don't know what a triangle is.
the picture that I posted.
Nicole, what's the reference ellipsoid? Just tell me, what is the reference ellipsoid for? Why does it even exist?
The reference ellipsoid was used to establish the error in the distance between like from the starting to the ending distance.
From the starting to the ending?
The goal of the transcontinental triangulation was to map out the entire United States from east coast to west coast. So
thanks for the goals. You don't know what a triangle is.
You're not telling
what do
me
you
what
want me
the
to talk
reference ellipsoid is for. Why does it exist?
I want to talk about this for 1 second because this is what we were talking about before I got muted. Okay, so the picture that. Okay, the pic.
Oh shit.
Define a triangle.
Can I talk about this, please? I don't want to get distracted by another tangent.
Well, no, it's not a tangent, even though that's a pun intended.
Can I read from the document?
I want to address.
Can I read from the document? I'm going to read from it. Reduction of the horizontal directions to sea level. The resulting directions at a station, as given in the abstracts, still need a small correction to reduce them to what they would have been had the object been observed had it been at sea level. Blah, 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 blah. Formulas. Okay?
Let's rewind for 1 second because an argument was made against me and I could not defend myself because you just brought up keep more points. So I want to defend this point. Is that okay?
Knock yourself out.
Okay. So the picture that I posted here represents 2 observers, right? These are the sticks, right? It's greatly exaggerated, obviously. That curve represents the great circle path in between those 2 observers. Okay? So if
It's fucking 3rd grade. Is this at 19 minutes after the hour?
Okay.
So you're switching to deflection of the vertical? Is that what you're switching to?
No, I wanted to talk about what was argued against me that I couldn't talk about because more.
He's saying this picture at 19 minutes after. Indio, are you looking at this fucking retard little fucking drawing he made? Holy shit, dude!
I've seen worse.
It's really bad. It's really bad. I'm sorry. You're right.
Man.
It's horrible.
Come on, man. We got a whole set of memes of people drawing shit, man.
You should add this. It would look pretty funny, I imagine.
Like a fucking idiot 1st grader. The only thing that it doesn't have is color by fucking numbers.
Yeah. So
Yeah. It's fucking stupid, dude.
Well, you haven't given me a chance to explain it.
Well, explain. No, we don't need explanations. See, I can get explanations when I walk down to the fucking corner to the village idiot. He's going to give me explanations. So I don't know who Jedi mind tricked you into thinking that if you can just explain something like just so stories and make shit up, that's valid, you fucking retard. So we don't need any explanations from a fucking demonstrated moron. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
All right, fair enough, I guess.
Define a triangle. What is a fucking triangle, dude? Let's start at the basics.
A shape with 3 sides and 3 points.
That's not the full definition of a triangle, numpty dipshit.
I can pull it up.
You could pull it up. Does it say what you just stated? Yeah, right? Yeah. No, it won't, because you're a fucking idiot.
So, dude, look in the chat. Now, if you're surveying and they have a theodolite at 3 mountain peaks and they're looking at each other, which one of these triangles represents the lines of sight? The curved one?
None of them.
None of them.
Yeah. So the curved ones are the great circles, right?
Yeah, but that's not what you're looking through an instrument, right?
Yeah, but
yeah, so that's what they did. They looked through theodolites, and they looked at some mountain peak far away. You had A, B, and C, right? 3 mountains, A, B, and C. They all looked at each other. They made a triangle.
Yeah. So the straight lines.
Which one of these? Which one? The straight lines or the curved lines are the lines of sight?
Neither.
Neither. Which the third choice was? It S curve?
Shocking.
What the fuck was it, dude?
It's in my drawing. I can explain it.
He's back to his explanations.
Those are two. Listen, those are 2 points, and if you made that your little drawing 3-dimensional, it's still going to be straight lines of sight.
Yes, but the triangle would be coplanar, which is not the case if you were actually doing an observation.
Okay, and that's why I showed you the calculation, right?
Where's the calculation?
The reduction of the horizontal direction. I think it's on page. Hold on, I'll just take a snapshot of it. Hold on.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Yeah, Run Boston just posted the definition of a triangle.
Yeah, it said 3 straight sides and 3 angles. Of course, it's incomplete because it doesn't mention the angle sum property. What's the angle sum property of a triangle?
They add up to 180 degrees.
That's right. So anything below or above 180 degrees is not a fucking triangle.
That's okay. We can call.
No, that's not okay. It's not a fucking triangle.
So I'm going to ask you, Nicole, look in the chat.
Okay.
Why are they doing this correction, right, if this is what they're measuring? Why would they need to correct it at all? Take your time and read it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am reading it.
P equals radius of curvature? What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Are radii curves?
Radii are scalar numbers.
Is radii are scalar numbers, really? Is a radius a fucking curve? Is it a curve line?
Is a scalar.
You're not answering my question, you retard. It's a scalar. What's a fucking scalar, dumb fuck?
It's a number that doesn't have a direction.
Boy, then that solves the problem. Is a radius of a fucking circle? What's a radius?
A radius is how far you are away from a point.
Oh my god.
Okay, so what Indio posted
Okay.
here.
Go ahead, Indio. I'm gonna take a break. He's a fucking retard.
It says, just so you understand this, what it says is
Mhm.
the reduction is due to the circumstance that the verticals at the two stations are not on the same vertical plane. They didn't measure that though.
Okay, so what do you
Because
think
if you
it
read
means by
further,
it?
it says altitude does not actually come into an account.
Yes.
All they're doing is
So
taking the triangle, right, and they're mapping it to what this says, the Clark ellipsoid of 1866. Okay, that's what they're doing. That's what the purpose of this is. They're mapping their measurements onto another surface. You can go read Gauss's theorem of Egregium. Tells you exactly how to do this. This is in line with that. You can map any surface to any other surface. It's how 3D fucking texturing works on wireframe models. None of this shit's mysterious. You just listen to idiots, so now you're like fucking carrying their water.
okay. So what do you think it means when it says the verticals of the two stations are not in the same vertical plane? Why would that be important?
They're not after they do the calculation.
No, they're not observed to be in the same vertical plane. Why would that be important?
Okay, if they were observed to be in the same vertical plane, they wouldn't need to do a correction. Now, would they?
Why do you think it's important?
Why would they need to do a correction? Why do they need to do this at all if what they're measuring is not in the same vertical plane?
It's not to do with the fact that what they observed is different than what is actually represented. It's due to the fact that these measurements have to be made within the same vertical plane.
What's the vertical plane, dude? No.
Okay.
No.
The vertical plane.
You misunderstand. The measurements, the triangle they're measuring is in the same vertical plane, but they're knocking it out of that vertical plane by doing this calculation.
Where does it say that they've measured the triangles in the same vertical plane, but they don't want them to be?
It has to be, because they're using straight lines of sight. They're making a planar triangle.
A planar triangle makes a horizontal plane. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
So, what do you think? Why do you think it's important that the two stations?
Okay, can you have a planar triangle, right? That you have vertical lines, right? That are not all parallel. All the lines are parallel. Think about it for a second. Think
Correct.
about what you're saying.
All vertical lines.
But they have to change that to get it onto the reference ellipsoid. So they have to mathematically tilt them away from each other. And when they do that, it changes the horizontal direction. Now, north, south, east, west, right? Now, so at each point now, instead of it saying being 90 degrees, or you're reading being 85 degrees, right? Now, with your reduction, now the horizontal direction from, say, A to B. So say you have a triangle, ABC, right? The direction to A is freaking northeast or northwest. The direction to B is like, I'll just do it in degrees instead. So sure. it's at A, the direction to point B is 300 degrees. The direction to point C from A is
don't worry about it. Well,
85.
We don't have to make it work.
Right? So when they do this reduction, that changes those angles.
Okay. So
because
that plane,
they're tilting it, right? Because they're projecting it onto a reference ellipsoid. Dude, there's nothing you can do to get out of it. You can squirm and come up with reasons. This is what they're doing. It says it right there in black and white. You can add your interpretation and do mental gymnastics of what they're actually doing to something else, but it says exactly what they're doing.
What you're talking about is a horizontal plane that makes the planar triangle. What they're talking about here.
Reduction of the horizontal direction.
Yes, because that is what matters.
Direction.
That azimuthal measurements are what matters for vertical planes. And if I was allowed to talk about my picture, I could explain to you why that's important.
Look, you can explain your picture all you want, but it isn't going to change what they wrote down.
Yes, it will maybe recontextualize it for you. So when it says the reduction is due to the circumstance that in general the verticals at two stations are not in the same vertical plane. So the picture that I drew at 19 past the hour. Oh, what was that? Sorry.
Is incorrect.
What was incorrect?
Because not only is it going to tilt back, it's going to tilt to the side.
Okay, what the picture is demonstrating.
It's not only going to tilt backwards and away. So say I was at point A and I'm looking north, and point B is on my left and point C is on my right. The mountain on my left is going to tilt back into the right or to the left, and the mountain on my right is going to tilt back to the right.
No, that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying
to get
at.
No, no, it is. If it's a ball, yes, it is. If it's a ball, yes, it is. Dude, take
let me ask you something.
Toothpicks and stick them. Listen, take 3 toothpicks and stick them in an orange. It's not going to be just tilted away from you. It's going to be tilted to the side.
Okay, this
yes
is
or no?
Root.
Is that true or not?
This is the root of the.
Why can't you answer?
Connection.
Why can't you answer? Is it going to tilt back into the side or not?
Yes, if all the points are coplanar. But here's what I'm getting at.
No. If all the plumb lines point to the center of the Earth, right? Straight lines to the center of the Earth, they're going to tilt back into the side.
No.
What do you mean no?
Okay. Here, I'm gonna demonstrate it to you. Okay. So say we're right next to each other. Say you and I are talking face to face, and you start walking just straight, right? And you keep going on a globe, right? You're gonna start tilting away from me, right? You're not gonna tilt one side to another, right? If there was somebody else on my right side that did the same thing, both of you are gonna tilt
about
directly.
A triangle, not 2 points. We're talking about a triangle.
Yes, but I make 1 point, and 2 other people make the other 2 points. They're just going to tilt away from me. They're not going to tilt side to side, right?
From the position of one of the points, yes. The 2 other points are tilted away from each other, right? Now imagine, take your drawing, right?
Away.
So I'm at point A, looking at the other 2 points, right? These other sticks you got in your little ball. But I'm at point A, looking at. I can see both of them. They're going to be tilted. Each stick is going to be tilted away from me and to the side. Away
Only because you set it
to
up
the
that
side.
way.
What do you mean?
Because that example you're talking about with the orange and the toothpicks, that specific one made sure that the observation triangle is coplanar, is all in the same plane. What I'm talking about is on a globe naturally. Look, you're gonna walk away from me this way. Somebody else is gonna walk away from me 90 degrees to my right. You both are gonna tilt directly away from me. You're not gonna tilt side to side.
They're going to be tilted to the side. Yes, they are. They have to be.
So, if you walk away from me, what side are you going to tilt to, left or right?
Depends on what side of me you're on. So if you walk away from me on the right side of me, you're going to be tilted to the right. If you walk away from me on the left side of me, you're going to be tilted to the left.
But if we're looking directly at each other, we're just going to be tilting away from each other.
That's only 2 points.
Yes, but then you can turn and look at another point, right? And that same point will have the same thing.
That's going to be tilted.
Yes, away from you. Not left or right.
Okay, have we made a triangle yet?
Now we can look at each other, and now we can see.
Have
with
we
our
made
eyes.
a triangle yet? Yeah, point to
Not
point.
his fucking
Fine,
question.
dude. You're trying to get out of the fact that we're making a fucking triangle. Your argument is triangles greater than 180 degrees. Yes?
If you, me, and Quantum Racer were all standing there looking at each other.
He's
Why is it so hard to
fucking
just answer a fucking
retard,
question,
dude.
though? You don't answer any questions for some reason.
Ask him again, then. Ask him one more time.
Are we making a triangle of greater than 180 degrees, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I told you.
Are
I
2
told you,
points,
Indio.
are the relationship of 2 points relevant in a when you're trying to prove what a triangle does.
Yep, that's 2/3 of the triangle.
He's a retard, dude.
2/3. Can I have that? Can I have that in decimal form? Write down 2/3.
66.6
Come back when
repeated.
Yeah, come back when you finished.
I said repeated. I got you.
Yeah,
You just destroyed
the triangle.
like I
don't
said,
count. We want the whole triangle.
That's why I said in the beginning. That's why I was trying to get him to define a triangle, right? But we just circled all the way back through all of his fucking idiot horseshit. Back to the triangle. He doesn't know what a triangle is. Simple. He's just mindlessly parroting this fucking horseshit. He is geometrically illiterate. Essentially. He doesn't even know what he's parroting. Yeah.
All right. Well, it has been fun chatting, but it doesn't seem like there's an answer.
Shut the fuck up. It's been fun chatting. I destroyed you fucking an hour ago with your does the horizon have a slope? And you said yes.
He said he never said the horizon is horizontal.
Yeah, retard. How many rinse and repeat times we got to do this shit?
The very fact that there's a reference ellipsoid at all.
Right.
Just like, why does it, if you're going to claim they measure a globe, then there's no need for a reference ellipsoid. It's not necessary because you're measuring the globe. What do you need a reference for?
Well, they have to beg the question to superimpose it on the begging the question fallacy. And at the same time, destroy their entire geometric fucking acumen, which is at 0 anyway. I don't know how they could do any worse.
Now, what if they had a reference pretzel?
Indio,
I mean, seriously, they could literally use any reference form, right, and project measurements onto its surface, and you'd be in here arguing they measured a pretzel.
Yep, he would. Yep. It's that stupid. Yes, correct.
Looks like Professor Parks is here.
Using pretzel lines of sight.
Okay, good. Professor Fuckwit Parks, where's he at? You fucking clown. 5.5. I got over fucking nearly 20 hours of fucking dismantling your dumbass.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Kepler in your fucking PFP?
Yeah, did you notice that? Holy shit, man.
No, I'm asking, is that Kepler?
No, it's Tycho Brahe.
Oh, okay. Fuck, dude, he had a bad life, man.
Holy shit.
He was awesome.
And you're that
poisoned
fucking
or some
stupid. He's that fucking stupid, Indio. He's going to come waltzing on in here. You're fucking delusional.
I didn't say shit until someone mentioned that I was here. I was just going to hang out. Okay.
Shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, you're a fucking stone cold dumb fuck. You're not going to get the shits at 10 treatment here to entertain your dumb ass. 15 hours of fucking eviscerating your dumb ass. The fuck you got to say for yourself?
Seems like you got triggered.
Triggered? Yeah, by a dumb fuck. Doesn't even know what natural science is, you fucking moron. Let's go here. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Of course, you don't know what the fuck that is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh-huh. We're going to show that here in a second. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Oh, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so you must have experiment. What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment?
You tell me.
Holy fucking shit, folks. We got a PhD astronomer. Hey, Creation Bear, you weren't joking. We got an actual PhD astronomer that doesn't know the 3 constituent parts of a fucking experiment. What a shocking surprise.
Where did you learn that?
Where did I learn? I got actual science degrees, you dumb fuck.
So do I.
Where did I learn this? Yeah.
So I have science degrees as well. So I'm
You're
asking
an astronomer. You don't have a
Oh.
fucking science degree, you dumb fuck. You don't even know the 3 constituent parts of an experiment.
So you're not going to tell me where you learned it?
Where I learned it, what does that have anything to fucking do with it? You genetic fallacy imbecile?
Because
Where did I learn it?
if
At
I
fucking
could find out,
university, dude.
It's not a status competition here.
I'm not the one making it a status competition. I'm simply
You
asking where he
fucking
learned
clown.
it.
3
That way,
I want to know where you learned that. It's
So
a
I
fucking
can-
experiment, you dumb fuck.
so that I can check out the reference and
So that you can
find out
check
what he was
out the
talking about.
reference.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to check out the reference to make sure that I don't know what the 3 constituent parts of an experiment are. I learned it in 5th fucking grade, you dumbass cracker. My
Cracker?
God,
Really?
are you a dumb fuck? Okay, let's check this out. The 3 constituent parts of an experiment. Let's go fucking through these for your dumbass.
Okay.
Okay. Shut the fuck up.
Look at you, you little fucking weasel. I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
You'd fail 5th grade general science, you dumb fuck. Let's go through them. 45 minutes after the hour. Penn State University. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment. Dependent, independent, controlled, dumb fuck. Explorable.com. That's a research organization. There are 3 important variables that you have to remember when you're designing your experiment. Independent, dependent, controlled. From ThoughtCo, former physicsabot.com. We're at 3rd grade retard level here. When you design an experiment, you're controlling and measuring variables. The 3 types of variables are control. This is going to be fucking shocking to you. Control, independent, dependent. From mytutor.com.uk. What are the 3 main variables in a scientific experiment that Professor Parks Fuckwit didn't know? Independent, dependent, controlled.
Did I say I didn't know them?
Physics, shut your fucking mouth. When planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. What are they? This is going to be shocking. Independent, dependent, fucking controlled. You want 50,000 fucking more, you moron?
I'm sorry. What were those 3 again? I was kind of
Sorry,
zoned out.
Shut your fucking
I was zoned
pile.
out.
Dumb fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're a dumb fuck. You've made some really stupid fucking comments. Let me see if I can think of them. It was 8 months ago.
Yeah.
Vitamin C
it was
doesn't
8
cause
fucking
scurvy.
months ago.
Vitamin
8 months
C,
ago.
you said this. Vitamin C doesn't cause scurvy. You fucking moron.
Vitamin C causes scurvy?
And look at this other fucking dumbass, man.
Of vitamin C cause scurvy?
It's fucking shocking.
Okay.
Really. Vitamin C deficiency causes fucking scurvy. Holy fuck.
I don't even remember talking about scurvy.
Oh, we got
8
you.
months ago?
Yeah, it was about 8
Wow.
months ago.
Yeah, and you remember that.
Yeah, I
Holy
do.
shit. How much
Yes, I
rent
do.
do I
You're
how
a
much
dumb
rent
fuck.
do I pay to be in your mind? Oh yeah,
To
none.
be in my mind? No, I did a video, dumbass.
What?
Nearly
Yes, you
20,
did.
20
You did
hours.
20
dumb fuck.
hours of video.
Nearly 20 hours. So I probably remember some parts of it, wouldn't you think?
You did
Without
20
you being in my mind, you fucking moron.
You did 20 hours of video
Yes.
off of a 5-hour video that I did.
Yes. Yes. You
Holy
and that
shit, dude.
fuckwit civil engineer. The
Are
kid
you-
didn't know his ass from a pipe wrench.
Are you so desperate for
Fuck you. So desperate, you fucking idiot. You don't know what natural science is. You don't know what the scientific method is. You don't know what the fuck is a hypothesis?
What the is a question ultimately?
Yeah, it's a question, really. A question about what? Like, are you a dumb fuck? That's a question. Is that a hypothesis?
Can it be tested? Can
Are you a
test whether or
dumb
not I'm a
fuck?
dumb fuck?
Are you a dumb fuck is a question. So
Yeah,
is
which
that
can
a
be tested.
hypothesis, dumb fuck?
If it can be tested.
No, it's not. You'd fail 5th grade general science. What are the two constituent parts of a scientific hypothesis, by the way? Yeah, you're
Independent, dependent.
independent,
Was that
dependent. No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, shut the fuck up. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does.
How can I talk to you if my mouth is shut?
You fucking clown. What's the two constituent parts of a scientific hypothesis?
I think it's the independent, dependent, and controlled variables.
No, that's an experiment, you dumb fuck. You don't know what a scientific hypothesis is. Like I said, you would fail 5th grade. Intro to general science. That's where you're at.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's not it. That's not what a scientific hypothesis is.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting that you have a PhD in astronomy and you don't have a fucking clue what either hypothesis is or an experiment. Shocking.
I told you what a hypothesis was.
No, yeah, and it was fucking wrong.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah, it was fucking wrong. You added control variables to the hypothesis. There's no control variables in a hypothesis, you dumb fuck.
That I was serious when I said control. I was making fun.
Shut the fuck up. I mean, what else is there? We have a dumb fuck astronomer that doesn't know what natural science is. What's left? You tell us what's left.
No, you're on.
Let's try ABCs. I want you to give me the ABCs without the fucking song.
Controlled.
Controlled. That's not ABCs.
Yeah.
Controlled is part of the ABCs. So A, B controlled, C, D, E, F.
I don't know those. Those are beyond me.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
I majored in science and not, spelling.
No, you didn't major in science. You majored in pseudoscience. They told you it was science. They have the gates over astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, paleontology, anthropology, geology, archaeology, evolutionary biology, whatever the fuck that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, and theoretical physics. So you walked underneath that arc at university, and then you gave them the fucking, you gave them the farm to teach you. Maybe not undergraduate, but graduate level, right? They said that that's science. No, it's not. I just showed that you don't know what the fuck it is.
Oh, well, I'm wondering, did you go to university? Because
holy fuck, didn't I tell him earlier that I have 2 actual science degrees? Did anyone hear it? What did anyone else hear that?
Yes.
Thank you.
That it's different for you going under that arch rather than me going.
Yeah, I went under the real fucking arch, not the one you went under.
What real?
The what? You stuttering dumb fuck. What?
I'm confused as to which arch you're talking about.
The arch that I'm talking about is fucking biochemistry. That's the arch that I'm talking about. Your fucking ass is grass.
So you studied biochemistry?
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Your ass is grass, sunshine.
Lawnmower?
Yeah.
I asked because I was wondering.
I am the fucking lawnmower.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So who is they that put up these gates?
Who is they?
Yeah, you said they constructed these gates, or they?
Yeah, they at university, the pseudoscientists that tricked you into thinking you got some type of science degree when it's not.
Can you be more specific? Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I was specific. Yes, I was. When I showed that you didn't know what a fucking experiment or a hypothesis was. A hypothesis is the cornerstone of natural science, dumb fuck. You don't know what it is. It's like talking to the fucking chairman of the Texas Beef Association, and he doesn't know what a fucking ribeye is.
And how does that tell me?
And how does that? Well, how that happened? It already did happen over the past 10 minutes. Dumb fuck.
How does that tell me who they are?
How does that tell me who they are? Well, it tells you because they taught you that astronomy, which you're a PhD astronomer. They taught you that was science, but they fooled your dumbass.
Who is they?
They,
Who's
yeah.
they?
At university, the academics that told you that.
All of them?
Yeah, not all of them. Only
Not all.
the actual pseudoscientists at university, dumb fuck. Do you think that you can Elmer Fudd sophist your way out of this with me? You are
I'm
delusional.
trying to figure out who they are.
I'm trying to figure out who they are. The pseudoscientists? Dumb fuck.
Yeah, who are these pseudoscientists? That
Who
you're
are
talking
these?
about?
I already told you that. Rewind.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
No, I don't think you did. Not specifically.
Yeah, you don't think I did because you're fucking delusional.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, yeah. What? This is basically a rhetorical question. Give us the scientific evidence. Of course, you don't know what fucking science is, so I don't even know why I'm asking you this. Give us the one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion.
You said this was a rhetorical question, so I don't know what you're waiting for.
Yeah, I know, because you don't know what scientific evidence is. You don't know what science is, so it's we have to ask you because you're a PhD astronomer.
Why ask me? If you already know the answer to that question, why are you asking?
Well, I want you to dig your grave deeper, dumb fuck.
Why?
Why? To expose you, to show that you're a pretender clown fraud as a PhD astronomer, so people know that you're a fuckwit. That's why.
I think you did 20 hours on me, so you don't think that was sufficient to...
No, well, you're live here. I'd rather take a shot at you live.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah. All
Go
right.
nuts.
Okay. That's okay. What's your
Go
favorite
nuts for those
color?
cronuts. Green. Forest
Yeah,
green. specifically.
because that's as far as this discussion between us can go.
Okay.
Because you don't have the acumen to go any further.
All right.
Do you follow me now, sunshine? Why don't you
I
go
think
back to
so.
shits at fucking 10? You know, your wits it, buddy? Well, he can help entertain your dumbass along with that treasonous, treacherous traitor, fucking Jaren idiot. Why don't you go back on one of those?
Treasonous, treacherous traitor. I do love me some alliteration. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
sure you do. I'm sure you love a lot of... Why don't you go Google yourself? You fucking...
No, I'm not that vain. I mean, I'm pretty narcissistic, but not that vain.
You're a dumb fuck demonstrated. Just go watch the 15 plus hours I did deconstructing your dumbass. Every single fuckwit word to come out of that incoherent blowhole of yours. You're a dumb fuck. Certifiable when you
20 hours,
demonstrated
yeah.
again today.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
15, 20 hours. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
dude.
15 to 20 hours.
You had nothing
yeah,
better to do?
Yeah, I'm thorough.
Oh, you're thorough. Oh, okay. You had nothing better to do than to
I'm thorough.
video that I made a year prior that was only 5 hours long.
That's right. Yeah, we already went over this. You're going to repeat it? Like, do you have some kind of fucking point, dumb fuck?
Not really. Not really.
Yeah. Yeah, we all know that. The fuck, man. You got a fucking piece of paper on your fucking wall that says you're a scientist, right? That motherfucker, you could have got that with $1.24 in late fees at your local library. You clown dumb fuck.
Oh, you mean the understanding or the paper itself?
Yeah, you don't understand shit. What do you understand? Not science, that's for sure.
Okay.
Okay, no, that's fucking demonstrated. You didn't know what the three constituent parts of an experiment were. You don't know what an experiment is. You don't know what a hypothesis is, which is the cornerstone of natural science, by the way. Do you need citation with that?
No.
Not a fucking problem. Hold on. I got you covered right here, you dumb fuck. Here you go. Here you go, Professor Parks. Professor Idiot. From Nature.com, one of the most prestigious quote-unquote science journals in the entire fucking world.
So
California Institute, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're the whole fucking point. You didn't even know what it was. The fuck, dude? What the fuck? How are you not a demonstrated pretender clown frog? How can you prove that you're not?
I don't know. I guess you got me there, buddy.
Yeah. Well, that was easy. I could do that in my fucking sleep. I've been doing it for over 15 fucking years to you morons. But it doesn't have any effect. It doesn't have any effect. You know why? Because you're delusional Dunning-Kruger. And you got the masses behind you, right? Because anything the pseudoscience priests put out, which are your compadres, anyone from astrophysics, cosmology, any of those fuckwit idiot disciplines, they put out so much information in the past 50 years. They just sit back and laugh. They can contradict themselves with every other breath. It doesn't matter because they have weaking, parroting, pretender clown fuckwits, right? The masses, that'll drown me out, right? And you bank on that because you're an actual retard just like they are. Yeah.
If you say so.
Yeah, no. If I demonstrated so, and I did over the past 15 fucking minutes.
If you say so.
Yeah, if I say so, you fucking clown. Here it is, folks. There's the astronomer, PhD astronomer. Doesn't know what a fucking hypothesis or experiment is.
If you say so.
I demonstrated it.
Did you, though?
Yeah, I really did. No, well, I didn't do it. You did it for me. You dumbass cracker.
You're calling me a cracker?
Yeah,
Seriously?
you're a dumbass cracker. That's what you
I think
are.
you're whiter than I am, dude.
Holy shit. This is the arguments from a PhD astronomer.
I don't think I've made a single argument yet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you fucking clown fucked yourself over the last 4.
I don't feel the need to argue with you.
Oh, you don't
really
feel
not worth my time.
We don't give a fuck about your feelings, Professor Idiot Parks.
Did I
This
say
is
anything
not a
about feelings?
feelings server, you Nancy fag.
Did I say anything about feelings?
Yes, you just did. Goodness gracious, you dumb fuck. You don't even know what you said 10 seconds ago. What the fuck? Let's start out, like I said, let's try the ABCs with your dumb ass.
How about
Not using
sorry,
the song.
Let me rephrase.
We
I
want
don't
the
see the
ABCs,
need.
you dumb fuck.
Let me rephrase. I don't see the need to
Shut
argue
the
with
fuck up. The fuck, dude? What the fuck are you even doing here?
you. I was just listening to see what was going on, and then
we
someone
know what's
mentioned that I
going
was
on.
in the chat, so I decided to say hello.
That's mighty white of you. Thanks for joining in to expose your dumb ass. I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. Anything for you, buddy. anything.
Yeah, I know. I'm not your fucking buddy, you fraud.
No. Are you my
Yeah,
pal?
yeah, you are. You're
Buddy
a fraud.
pal? Okay.
I'm not your pal, friend.
Okay, guy.
Yeah, go on and laugh. Ignorance is bliss, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You think you're all that. I'll fucking eviscerate you in my sleep. Dumb
Took you
fuck.
20 hours. I think
Yeah.
that's a little bit more than just sleeping.
Yeah, 20 hours. That's right.
20
Boy,
hours,
you're
Jesus Christ.
overcome with that, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, really. I'm just kind of that you spent that much time on a
Yeah,
5-hour
here we
conversation
go.
that I had
Do
with
it
Anthony.
appeal to how much time I spent on your dumbass.
Well, you've kind of brought it up yourself.
Yeah, I kind of brought it up myself. Boy, that's a really fucking poignant point. It must be a globetard then. Right? We don't need to go over anything else here, actually. Unless you're going to go on moot and just fucking listen.
I was planning on that. Do you have a problem with it?
No, I don't. You could stay your dumbass here for as long as you want. We want other PhD astronomers like Danny. Danny, the PhD, he's much like you. He's pretty much as retarded as you are too. We want him in here.
Okay, go find him.
He was in here earlier. He wouldn't speak up because he knows, but he's not as dumb as he looks, unlike you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Creation Bear, you got your PhD astronomer. Creation Bear, wake the fuck up. He's not even here. You fucking missed it, dude. Unbelievable.
Sorry for calling you out, Parks. I thought you were the guest.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I was just kind of skimming through Discord to see what was going on.
He Jedi mind tricked you into coming here because he said that there was a PhD astronomer coming. You came in just to listen in.
No, I was just looking over the various Discords to see if there was a conversation going on that I could listen to, and well, I found one here.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining in.
No problem. Anytime.
Everyone appreciates it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad.
Okay, you're glad. You're happy. Oh, this sir, we're not for believers, by the way. With your little shit, I did a little listening on your shits at 10 interview with the treasonous, treacherous traitor, fucking Jaren idiot. Yeah, he entertained your dumbass, didn't he?
Witsit called or basically contacted me last minute because I think it was FTFE had an emergency, so I basically stepped in for FTFE.
Had an emergency lobotomy. That wouldn't help that dumb fuck either. Yeah, he's about it. I think that maybe FTFE might have more of an acumen than you. That's shocking.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I do. But he's a total dumb fuck. You know, that dumb motherfucker thinks E equals MC squared is the equivalence principle. Wait a second. Oh shit, I ruined that. I should ask you that.
That FTF guy he's tough to listen to. I mean, seriously, I'd rather listen to Parks, to be honest, than that guy.
I don't listen to FTFE either. So
the thing he's good at, I will give him this, right? What he does is if you realize, let's say he learns something on the spot, like all the room knew that he didn't know a thing, and then he learns it right then. In 2 seconds' time, he will be educating the whole room on it. That's how good that guy is. Oh, I love him for that. Xanix got that as well. Just quick on his feet. It's really good. I would like to ask Professor Parks a question, though, if QE's all right with that.
Yeah. What? Like, how much tire pressure is in his tricycle tire? Because that's where we're at. What the fuck are you going to ask him?
Well, I mean, I was going to ask him about the moons of Jupiter and Saturn.
What
Actually,
the fuck?
yeah, I was shocked to Google the other day that there's fucking tons
Google.
of them. There's like 95 or something, and I was like, what the
Something
fuck?
like that, yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Like, I was way off. I thought there was just like a couple, like 4 or 5, maybe.
There's Google.
For Jupiter, there are what we would consider 4 major moons.
Is
and
Google
then-
a star? Fuck you, what you would consider. You're a fucking demonstrated retard. Google's not a source, by the way.
No, of
It's
course
a
not.
medium.
Well,
How the fuck can that be? Wait a second. This is going to be classic, dude. Let's check this. This is going to be a lot of fun. The fuck can that be? How the fuck are you still breathing, Professor Parks?
I don't know. It's kind of an automatic thing.
It's automatic or autonomic?
Whichever.
Oh God. That would be a second law of thermodynamics violation according to your fuckwit religion.
Mm,
You
okay.
even know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Yeah, entropy must always increase.
Entropy must always increase. Well, it gets a little bit more
Well,
in depth
actually,
than that.
stay the same or always increase. Sorry.
No, it doesn't stay the same. Never.
It can.
There are no reversible reactions in nature, dumb fuck.
Staying the same is not reversible.
Staying the same, then that's not an increase in entropy, and that violates the previous statement that you just fucking made, moron. That entropy will always increase? How can entropy always increase and stay the same at the same fucking time, moron?
I said or. It would either
Or it's
remain
not an
constant-
or.
Okay.
What the fuck, dude? You just train wrecked yourself again. Unsolicited, by the way. Who the fuck you think you're dealing with?
A child.
Yeah, a child. Yeah, a child that fucking just drug you around by your short hairs with every fucking word out of the incoherent blowhole of yours. You fucking idiot. You wouldn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs with Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. Fuck it.
Do you know the equation for?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you. Yes, I do know the equation. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. I do.
All right.
You want to test me on it? So you want to switch the burden of proof on me?
No.
Yeah.
I just
that's
asked
what
whether or
just
not you
did.
knew it.
Yeah, I do know it.
Okay.
I knew it in fucking junior high school.
That's
and my
impressive.
60th birthday.
Honestly, that's impressive.
And my 60th birthday was just yesterday. So you're fucking through.
You're 60?
Yeah, you're fucking through, dipshit.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm the paterfamilias that you just
Okay.
ran into, dumb fuck.
All right.
Not your shits at 10. That's going to entertain your dumb ass with ether horse shit.
I don't believe in ether either.
Yeah.
Ether
You
either?
don't believe.
Ether
What's-
either?
Define belief.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. No, come on. You used the word. What does belief mean? Hurry up. Delay so you can type it into Google. What's belief mean in 5 seconds?
I'm not
One,
going to entertain you.
2, you're not going to entertain it because you're a fucking idiot, pretender clown fraud. That's why. You fucking disgust me. Piece of shit, pretender clown fraud. That's what you are. And what
Why?
I've demonstrated here this evening. Why?
Why do I
because
discuss
you're
you?
a scientist. But I don't know. You must have been eating some fucking idiot corn or something for the last 45 minutes. Why you're an idiot clown? Because you're a professed astronomer that didn't know what natural science was, didn't know what an experiment was, didn't know what a hypothesis was. That's fucking why. Yeah, you got it? What the fuck, dude? What do you think that these people in here are on some shroom-induced coma and haven't listened to every single fucking word you said for the past 45 minutes? You think that's what happened? You're just gonna Jedi mind trick him or something? You fucking idiot.
I'm just wondering why you are so emotionally invested in this.
Oh, we got a Nancy fag. He's gonna appeal to my emotions. Well, because I hold in severe contempt pretender clown frauds who lie. And I got the acumen to expose them in less than a fucking plank time. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Good enough reason for your dumbass?
That doesn't, no, because it doesn't explain to me
No, of
why
course
you despise me, have contempt
I
for me, or
despise you
whatever.
because you're a pretender clown fraud. You
Okay.
try to piss down everyone's back. This is what you fucking idiots do with your credentials and shit. You piss down everyone's back. You know, Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker. You piss down their back and you tell them that it's raining. But you see, when I come into the community and you're continuing to piss and then telling me it's raining, well, you see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around and I'm going to see that the rain that you called that you're making is piss. I'm going to rip that pathetic little pecker right off of your torso and then shove it up your ass and rip it out your throat. Good?
Okay.
That's fucking why. Do
Okay.
you get me, sunshine?
Not really. I still don't understand why. I still don't understand why where all of this hatred is coming from.
Because you're a fucking liar. Or you're a
Oh.
dumb fuck, either one.
Well, which is it really? Am I a liar or am I a dumb fuck?
I think it's a little bit of both, personally, but I can't prove that.
So you get to.
I can prove that you're a dumb fuck, that you're a pretender clown. I can't prove that you're lying, though.
No. I just don't understand why you despise people who are dumb fucks. That's just.
Despise? Well, you're fooling the masses. But do I need to explain this again? Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker? You know, in that fucking vein.
Okay.
Yeah. With your fuckwit credentials. Yeah, that's why. You fucking get it now? See, I'm your fucking Huckleberry.
Okay.
Yeah. Not okay. I am. Do you
have
don't ask
Do you have
me
two
anything.
guns for me? Do you have
Don't
two guns
ask
for
me
me?
anything.
Oh,
Don't
all right.
fucking
Okay.
dare to ask me anything.
All right.
Does somebody got this taped? Not you, Professor Parks. Shut the fuck up. Does somebody have this taped? Shut up. You laughing moron.
Yeah, it's on YouTube and the Rumble bot's on as well.
Can somebody please send me the link to this taping?
I think he wants to do another 20 hours.
I don't think you could count that high.
Yeah, it would be difficult.
What the fuck is that? Somebody PM me with the link to this.
I kind of like it too, as well.
I'm sure you would. Make sure all your peers and all your friends listen to it.
Okay. If I can get a copy of it, I'll put it on my channel.
Yeah, you're that fucking delusional dumb fuck. You would. Here, I'll just show everyone how my ass is in a sling. That's pretty intelligent by you. That makes about as much sense as fucking got an IQ of about fucking 3 or something.
If you say so.
No, I demonstrated so. Big difference.
Okay. Okay. If you say so.
Okay, if they so. Thanks, Fotsy. Shut up, by the way. Shut up. 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 should I open up the room for your dumbass? Maybe to have somebody ask you a question? This will be
Someone
this will
did,
be-
and then you started talking over them and talking over me, and I couldn't.
This
really
will be
answer the question.
hilarious. Well, of course I'm
Okay.
going to talk over you. You're the dumbest person in the room. Why? What?
That's
So I should let the dumbest person in the room take over and shit? Why the fuck would I do that? What the fuck? So what you're saying is we're in a movie theater and you got some dumbass cracker come in with a machine gun. We all know he's a dumb fuck, but we should allow him just to shoot everyone in the room?
I
What
really
about
want to ask
I
you why you
fucking
keep calling me
low
a cracker, but
crawl?
you don't want me to
What about if I
ask you
low
a
crawl?
question.
What about if I'm packing and I low crawl, around and flank him and just fucking blow his brains out? What about that? That's what just happened to you, by the way. You're a dumb fuck. You argue
Professor
like
Parks.
His fucking guy argues like a clumsy child. You're exposed, dude.
Have you got any scientific proof that the Earth's a ball?
We already went over that. He doesn't know what science is. The fucking kangaroo guy wants to ask him science question. That would be like asking an economist what fucking metabolic pathways are.
You can't even define what belief is.
There's a difference between can and wanting to, and I don't want to.
Because you don't know it.
Because you're a Nancy
Okay,
fact.
if you say so.
Yeah. No, if we demonstrated so. You already answered the questions, the really important ones. It's all over.
All right.
Not all right. It's fucking 5-alarm dumpster fire for you.
And yet you keep talking.
And yet I keep talking. What does that have to do with anything? Is the reason why I keep talking, does that render null your dumb fuckery here this evening if I keep talking? Can you post a logical syllogism showing how that is invalid? I'll bet you this fucking guy doesn't even know what the fucking syllogism is. Guarantee it. What's a fucking syllogism?
Does it have something to do with independent, dependent, and control variables?
Yeah, just the same as social security numbers have to do with colors. That's what it has to do with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Good job, dumb
Cool.
fuck.
Cool.
My God, are you a moron?
So you keep saying.
No, it's what I keep demonstrating. Big difference.
Mm.
Did I reach self-actualization tonight again? Oh boy. It's 11:20. I got a dentist appointment tomorrow.
Have fun with that.
I hate fucking dentists.
So do I.
Your mama's so fat, Professor Parks, that that she has her own refractive index.
Oh shit. Oh. Your mama's so fat when she sits around the house, she sits around.
Your mama's so fat that she can see ships disappear below her horizon.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it does. I thought it was good.
Well, not really.
I stole it, so the first one I did make on my own.
What you got to go to the dentist for?
None of your fucking business.
All right. Just trying to make conversation.
Damn HIPAA violation. Fuck off.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
I gotta go spend $1,500 fucking dollars again on a damn crown.
Yeah, that dentistry is a racket. I gotta say.
Astronomy's a fucking racket.
So a racket usually means you make a whole lot of money, and I don't make a whole lot of money.
Well, I don't know. You don't have to make a whole lot of money. Just you have to make some money.
Oh, all right.
I mean, you're a PhD astronomer. You're not living in a fucking can or a van down by the river. You know
True.
what I mean?
That is true.
You fucked up. You just ran into somebody that has an education. You fucked up.
If you say so.
Boy, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I remember some years ago. I think it was like 6 years ago, because I was in the Evotard forum. It's more or less the same thing because Baltards are just Evotards in Baltards clothing. But
Just
anyway,
to make sure, that's Evolution? Evolution, Evo?
Yeah, an Evotard.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, got
that
it.
shit. Yeah,
Got
so I ran into an emergency medicine doc. She was a real one too, no doubt about that. I confirmed it. I can confirm that shit. I know whether you have an education in the first 5 seconds that I'm talking to you. Why? Well, because I attended university for a long fucking time. So I know right off that, who I'm dealing with. Right? So it's just a plus. It took about 2 messages before I had her in tears. Not laughing. You follow what I'm saying? You can't go
Not
that
really. Not
Yeah,
really.
you can't go that far. You don't have
So-
that much depth.
Wait a minute. If I had more depth, you would have me in tears? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, you're too dumb to have fucking tears.
Oh, okay.
She was
Didn't
at
realize
least
that was a matter
somewhat
of intelligence.
She was at least somewhat intelligent, right? Being an emergency medical doc, you got to think on your fucking feet.
True. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for them.
Yeah, and of course she had a biochemistry degree. Of course, that proved to be her undoing.
You keep bringing up biochemistry. Is that what your
Of course.
education is in?
How many fucking times I gotta tell you? I shouldn't even said anything. That's
Confirm
one of
or
them.
deny it. That's one of them? Okay.
That's biochemistry. I don't have a biochemistry degree now. Nope. That's what you're asking.
You can't get a degree in biochemistry. You can get a degree in biology or a degree in chemistry, but you can't get one in biochem.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, she fucked up because she was putting forth her fucking philosophy to Evotards, and I put an end to that quick. You know why?
Why?
Because I can.
Good job.
I've been doing a deep dive on old Ken Hovind for the last for about a week, and I like that guy. What do you think of him, QE?
Well, it just depends on where you're speaking to. If he's in the Evotard genre, yeah, okay. I mean, to your regular everyday average, Joe Coffee Evotard, Betty Breadmaker type of thing, he can destroy them. But if he gets anywhere in the vicinity of a touch more complexity, he's a fucking retard.
I noticed somebody posted a thing on a different server, politics and religion. So I went over there, and you know how you can do a presentation, and I put my hand up, and I think I was one of the first people to speak to him. And so I was just sort of I was kind of just bigging him up. I was just saying, "Oh, I've been enjoying your videos. I just watched a hit piece on you, funnily enough. Well produced as well, well made. It had nothing to do with your arguments. It was just all about your character and about the tax situation and all that." So I said to him, I don't want to get into all that, but I just wanted to say that they clearly had to go after you in a big bad way and make an example of you because you're going after one of the babies. Clearly, that's the way I see it anyway.
Well, for somebody new coming into, let's say you got Joe Coffey or Betty Breadmaker and they're watching, they pull up, well, it's evolution, and they pull up Kev Hone. He does a good job in that arena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know too much about it. So I like the fact that his points are just quick. He's on the ball, you know what I mean? He's like, he'll say things like, "Oh, if you I think he did this. He sent a piece of coal to be dated. He did it to 5 different places, and he got 5 different days. Vastly different.
See, that's where the bullshit is, though.
Yeah.
Because if you had any acumen whatsoever, not saying he doesn't have the acumen to defeat this, but going that direction kind of denotes that there is some type of science behind radiometric dating. See, that's where it rubs me the wrong way, because fucking radiometric dating is about as scientific as Professor Parks here.
What would be your number one argument against it?
Well, just go to my channel and hit the dating game, and it should pull something up for you. It goes step by step through it. If it doesn't, PM me, and then I'll get you the video itself. I'm not going to go through it here today.
Right. Okay.
Is he the one that debated that not a Professor Dave? Is that the same one?
Professor fucking Dave, my word.
Yeah. He's debated all the guys, I think, really, but he still thinks the Earth is a globe. So
wait a second, where'd Professor Parks go?
He liked it. He wasn't getting much in though, was he? To be fair.
Holy fucking shit! What a train wreck that was. Peace. Oh, he said peace out. It was fun for him. What a delusional Dunning-Kruger nutbag.
That was fun. I'd hate to see what would not be fun for him. Fuck.
Yeah. Damn. Good one. Thanks for coming in. Fucking CB, you dumbass cracker, you. You even posted an astrophysicist was coming.
Did he miss the whole thing? He's fallen asleep or something, is he?
I'm sorry, he said an astrophysicist. This was a PhD in astronomy. So he was slightly off, but they're all in the same fucking bed.
He sent it out and missed the whole thing, yeah?
Unbelievable. Miggy, Indio went on deaf and mute. You fucked up. You fucked up. You should have stayed. I'm glad I stayed because I was just about out of there. But I don't know. Maybe it was just a blessing. Oh boy. Well, folks, it's 11:32. I don't think there's any more PhDs coming.
I don't think so.
Oh boy. This was an unexpected surprise.
Well, is that 2 in one day? We got what's his name? The other guy that wrote that book. Wasn't he in earlier as well?
Oh, I don't know.
Your mate that wrote that. Your mate. Trying to think of the book he wrote. Nah, it escapes me. Don't worry about it.
Are you not entertained? "24/7, were you not entertained?"
Entertained, but very disappointed. I mean, not a single coherent statement.
Mm-mm.
Couldn't even defend himself.
Nope.
Yeah, disappointing.
Mm-mm-mm.
I think his best defense was, "Yep, that's your opinion."
If you say so.
Yeah, that's it. If you say so.
Flattered. That's
I mean, I would have liked to see him at least try to reach some common ground at the very least. But we couldn't even get that much out of him.
Fuck, no, it was over within at least, I don't know, 35 seconds? What's the 3 constituent parts of an experiment? It was fucking over. The rest was just barely palpable background noise. He was fucking toast. It could have been less than 15. Maybe I was highballing. Shut up, Flatsy.
That's what I was waiting for.
Now you can go to sleep. Why did Parks say you can't get a biochem degree? I don't fucking know. Ask him. All right, guys, it's been a really good time. A lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, are you not entertained?
Very entertained. Thank you.
I didn't even go full Monty on his dumbass. He's that fucking stupid. All right, though. But I gotta go. I got a dentist appointment tomorrow. I'm dreading the shit out of that. Fucking molars.
Well, I hope it all goes well. You take care.
Shut the fuck up.
You got it. Super chat.
Superfoot. All right, guys. Have a good one, man. Hey, thanks for the video, Flatsy. I'll have to check it out tomorrow, but appreciate that.
You got it.
Yep. Later, guys.
would they lie? Why 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 would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win at a style, 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsified the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Someone told me long ago that the earth is not a globe. Oh no, it's CGI from NASA. When they claim to go to space, we all know the world's a stage. I know that water's always level. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? The curvature of the earth. Yesterday when I was blind, I believed the filthy lies, the Big Bang and macroevolution. Now I've left that all behind. It's intelligent design. I know it's a geocentric creation. curve. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? The curvature of the earth. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? I wanna know,
there any humans in here? What's up, Nash?
Hello. God
What's
bless.
up? Yeah, he does.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. God is good.
Yep, if you're breathing, he's great. Come back for round 10 or whatever round you're on.
I mean, not necessarily.
How'd you find this server?
Looking for a flat Earth server.
For real?
Probably like looked up on Discord, the Discord search, Discord servers website, maybe.
Oh yeah. I'm not on the one. I can't remember what the name of it is, but there's one Discord list or something. They want you to host their bot at the same time. Like hell no.
Right. Yeah. So are you guys are not on that one? I take it.
Yeah. There's one where you have to host the bot. I won't do that one.
Mm-hmm.
There was a flat Earth server back in the day. I don't know, like 5 years ago. I think it was Flat Earth Society. Yeah, I think it was the Flat Earth Society one, and it's not actually the Flat Earth Society. It's a bunch of fucking Globers pretending.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah,
That
it's
sucks.
stupid. It was started by someone named. Well, he has a bunch of different names. His name's Dense Pressure, and from the Netherlands. You know what he does for a living? He sells NASA memorabilia.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah, so
That guy's in deep.
yeah, man. So he sells NASA memorabilia, buys and sells it on eBay, and so he just used it for like to try and like find customers, right? So you have a Flat Earth Society server, you get a bunch of NASA fanboys that come in there, and he tried to sell them his shit. Plus, he was a weird furry and talking to 14-year-old girls. He's a fucking degenerate.
I mean, just the like being a Glober, but spending your time faking being a flat earther is already very odd.
Oh, dude,
So
man. There was a guy. Fuck, dude. He came here. He created like his own little flat Earth server. He got a bunch of people from here to go over there, and then the only purpose was to get like their personal information and dox them. And he did it. Listen, this was the long troll. 2 years. 2 fucking years.
Wow.
Until he sprung his little trap. Yeah, we had a guy. He's a fucking Marine sniper, man, and fucking doxed him and like shit about his family. And he was like an old dude. He was like a Vietnam era sniper. We used to get people be like, "Well, there's a Coriolis effect and all that," and he would just like, "Dude, no." I literally did this shit for a living.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So there's no compensation for no Coriolis effect when you're sniping. I take it.
If you go in the Coriolis channel, the world record long distance snipe is in there. I think it's 4 miles. It's either 4.2 or 2.4 miles. And even says he didn't take any Coriolis effect into account.
And how long would that shot would have been in the air?
28 seconds, I think. If I remember.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, we even like he has it on his website. So that's what like he's like part of a little group that does like super long distance sniping, shooting, sport shooting, and even had it on his website. You didn't use the Coriolis effect, and just to verify it. One of the members here emailed him, and he confirmed it. No Coriolis effect. It's not. If there was a Coriolis effect, it wouldn't even be practical to calculate it. Like you're going to be under fire and be like, okay, what's my azimuth? What way am I pointing? What latitude am I on? Yeah, and then here's my calculation. And now, how do I adjust for frickin' 6 inches to the right? Come on, dude. Don't do that shit, man. It's not possible. There's something with a bullet. It's called gyroscopic drift. Anyway. So bullets spin, and the tip of the bullet precesses, and it'll frickin' basically, it kind of corkscrews a little bit. So, you know, you can't really compensate for it because there's other variables that are will confound it. So another one is you ever seen the old battleships from World War II with the huge guns?
Probably.
Giant guns like the USS Iowa, the USS Missouri. They have 16-inch freaking rounds, artillery rounds, which is a big fucking round.
More than a foot.
Yeah, the gunpowder, right, that they pack in there is like it's like a bag of gunpowder that's like 18 inches around and like 2 feet long inside of like a canvas bag that they have to pack behind the bullet round.
When you say a 16-inch round, are we talking about the circumference of the round or the rate? Okay.
No, the diameter of the round.
Okay. So it's more than a foot wide. Okay.
Yes. So they have a firing chart for it, and there's no Coriolis effect in the firing chart, and it goes out to 30,000 meters.
There you go.
They do have a curvature calculation for 30,000 meters, and that's 90 feet. So it's supposed to go 90 feet farther because of the curve of the Earth. But they also tested the accuracy of these guns. In 1984, they tested the accuracy off the island of Crete, and so you have a circle, right, of where the bullet lands. Any particular round is going to land anywhere. The spread, right, the pattern is 250 yards.
Okay.
So that means you don't know within a certainty of 250 yards where the round's going to land anyway. So compensating for 90 feet doesn't do anything, doesn't really help you.
Right.
Because 90 feet's only 30 yards, right? So the error is fucking...
That's well within the spread.
8 times larger than the frickin' precision of your fucking aiming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about the Coriolis effect, it's not like it was discovered. It's not like people were like firing cannon and like, man, we keep missing. Why we keep missing? Must be the rotation of the Earth. No, someone came up with a formula like this is what it should be if the Earth is rotating at this speed. So here's my formulas to calculate, how much drift there's going to be, and yeah, so. A lot of times, if you look in sniper manuals, they'll mention sniper artillery manuals. They mention the Coriolis effect, but when you look at the tables, the firing tables, it's not in there. Like there's no formula actually in there. and it's usually like right at the beginning. Like the Coriolis effect, there's a Coriolis effect when firing, blah blah blah, because of the rotation of the Earth. But then, like when you get to the bottom of like I'm talking about the manual for using the weapon.
Mhm.
But when you get to the bottom and they have all the firing tables and all the formulas, there's no Coriolis or anything like that in it. There's not curvature either. The only one I've ever seen curvature is for the guns I would just mention, the 16-inch gun.
Mhm.
Called the Mark 7, I think.
And that 90 feet is when it shoots how far out?
30,000 meters.
Okay, 30,000.
30 kilometers.
30 kilometers, which is about like
16 miles ish.
Okay.
0.6 kilometers per mile.
Yeah, right.
Or 0.6 miles per kilometer, sorry. So I think that's 18 miles. And that's the end
Yeah,
of the
somewhere.
firing table. It just doesn't have any more entries. You know what I mean? They just. Really can't fire artillery further than that without having a giant gun. Now they do have artillery that fires farther than that, but it's rocket assisted artillery. So after it fires,
Okay.
there's a rocket at the end of the round that fires, so it makes it go a little bit farther. Reminds me, NASA they had this program called HARP back in the 70s. So because they had a lot of these battleships, but there was like 3 left in the 90s. But when they were decommissioning them, what they did was they took the guns and they welded them end to end, and they made a giant gun. And NASA was going to try and shoot something into space with a gun.
Did they end up doing it?
No, of course not. This is another way to waste money, man.
Wow. God bless America.
So there was a guy named John Bull. He was trying to make. He worked on that project, and he was gonna trying to make the world's largest artillery piece. It was supposed to fire like something like 120 miles. Giant fucking cannon on that would be on railroad tracks. He was doing it for Iraq. And then he was Canadian, and fucking the Mossad assassinated him. Here, I'll post a picture of that freaking NASA gun. I wonder if there's a video of this firing. Would you say you're on the fence? You're a flat earther? What the hell's your
I mean, yeah.
Concave Earther? The hell's that?
Concave Earth is that we live on the inside of the Earth, with a circumference the same as what the globers say.
The black sun and all that shit, and the pyramids are projecting the sky.
I've never heard of any of that before. It's
Huh.
new.
That's probably why you get the reaction you get about concave Earth, because that's what. So a few years back, there was a guy named Lord Stephen Christ.
Okay.
He's a concave earther, and he made a bunch of psychopathic fucking videos about concave Earth.
Yeah, the dude's fucking weird.
Yeah, but that's part of it. Part of it is so the sky is actually a giant fucking orb, but you can't see it because it's so big, right? Right now, imagine all the stars are inside of a big orb in the sky. Sun, the moon, the frickin' stars are inside of a giant orb. It's gigantic, right?
Hmm.
It's like think about the internal radius of the Earth for concave Earth, say it's 3,959 miles. This orb would be something like, have a radius of 3,500 miles. But it's in the sky, so you can't see the edge of it because, of the horizon and shit. Right, so it's a giant orb, but it's projected into the sky by the Great Pyramids.
What?
And they call this orb the Black Sun. They don't call. I mean, they're concave earthers, but they also have another name. It's called cellular cosmogony.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that term, because that's the term that the founder used back in the early 1900s.
Yes. The Koresh Society.
Yeah,
you
right.
Aware of them? Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I know. And the rectilineator and.
Right. And the rectilineator is pretty much the reason why I stake my claim on that particular model, the concave model, instead of any of the other two models. Because, like, if we're talking about the actual shape of the Earth, the concave movement actually has an experiment which directly measures the physical shape of the Earth. Neither of the other two movements do. That's a pretty big problem.
Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
The equipment, the materials they used were pretty shitty for the time they used them. Because they used like wood and iron and just like shit. And they used it on a seashore. So that shit will expand and contract and do all sorts of shit. You know what I mean? I'm not complaining. I'm not saying they fucked up. They just used what they used at the time. They had at the time.
That's fair.
And what they had wasn't too great.
Yeah, for me, I would just say, so if we believe that there was a problem with the materials, then, Flat Earth community should get together and build a better rectilineator and measure the actual topology of the Earth directly.
There was an idea for that called forced line. That there's a guy named Brian Mullen. He actually quit participating in Flat Earth because they tried to get him fired and dox him and a bunch of bullshit. The Globers did, because he was a jet engineer working at a architecture firm. So they tried to get him shit canned. The Globers. Specific guy named George Hattanute. He's freaking deader than a doornail now. But yeah, it was pretty. Dude, this topic used to be fucking dirty, man. Dirty.
So he was trying to do a rectilineator-esque.
Yeah, it's like the rectilineator. I mean, people have come up with different ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a guy named Antikytherian Level. He used to be a mod, the previous version of this Discord years back. But he came up with one where you make like a structure, right? That is, it's basically a giant fucking swimming pool. But the bottom of that pool is convex, right? That curves at 8 inches. That's supposed to curve, right? You build it to curve with the Earth, right?
Okay.
right? So if you fill it up with water, the water should overflow out of it, right? Because there's a hump in the bottom of it. So, like, say you make it right, you make it right. You're leveling it, right? Because that's what you're gonna do. When you make a structure, you're gonna level. So if level is curved, right, and you make this thing, and though it looks straight, it's actually curved, and you fill it up with water, the water's gonna flow out of it. There's a hump in the middle. Yeah, I'll get. There's a video about it. Dude, it's actually a pretty ingenious idea. His idea was to make it into a tourist attraction to help pay for it. He's from Canada. So if you made this right, you'd actually have an instant tourist attraction. It would pay for the thing.
But in the globe model, the water curves with the rest of the planet. So
right. So what you're making your structure to curve, but like in the opposite direction. Kind of. Hold on, let me find.
Well, you said it's convex, right?
It's been a long time since I fucking thought about this. So hold on, let me go over it.
Yeah.
The ultimate curvature experiment. Okay, here we go. I'll play the audio because I think.
Hi, I'm Anti-Kithrin Level.
Hey, I'm Karen B. from Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. We've put our heads together and come up with an experiment which we think everyone could get behind.
Here's me Morvet to tell you about it.
This brown terrain represents an engineered modular floor of 10-meter sections. This floor, when assembled together over a 6-mile span, will curve at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, emulating the supposed curvature of the globe model. This blue terrain represents 2 end caps 72 inches tall by 4 feet wide, plus 2 72-inch tall walls that are 4 feet apart, making a container using our engineered floor as the base. We fill the container with water at the apex until both ends of the container have reached 72 inches of water. Container is designed so anything over 72 inches will overflow. Now measure how many inches of water we have at the apex. The apex is the halfway point between 0 and 6 miles. Globe hypothesis. 72 inches at the apex. It's a sphere and gravity conforms water to the exterior of shapes. Flat Earth hypothesis. 0 to 1 inches at the apex. It's not a sphere. Gravity doesn't exist, nor can water conform to the exterior of shapes.
We invite everyone interested in researching the nature of the Earth under their feet, whether you think the Earth is flat or a sphere or any other shape, to participate in this experiment so that we can find a definitive conclusion which we can all discuss together.
Yeah. It's a shame that didn't happen. I mean, one of the nice things about our debate is it's not, metaphysics. It's something about, something tangible, like what's beneath us. It should just be a matter of let's do direct measurements of what's beneath us and find out what the correct answer is. It shouldn't even be a debate.
I mean, it's easier said than done. Let's just facts, dude. It's easier said than done.
Yeah. But I mean, there are a bunch of smart people out there in the world.
Fundamental problems. Believe me, I've thought of all different types of shit, man. All different ways.
And you're saying a lot of it.
I've even tried to figure out what's the calmest fucking body of water on the Earth. Like, where's that at? Right, so you don't have to deal with waves or tides or fucking anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because then if it's super calm, right? What you can do is you can actually anchor it to you could anchor something, right? Or you can actually put a counterweight so that it put something that floats in the water, right? You have a counterweight, right? That basically makes it so it is rigidly vertical, right? There's a bunch of ways to do this. You make like a big pontoon, basically, with this thing in the center, but it has a counterweight that goes into the water down, so it's balanced, right? So it's basically like a water bug. You know, a water bug is on water, right? You know what a water bug is, right?
I don't know.
You've never seen a fucking water bug? Jesus fucking Christ! You ever left the house before? So water bug, right? A water bug, even though we're not using surface tension. Now a water bug, they're like a bug, but their legs are super long and far apart from their body, kind of like a daddy long legs.
Okay. Sorry.
But they're on water,
yeah.
right? So they're spread out, so they can sit on the surface of water.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I have seen one of those.
Yeah.
My
So
bad.
this is the basic idea, except for you use buoyancy, right? And so it doesn't like rock back and forth. You use a counterweight that goes under the water, right? And the farther that goes down, right, the center of gravity will pull it down. So you get two of these, right, far apart. Now you know whether the water, you'll be able to determine whether the water is level or not. You can use fucking electronic distance measuring, fucking lasers, whatever.
In the end, you just come to the conclusion that there's not a body of water still enough to do that? Really?
I don't know. I don't know if there is or not. I don't think there probably isn't.
Yeah.
I mean, what would end up happening is there's probably a body of water that's still enough to do that, but it's probably only at like special times. And you got to be like, yeah, we got to get lucky if we go there.
Hmm.
You don't want to keep like, oh, we go there now. It's fucking the weather's not conducive to what we want to do. And some bodies of water, they do have a slope if they're fresh water because you know they have to outflow somewhere. Basically, you have to find a stagnant fucking lake.
Yeah.
Where there's no like river that comes in or leaves. A spring water fed lake might work. That might work. Because the water's coming from underneath.
Yeah, right.
But then you have other problems, right? So if different salinity levels will change buoyancy and like, you know, it's just not trivial like these like to do these things.
Hmm.
And then you do a sufficient distance to make it like definitive because no glober is going to accept the results unless it's like orders of magnitude different than the prediction. So that means you're going to have to do at least 20 miles or 30 miles. So just ends up being a pain in the ass. And then like some of the other ones, high altitude balloon with like a gondola that's spread out, like, and you use two cameras and you make a stereoscopic video. So I don't know if you know how VR works.
VR, you said?
Yeah, you know how VR works? Virtual.
And not in depth, no.
Okay. So if you get a VR headset, you have to tune them for what's called interocular distance. And that's the separation between your eyes, that distance. Right? And then you have to tune the VR to match.
Okay.
So that 3D image that you see, otherwise it'll either be blurry in the foreground and clear in the background, or clear in the background and blurry in the foreground. So if you try to, even though it's not technically a background, so the 3D images won't overlap right. So when you look, so you have one image being shown to one eye, one image being shown to other eye, and they have to be offset appropriately to match the distance, the parallax distance between your eyes. Now you can take this parallax distance, and they actually made surveying equipment that did this shit. The Germans made it. So instead of having one camera, you have two cameras. And each camera represents left eye and right eye. Now, if you float, so one of the common problems is, oh, that's a fisheye lens. the field of view isn't big enough, right? So if you have a big field of view, you end up with barrel distortion. And if you have a small field of view, then it's not enough to see the curve. So then, so this argument just goes back and forth forever. So what you do is you use two cameras, each with a narrow field of view, but their fields of view overlap. So now you have two fields of view, right? So now you have a giant field of view, a field of view sufficient to quote unquote see the curve, but the field of view of the camera is small enough so that there's less barrel distortion. It's more rectilinear. And on top of that, because of the stereoscopic effect of having two different cameras, now the further apart you get the cameras, let's think about it like this. Your eyes right now, say they're 6 inches apart. Now, if you looked at an image and the pictures were taken from 60 inches apart, it would be as if your perception of what you're looking at would be as if your head is 10 times larger.
Right.
Okay, so if it's 600 inches, 100 times larger. Right. So what people often say is you're too small to see the curve. Okay, we're gonna make it so that we're a fucking giant looking at the Earth, and we're gonna make it so that the points of view, the left and right eye, are very far apart. Me and Jobsy were talking about this last night. I'm actually thinking about doing this shit at Revere Beach.
Like if you tried to like cross-eyedly look at the same spot, then it would look weird on a globe. Like your left eye would be seeing it curved one way and your right eye would be seeing it curved the other way.
Well, you'd be looking at it from two different angles, so you'd see those angles overlap. It would be easier to perceive a curve than if you were looking at it through one eye. It's not like your field of view is going to be larger. There's going to be less distortion, and because we naturally see stereoscopically, you're going to have depth perception because the globe is supposed to curve in every direction, right? Not just away from you, right? It's supposed to curve in every direction. You're supposed to be on the top of the ball, right? Supposed to curve to the left, curve to the right, curve at 10 degrees or 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, every fucking o'clock it's supposed to curve down away from you. And it's supposed to curve in between those points, right? So a line at 1 o'clock and a line at 2 o'clock is also supposed to have a curve between it, right? But we can't perceive that because we don't have that level of depth perception. Well, you can cheat this. You can increase your depth perception by taking stereoscopic images using two cameras that are very far apart. But one of the problems with this is using a standard fucking camera, the lens kind of isn't big enough. Well, you can go get telescopes, like a reflector telescope that have bigger ones, but they're not really made for terrestrial viewing. They're made for looking at stars, so they don't produce really crisp images. And then when you have an opening that big, you have the problem of there's too much light getting in, right? So now you have overexposure. So that, another thing I thought about is having someone design a fucking infrared camera, because infrared lets you see a lot farther, cuts through haze and dust and water vapor and all that shit, right? So like the optimal camera, the optimal device to make an observation doesn't exist, pretty much. It just doesn't exist. It's just not out there. Can't go buy it. Because even like a P900 or P1000, the sensor's exceedingly small, has a ridiculous zoom, but the sensor it's being projected on is fucking tiny. So you want a fucking great sensor, probably something like 30 megapixels. Or no, not 30 megapixels, 300 megapixels. I think right now, the top of the line camera, it's about $30,000. I think it's 100 megapixels.
I don't think so. I think I got a cell phone with 100 megapixels.
Yeah, hold on, let me look it up. Hasselblad. Yeah, this is the one. .400 megapixels.
What about the telescope in China? Is that like big enough?
China.
Yeah.
What telescope in China?
Wait, let me.
How you
image
gonna
like
see
the
across the Earth with the telescope in China?
no, just like as a lens. That's
Yeah, how
like
you
that
gonna point
huge.
it down though? Like that's just point at the sky.
I think they have it like at the mountains or something. Like high up
Because
on
there's
the
a 10-meter
mountains.
telescope in the Canary Islands. But like, how do you point it down?
Ooh.
Canary, that would be an optimal place, man. And there's a binocular telescope. I haven't really ever seen any images of it from that came out of that. It's owned by the Vatican, but it's in Arizona.
You talking about the telescope formerly known as Lucifer?
Yes, formerly, yes, the telescope formerly known as Lucifer.
Yeah, way to go, Vatican. And then they blame it on the Germans, just like World War II, like they weren't involved.
Ah, like they weren't cashing their checks.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, there's a lot of different things you can try. I mean, terahertz radio waves would be electromagnetic waves would be good, but I don't think that technology's fully fleshed out yet. That way you avoid any like refraction or just interference, because they're not like really naturally occurring wavelength or frequency, I should say. Yeah, Nash here's wondering what we can do to figure it out. No, I'm just telling Hank.
Oh,
Talking
okay.
about.
Gotcha.
I don't know how long Hank's been here.
Yeah, I just got here. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's a concaver, so.
Oh, fantastic. So when I go outside and I look up at the sky, am I looking at the Orient? When I see the stars?
Yeah, that's the gun NASA was testing. Their space gun. They were trying to shoot China.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've actually spent quite
Guys.
a bit of time with Cell Earthers. I used to play video games with them back in the day.
Wait, what? Set
He's not a
letters?
Cell Earther. He didn't
What
even
is
know
it?
what the black sun and the pyramid thing was.
Oh, okay. So
What
he's
is?
just
So he hasn't
like,
fallen completely into insanity yet.
okay.
What is set letter, guys?
A concaver that goes way too far.
Whoa. Like
Yeah.
how far?
Well, they
Like,
think that the Earth
yeah.
is us living on the inside of a sphere, and we live in a cell, and the sun, moon, and
like
stars are all in between
like
us and the Orient. And I
inside
like to
out.
joke with them, and I like to ask them if, when I look at the stars, is that like China?
Man, that kind of, yeah, that's kind of stupid.
And it's worse than that, Hank. You're being nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so the sky is actually, they call it the black sun. It is a giant ball in the sky that's too big for you to see the edges of the ball. Okay, it is projected by the Great Pyramids. All the stars and the sun and everything is a projection from the Great Pyramids. So I posted an image of it in the chat. It's called
Yeah, every time I think about the Cell Earthers, I think about Steven called himself Crisco or something.
Lord Stephen Christ.
Yeah, Crisco. Yeah, he gets arrested in that arrest video is so funny.
Dude, he even admitted he was schizophrenic. Like, I mean, it's so. I might
Yeah.
be schizophrenic, but that don't make me wrong. Well, yeah, technically, it don't make you wrong, but you are wrong.
First and only conversation I had with the guy, he stumbles in free chan. And I was like, so you call yourself Stephen Christ, huh? And I'm automatically thinking like Monarch Mind Control and, stuff like that. And I said, who wrote the Bible? He was like, I did. I was like, okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah, he was out there. I actually saw. You remember Gandalf? Gandalf the Green? He was a flat earther. He's a mod on the old server and went to he watched the 12-hour Concave Earther hosted by Stephen J. Christ, and then fucking went nuts. Became a concaver.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
used to.
I don't want to get in his personal life, but dude, he fell into that, and his whole life fucking fell apart.
Oh wow.
Family,
Yeah,
kids, life, all fucking job, everything, dude.
I used to play video games with those guys. Just being friendly because at free chan was like, it didn't really matter if you were globe, flat, or concave, or everybody was welcome. In the early days, and I would play like the Division and Call of Duty with those folks.
And I liked the Division, but there was end up being too many cheaters on that shit.
Yeah, it was kind of like a RPG in the sense that you get to upgrade your weapons and your armor, but it was a shooting game, but it was third person.
Yeah, I played it. I played it for a while, but
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
it ended up being like to get to like the top, dude. The people that were quote unquote at the top, they had weapons that were just like ridiculous, right? So 1 million DPS and shit.
Oh yeah, that's cheating. I remember I was playing Dead Island one day and just playing with a rando. He comes up to me and starts shooting me. I'm like, what the fuck? He ain't got no audio or nothing. And he keeps like shooting at me and then shooting at the ground. And then I'll notice there's an AK there and I pick it up and it's like the magazine was like unlimited. Just keep shooting. like, oh, these motherfuckers are cheating.
I remember the first person shooter bot was called Z-Bot. It was for Quake 2.
Oh wow.
Fucking dude, like literally, like people would be like, I used to play Capture the Flag, Quake 2 Capture the Flag. Dude would have the flag and be shooting in like fucking railgun would be shooting out his ass, literally. Fucking, he'd just be wiping everybody out on the screen. You just like pew 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 pew. And this is like I said, this is like the first bot for a first-person shooter, so it was like nobody even knew what to do.
Yeah.
No one to complain to, nothing like there was no like anti-cheat or anything like that.
Wow.
Anti-cheat came about because of Counter-Strike and
CS:GO.
Dude, the round would start, and you look up and you see in the corner like all the people, like everybody on the other team would just be dead, and it would be op headshot to the fucking head. Their whole team dead.
I'd be pissed.
Yeah, it used to be ridiculous, man.
My brother tried to get me in that game.
The admin console, man. There was a hack for the admin console. So people would fucking join the server and kick all the people that own the server. You see, fucking hilarious, dude.
Damn.
Used to crack me up, man. And then they'd ban them. Of course, they'd try to rage them, right? So they would kick them. Then the people would come back and be like, I'm going to do this, that. I'm the admin of this server. Kick them again, taunt them, talk shit to them, then ban them. Ban them from their own server.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
They used to be like clans. They were called rage clans. That's all they would do is cheat and try to make people rage.
I remember the Morgul. The Morgul said that he was. I think he said he was like #1 at one time on CS:GO.
I've never played CS:GO. I've only played like the original Half-Life mod, Counter-Strike.
I might be getting it mixed up. This was like 7 years ago. I heard this on a video.
Yeah, CS:GO. I mean, regular Counter-Strike is fucking from 2000. CS:GO is like it's like it's Counter-Strike, but it's just like it's more arcadey, I guess
Yeah.
you'd call it.
Yeah. Yeah, don't quote me. I'm talking about a video I saw like 7 or 8 years ago.
Morgul said he was #1 at Counter-Strike.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, maybe. I was not even gonna say. I was pretty good. I played some of the best people in the world at Quake. I could play at that level.
Nice.
People that are known that have won like money, not fucking internet heroes. Talking like tournament shit. That was
My-
a long time ago.
My only claim to fame is that used to, when I would play Smash Brothers and I was trying to train and get better, I would put all 3 computer players on level 9 and put them on the team against me and fight 3 of them bitches at once. And win.
It's pretty funny.
That's how I used to train. Yeah, but nobody's as good. Like, I've never seen anybody as good as my children. My children kick ass. My brother ain't too bad either. We're a Nintendo family.
The son, when he was 5 years old, I was playing like there was I can't remember. It was either a mod for Battlefield 1942 called Desert Combat, or it was Battlefield 2. He's like 5 years old. He jumped in the frickin' like the gunner seat of the Apache. He got something like 52 fucking kills, dude.
Oh man, 5? What?
Yeah, dude. Listen, I started because it was on a computer. I started typing like, "You man, my 5-year-old's kicking your ass."
Oh man. Oh man. I remember the first time.
Yeah, in Battlefield 1942, I had something like 178 kills in a round because they had a battle. Yeah, because they had a battleship, dude. They had like a it was a Prince of War, so it had the huge guns.
Yeah.
And there's a map called Iwo Jima, and we had people trapped on top of them. We had the other team trapped on top of the map, so that's what they were spawning. It's on the top of a mountain, Mount Suribachi. So every time they would spawn, I had the timing perfect. In came fucking 6 rounds, dude, and it would blow them all off the top of the fucking mountain, and they would die. So funny. I'd fire and just watch their bodies go flying.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, man, it was fun as shit, man.
I used to get excited when I would get like 20 or 30 kills. I didn't ever get very good at video games.
I mean, I don't have the time to like really play anymore. So like if I play a first person shooter, if it's got vehicles, I just spend the whole time running people over. It's way more effective.
Did enjoy all the run and gun games that I used to play. Call of Duty, Titanfall 2. Used to play the shit out of them games.
Yeah, we had a little group here playing Call of Duty Mobile. We were all
Yeah, I tried it, but I just couldn't get into it without a controller.
well, I played it on the computer, so
Mm.
they have a
Must've been
thing
nice.
called BlueStacks where you can play Android games. basically an Android emulator.
Can you imagine getting fucked up by a bunch of flat earthers?
Dude, we had like a flat Earth fucking clan, dude. It was like me, Jose, Lou. Who else was it?
Elijah.
Elijah, Elijah. MJ. We had a bunch of us, right? But we had we talk shit, dude. Like we had flat Earth in all our names, man.
Curious.
When you get close to somebody, you can talk to them. So you talk shit to them.
Let me run something by you if you got a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so you've probably seen the Think Big article that I posted where they've proven the Schwinger effect to be true, where they had a variation of the Casimir device with graphene plates instead of steel plates, and they got more energy out than they put in, so it's an over unity machine, meaning that they were pulling electrons out of thin air. And I think it's a dichotomy, what I'm about to present. And tell me if I'm wrong or if there's a third position. So either A, there's no ether, and it's a violation of the law of thermodynamics, conservation of energy and matter, because you can't create something from nothing, like the article says. Or B, they're pulling it out of some sort of background radiation or some sort of field or some sort of ether, because it's definitely not a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Is there a third position?
There could be. That there's just electromagnetic radiation. So the way the Casimir effect is supposed to work is if you take two plates, right? What you end up doing is, so I say I have two parallel metal plates. In between those plates, you can't have wavelengths of electromagnetic energy shorter than the distance between the plates.
Uh-huh.
So as you start bringing the plates together, you start excluding more wavelengths than are between the plates, which creates an asymmetry. Right. So think about it like this. Say free space in a vacuum, there's every available possible wavelength, right?
Uh-huh.
You don't think of you can think of it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, to infinity, and every decimal point in between those, right? That's what's all around us all the time.
Right.
But when you start taking these plates together, you start limiting what is in between the plates.
Right, like the microwaves and the mesh on the screen.
Yeah. So as you get closer and closer, the asymmetry between the wavelengths in between the plates and what's outside the plates ends up pushing the plates together. That's the theory as I learned it. Fucking more than 30 years ago, probably 40 years ago now.
Yeah, it's an old one. Been around for a long time.
They've also demonstrated a repulsive Casimir effect, which off the top of my head, I know the guy who did it. I just can't remember exactly experimental setup was off the top of my head.
I've been talking about the vacuum catastrophe and Einstein's cosmological constant and the crisis in cosmology. I've been talking about that shit for ages. It's kind of my go-to thing. I like to beat him over the head with it. And the Schwinger effect, I find it really interesting, man.
Yeah, dude, I was wicked. I was very, very into that. Like, man, you're like where I was like 20 years ago. And I'm not trying to say that as like an insult, but I was like way into like. There's all these like small scale effects that like. There's overlap between them, like to have like the Van der Waals force and like all these little effects. I don't think they're actually different. I think like depending on the material they're using, they'll get one effect, and then they have to use other materials, right? Because you can't use two metal plates, and you can't use like a metal plate and like an insulator that don't work for some reason. It has to be metal plates, because the metal plates reflect. I guess, but you if you look at the van der Waals force, which is like how a gecko is supposed to stick to a wall, it's kind of the same thing. And then there's other, because you're making me remember this guy. He's an experimentalist. He's a French guy. I can't remember his name. It's like Christopher something, but like it's French. And he makes micro machines, right? So he tries to make nano machines. That was his thing. And he was going over the problems of manufacturing them, right? When you try to make little gears and wheels and shit like that, right, that are really, really super tiny, they're nanometers small. There's forces, he said, that we don't know about that mess up the operation of the machine. He said we've eliminated the Casimir effect as possibility. We've eliminated the van der Waals force as a possibility. So there's some other force at small scale that's doing something. That's what he was saying. Which, like, I'm just giving, it's just information. It's like something mysterious. He was speculating that it was like near field radiation, and what happens is that at that scale, you get like electromagnetic coupling between, like, because you're gonna make these things out of metal. So they're gonna like have even though the charge is super small, they're gonna have a charge, negative or positive. What ends up happening is before these things even get together, like, so you have a gear and a ratchet for the gear, right? And you want the ratchet to like go in between the gears, right? Like a watch, right? So the gear turns and there's a ratchet that stops the gear from spinning freely. It goes up and down and it's on a spring, and it goes in between the teeth. So what'll happen is they'll just stick together at small scale, and they become like electromagnetically coupled, and it kind of just like weld themselves together. And he was like, we don't know why this is happening. Like, we have no idea.
And he was making micro machines.
Yeah, micro machines. Like little tiny freaking gears and wheels and fucking, you know what I mean? He's like literally making tiny, tiny, tiny machines.
Yeah. And they're welding together, like welding together.
Yeah. And like he was it was like an hour-long talk he gave, and like he was going over. I might actually still have that audio somewhere. I know I'm almost positive I saved it. But we're talking. I listened to this like in 2011, maybe 2010, so quite a while ago. It's like a 1-hour talk, and the talk was. It actually might be. The talk was about how, like, what he's finding. Because he was an experimentalist, and that's really what he was stressing. I'm an experimentalist. I go in the lab and I do this shit for real. And he was complaining about the theoreticians, right? And the theoreticians are giving him all a bunch of like woo-woo, right? But when he goes into the freaking lab, none of this shit's true.
Right. That's what I've been talking about. There are no feminists on the Titanic.
Yeah, exactly.
That shit only works in, very safe settings. Yeah.
I'm trying to think, I just saved it.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if there was a third position, because...
Yeah, background radiation.
Yeah.
Big Bang echo.
I love asking Globers, it's the oldest known light in the universe. What's the dating method for light? Also like to ask them, how does one single hydrogen atom escape the gravitational well of the Big Bang? That's how you get them to throw gravity under the bus. It's the only way they'll do it. Only way that I know of, anyway.
I used to use something called Gmail FS. So it's like a little piece of software. It would look like a drive. Save files on it, but it would save it on your Gmail as a file.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, it's pretty old. I used it back in at the date now 2005, 2007. But I got a bunch of old shit on here, so like this visible contracts, secrets of the legal industry.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Sounds like some good stuff. I don't know if you knew this, but I was away for 6 months studying law on Telegram. Took a little hiatus.
Oh yeah. You sent me that channel. There's a lot of bullshit on that channel, though, man.
Yeah, I know that now.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad you do. Gotta watch out, man, because they got fucking, agents that intentionally try to lead you the wrong way.
Or get you to try some shit so they don't get in trouble.
Oh yeah, you be the test dummy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure shit out. I'm not telling people to do anything. I'm definitely not giving advice. I just tell people, like, look, I'm level 1. I don't know. I tell people that they should probably get a license and give it to the cops when they get pulled over. And whatever you do, don't drive around without a license and without a sticker unless you just really like to fuck with cops.
I mean, if you don't look, it's really simple. If you don't know how to use a habeas corpus, don't fight the cops in the street, man.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Gotta know how to get yourself out of jail. Okay, that's like your trump card. You
Yep.
don't know how to get yourself out of jail. Like, as the cops say, you might beat the charge, but you're not going to beat the ride.
Yep. Yeah, I don't invite the cops to fuck with me at all.
Because if you don't have a plate or a license, you're saying you don't have jurisdiction to regulate me, right? Okay. How you going to enforce that, bro? You know what I mean? You can just go to court and go, I'm a sovereign citizen, and they're supposed to just like bend over and let you walk free. No,
Nope.
They're not going to do that shit. First of all, they're not going to let the other people see it. They're never going to let the other people see that shit. Because they'll all just do the same thing. They'll all just get up and be like, yeah, I'm a sovereign citizen, walk right now. Got lots of contracts of adhesion running around you. But to tell you the truth, Hank, what people really want, they want the benefit. They want the benefits of being like a freeman, but they don't want any of the responsibilities. They still want to be on the government tit.
Yep.
They want to collect all the government benefits. They want all the benefits of the government, but they don't want any of the liabilities.
The thing is that we're supposed to govern ourselves, right? As much as possible. That's what it means to be free. Well, if you're governing yourself and you're going to buy a firearm that come from out of state, well, guess what? Interstate commerce has no limit of that authority. We like to believe that there's separation of powers with our government, right? If you got a firearm in your possession from Florida and you live in Texas, guess what? That's jurisdiction because you're participating in interstate commerce, and I have yet to see the limitation of their authority over commerce. A highway trooper, black and white, state trooper, as far as I could tell, that's the East India Dutch Trading Company. They just under a different name.
Pretty much, man. And commerce is a very broad term. If you look up its legal definition, it gets even more vague. I think it, if I remember right, means conducting traffic in intercourse.
Yep. Intercourse, that means business.
Yeah, like what the fuck does that mean? I didn't fuck anybody.
Yeah, and if you don't know what I'm talking about or you think that I'm wrong, Go ahead and look up the controversy over Texas doing away with the suppressor law, right? It's a federal law. So the law in Texas says that it has to be made in parts from Texas, sold in Texas, and it has to stay in Texas.
Yeah.
Now, why would they say that?
Yeah, if you made it, and so here's another thing. You don't need a license for a firearm if you make it all.
Yeah.
You make all of it. You don't need the state's permission. You don't need the state's permission until you do commerce. If I go buy a firearm, buy bullets, buy all that shit, right? Using using commerce to acquire it, then
Federal Reserve notes.
I need to follow their rules. But if I find a piece of metal in the fucking ground and make it into a firearm and make my own gunpowder and do all that stuff, I can use that all I want, and no one can stop me.
As long as you don't hurt nobody.
Yeah, of course. That goes without saying.
Yeah.
But that's what a true that's what a person that is actually self-governed would do. They wouldn't have to rely on another person for their needs. Right? That's what a true sovereign is. A true sovereign doesn't rely on other people. They rely on him for protection and all that crap.
So if I understand it correctly, we're supposed to be, that doesn't mean we are, we're supposed to be sovereigns with no subjects.
Yes.
If you read the Declaration of Independence, one might be led to believe that the people who wrote that wanted us to be sovereigns with no subjects.
I mean, Declaration of Independence is what it says it is. Breaking political ties with the king. That's what it says it is. I mean, that's a whole rabbit hole. You've heard me talk about that shit, man. That the America's, well, at least the 13 colonies, that they were the king's private property.
Right.
Which is why the common law didn't apply to the people here. Right? Because you were on the king's ship, basically. You're on the king's ship in a foreign land. Common law of England don't apply in a foreign land. So they could have, that's why they had admiralty courts. And the people hated that because they wanted the common law of England. Admiralty courts have summary judgment, just like you are on a ship, right? You're presumed guilty. You don't have torts, and you don't have all the methods of, that you have under the common law. You have, we call it, I'll be nice, I'll call it streamlined justice. Okay? Streamlined justice is for the purposes of survival.
Streamlined justice.
Yes, very streamlined justice. Because the goal is to keep good order. That's the goal of the ship, right? You want good order on the ship. It isn't to frickin' have perfect justice. Good order is a higher priority than having perfect justice.
Right. This admiralty thing, it's really interesting because people go into kangaroo courts and don't even realize it. They don't know that there are different courts. And some of them have legitimate jurisdiction over you. And then others do because you agree to it. And the lawyer, the number one thing that the lawyer is hiding is all they do is they're officers of the court and they get you to sign a plea deal. If you've ever had a lawyer, that's what they've done. But what they don't want to tell you is that there's Article 1 courts and Article 3 courts. And crimes are commercial in nature. If you knew that, and you knew how the game was played, and you knew the rules to the game, and what kind of court that you were on, you probably wouldn't get a lawyer. That's what lawyers are hiding, and that's why people don't like them.
District courts are courts made by Congress. Those are not constitutional courts. Those are courts created by statute. They first started in the federal territories, right? They didn't have like federal courts in like the state of Georgia. So U.S. district courts are courts of the United States, for the United States, for the federal law. And Article 3 court is courts that deal with the Constitution, constitutional rights, all that crap. But the states have done the same thing. In the states, we have courts of record and courts of no record.
Right. You want to be in the court of record. Yeah.
So these what they call Nisi pre-courts, these little low-level courts, they're courts of no record. But they can become a court of record, right?
But you have to invoke it.
Yeah, they can become a court of record, meaning that they're actually going to put the seal of the court on the documents that they do, right? And actually take liability for what they're doing. Whereas the other way, it's more like binding arbitration of a contract. It's almost like a private court.
Right, you're basically agreeing. You're agreeing to a Muslim court when you're a Christian.
Yeah,
but because
exactly.
you agreed to it,
And like the courts of record are the appeals courts, and those are the common law courts. The low-level courts are just shitty bullshit courts, right? So
right. So the first time you go to court, they're not worried about that court. They're worried about the appeal.
Yeah,
so everything they're doing is setting up for the next court. So if you start off in that Muslim court and then you appeal to the Christian court, you're going to say, well, I got done wrong because of this and I objected. Then they're going to look at that and see if it was constitutional. And they're going to say, okay, yes or no, right? You're trying to win the appellate court because they're just railroading you in the lower courts.
Yeah, man. I mean, people underestimate how important like a physical seal still is. The actual seal of the court as an institution, because that, right? There's a difference between a signature and a seal. A lot of people don't know this.
Right, a raised seal.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes it legit.
Because there's a whole bunch of actions at common law that deal with actions that are done under seal versus actions that are done under signature or on a promise. They're completely different. And the punishments, the duties and obligations of when you say you've done or are going to do something under seal are way more strict than under like just the contract. And it's just a signature is just a contract, right?
Right. That's why you sign a plea deal.
Under seal is what they call as a covenant, which is something completely different. It's like a will. You know what I mean? It's at that level where it's a higher level of obligation.
Right. And
one is commercial and one is kind of more like going to hell if you break this shit.
So a lot of people think they're in a criminal court and don't realize that it's commercial. Like if you get caught with a little bit of weed. It's commercial. You got to pay your tax. It's all commercial.
Yeah, I think it's where'd you get the weed?
Yeah, you didn't pay your tax on that.
Yeah, like you didn't just like find it in the ground. Like, you
Right.
bought it.
Right. With our money. You bought it with our money and you're not playing by the rules.
Yes, definitely don't buy it with their money, man. Definitely don't. Trade for something, man. Do some push-ups. Like I'll give you 10 push-ups for fucking a dime bag a week.
That's another thing, like the Commerce Clause. If you're using FRNs, dollar bills, then you got to play by their rules. It's their money.
Yeah, man. I don't know why people don't understand that. It's like you run around all day using their money, and like they're a party to the contract now. And basically, the condition for using their money is to freaking follow their rules. And if you're using their money and not following their rules, they're like, no, that don't fly. You had a public notice. It's printed in the Federal Register. It's your duty to know what it says before you use the money, so you have no excuse, right? Because ignorance is no defense.
But yet, if you try to study the law, the cops say stuff like, "Oh, where'd you get your law degree? YouTube?"
Yeah. They always say that shit.
Yeah, because they don't study the law, so they don't want to think that you know the law better than them, because only the lawyers, only they have the right to tell you what it means. You don't understand. Only the lawyers can disseminate truth about law. That's what they think.
It doesn't even matter if you know what the law is. The only thing that really matters is, can you enforce it?
Yeah, because even if you get a judgment,
if you have your opinion of what the law is, right? I have my opinion, you have your opinion. Well, can I enforce my opinion? Can I get the sheriff to go over there and throw your ass in fucking cuffs and throw you in jail?
right? Because on them auditing videos, all the time they break the law, right? The government, but the cops will be like, "Oh, they didn't do it in front of my presence." It's like, oh, okay, so I have to go like file a complaint myself and do a citizen's arrest. Because it didn't happen in front of the cops. But how many times do cop arrest murderers that didn't murder somebody in front of their presence? So, they just get to pick and choose.
Well, it's a question of like, who's going to take liability for the action? That is really it. Now the cops, they're doing it to the behest of their department, and they have what do they call it?
Qualified
limited immunity, right? So they're under that protection, right? And they've been trained a certain way. Like, if you say these things, the courts have held that this, like, if these are your reasons, if this is your rationale,
I was afraid for my life.
Yes, I was afraid for my life. It's always say that. Always say that. Never say I was trying to kill that person. No.
Right,
I was
right.
afraid for my life, and I was trying to stop them.
That's exactly what a cop told me. That's exactly what a cop. You want to hear what that cop said to me? He was a 20-year veteran. He was a constable by the time I talked to him. He said, "Larry, if you get a gun and you shoot somebody, drag them back in your house. Ask them if they're okay. If they say okay, shoot them again. Ask them if they're okay. If they say they're okay, shoot them again. And don't say anything to the cops. When you get to the jury, say that you were afraid for your life and you were trying to stop them." The exact words that you just said.
That's what they're trained. What they're trained to say, man. I've heard enough. I've watched court TV and shit, and they all say the same thing. I was afraid for my life. Why'd you shoot that guy? I was afraid for my life.
Yeah, so I don't really have a problem with cops defending themselves, but I think we should find out what they're afraid of. That's a comedian who was a black guy, and he was like, "I think we should find out if they're afraid of black men."
Yeah,
because if they're afraid of black men, maybe they shouldn't be a cop.
Well, they also train the cops to be afraid everybody's fucking, even grandma's a goddamn psychopath in waiting.
Right. Well, I mean, think about it. If you've been making slaves for 13 years, 13th Amendment slaves, you've been creating them. Yeah, you're probably going to carry a gun everywhere you go and think everybody's trying to kill you. If you spent 20 years creating slaves, you'd probably be pretty scared everywhere you went.
Yeah. I don't even think the average cop even knows what he's doing. They don't even know. They're fucking.
You say that, but bro, I've heard them pull over the so-called sovereign citizen and be like, "Oh, he's using American money." Wait a minute. That cop knows what that means? We just discussed it. You and I just discussed it. And another thing they'll say,
that wouldn't give a cop on the side of the road jurisdiction. Maybe he can take presumptive jurisdiction, but it doesn't even matter because.
Well, they arrested the guy.
Yeah, like I said, you got to know how to, you can't beat the ride. Dude, I read it in a law book. When any government officer takes jurisdiction, they take it at their own peril. So that goes for judges, cops, everybody. So
Right,
they're making
'cause-
the decision. I have jurisdiction. If they're wrong, it's at their own peril, right? Because if they take jurisdiction, they don't have jurisdiction. Now they're not acting as an officer of the law. They're acting as
on the
just a
color
normal
law.
person acting what they call ultra vires, beyond their legal authority, right? So he's
Right.
just a dude claiming to have a power he don't have.
Right. There's
You
this
can't go to a
new.
murder trial in divorce court, right? Like, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. Absolutely. There's this new guy, I Am Free, Inland Audit Media, and he's doing this thing. I think it's in Washington. The trespass law says that you have to sign an affidavit under penalty of perjury that you have the authority to trespass them. So guess what he's doing? Going places and saying, "Hey, the law says that you got to sign this under penalty of perjury." And he's telling the cop, like, "Look, these people are trying to put the onus on you by not signing this. You need to make them sign it. And then so when they sign it, well, we can go down that
I
train
don't
if you want to."
understand what you're saying.
So
Sign for what?
the law for Washington, the trespass law, it says that the person
Trespassing on
trespassing,
property, right?
right, on public property, right?
Oh,
How do you get
public property. Okay.
Yeah, how do you get trespass off of public property? Well, you have to commit a crime. So he goes there, obviously not committing crimes, and the law says that the person trespassing him has to sign under penalty of perjury that they have the authority to trespass him.
Huh. That's funny. Well, I mean, they're supposed to every crime is supposed to be under the penalty of perjury to hold you.
Yeah, I could have got a cop. I got pulled over. He said I run the stop sign. I have a dash cam, and if I'd have just kept my mouth shut, I could have humiliated that guy. Because I didn't run the stop sign. I was lighting my cigar.
Well, I mean, listen, the law says, and it's never changed. They just don't do it, and nobody enforces it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You get arrested, the cop's supposed to take you immediately to a magistrate.
Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to testify that he suspects you. He has reasonable suspicion that you committed a crime.
That's
right?
the habeas corpus.
Yeah, exactly. They don't do this shit anymore. They just skip that part. They go, oh, we can hold you for 48 hours, or there wasn't a magistrate available, or whatever, right? Then they bring you to court, they arraign you, and then you'll get some fucking stupid public defender that'll waive the show cause hearing.
Right.
The show cause hearing is to get the people to testify to fucking that, swear to God that, there was a crime committed and you're the person that did it.
That's when you're supposed to subpoena the injured party.
Well, I mean, this is that arraignment. Like, charges should not even exist without this on the record.
Right.
But what happens is the district attorney or someone in the cops will say, so-and-so complained, right, that, John Doe here smacked him in the head, and I had reasonable suspicion to arrest him, and here we are. And then the DA will get up and they'll make their little fucking speech. Well, where's the actual person that complained? Where's the actual victim? Where are they? They has to testify that shit happened. The cops can't testify. They're not the victim. The DA can't testify. He's an officer of court. Lawyers can't testify.
So the habeas corpus says, bring me the body. Where's the body? Where's the injured party?
So, but guess what? If you take bail, you waive all that shit. Or personal cognizance. You know that?
What's personal cognizance?
When they let you go on your own. Promise to come back, promise to appear.
Yeah, you accept the benefits and privileges and waive your rights.
No, what it means is that you are waiving any defect in the complaint.
Oh.
It's assumed that you've waived the defect in the complaint by because what you should be doing is like, I want to show cause hearing, I shouldn't be here, right? But instead of objecting, you're like, when you say, yes, I'll take personal recognizance to come back at a later date, you're basically saying, yes, these charges, though they might be formally wrong, right? I'm 26 and not 27 or some other defect, right? I'm waiving that. It's basically a waiver.
Right.
It's a what the book said, what the book I read said, it's a waiver of personal jurisdiction.
So how do you get them to show cause? Is it paperwork that you have to do, just the habeas corpus itself, or what?
You're supposed to do it. You have to demand a show cause hearing. Now,
Belligerently, not violently, but belligerently.
yeah, like listen, you go, I want a show cause hearing, dude. I want the witnesses that are supposed to testify against you, and they'll try to kick the can down the road. Oh, that happens at trial, or do that, the other thing. Actually, but to make them do it, you're gonna have to be willing to go to jail.
Right. Set it out
Okay.
even. Wait.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be willing to go to jail and do the habeas corpus. Because what they'll try and do is intimidate you into taking personal cognizance.
Right.
Right.
They always
So
do that.
because you got to think of it like this. Okay. Say the cop made it up, the DA made it up, and there's no injured person.
Right.
There's no liability attached until you're injured. So making you just come to court and say, oh, I'll take personal cognizance. There's no injury there.
Right.
Right. What was your injury? Inconvenience? What's that? $5, $50, your day's pay? Big deal. But if they stick you in jail, now there's an injury. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, both of them, the cop, the judge, everybody, because there's nothing on the record of any person actually accusing you of a crime, right? A competent fact witness that's accused you of a crime. Now there is no jurisdiction. There's no subject matter jurisdiction. There's no personal jurisdiction because they don't have anybody to say that's the person or this is the crime. You know what I mean? There's nothing.
Right.
There's just a bunch of paperwork. Cop said this, DA said that. They weren't even there. You see what I'm saying? They weren't even there.
Right.
They're just putting paperwork in front of the court, and the judge is like, "Oh, this faulty paperwork, that's fine. Stick him in jail." So now they're all in big fucking trouble. But the thing is, don't wait to fucking. You have to go to the mat, man. You have to fucking go to jail and take a habeas corpus.
How do you file a habeas corpus? I heard that you could do it on a napkin or toilet paper.
Fucking feces, dude.
Dude,
there's a case where they dude wrote fucking habeas corpus on his wall in feces.
Wow. So what do you write down? Like, what are the magic words? Like, I believe I've been unlawfully arrested.
What'll
What
happen?
is it?
The only thing, no, you don't even have to say anything. I want a habeas corpus, and what happens is, you go to a court of record. Like, say you're in a district court in a state, you'll go to Superior Court, right? Usually at the county seat. You'll go to that, and they look at the record of the court to see if there's a legitimate reason to hold you. And when I say the record, that means the evidence. It doesn't mean the statements of the attorneys, the statements of the judge, the statements of the cop.
No hearsay.
Unless the cop witnessed the crime, right? Unless the cop witnessed the crime.
Right.
It has to be the testimony that was taken at arraignment or at a show cause hearing. It has to be that. That's what they're going to look at, and they're going to look and see if that's sufficient to hold you. But when they get the record, in this scenario that I laid out where there actually was nothing, they're going to look at the record, and they're like, okay, where's the witness testimony? You're like, there's nothing here.
Unless you cause somebody harm, injury, or loss.
Well, I mean, yeah, but how do they know if you cause harm, injury, or loss? And unless someone testifies you cause harm, injury, or loss.
Right.
You know what I mean? There has to be a record of it.
Right. So if you didn't hurt anybody.
And the record means the testimony. That is facts before the court are testimony. Nothing else. Okay.
Right, because every time the DA opens his mouth, it's
statements from
hearsay.
attorneys.
All hearsay.
Statements from attorneys in orally or in brief are not facts before the court. That's the name of that case is called Trinzi versus Pagliano.
Only affidavits and testimonies, right?
Exactly. Affidavits and sworn testimony in open court. But you have you don't have I don't think you have a right to cross-examine at the show cause hearing. Only like a limited amount. Like, are you sure that's the person? Are you sure that's them? You need the positive identification, and you need a description of the event that fits the crime charged. Right?
Where do I go to learn all this stuff?
There's a crime was committed. A crime was committed, and this is the person that committed it.
Right.
So both of those have to be established. So
I
whatever
came
that
here
person,
to learn this.
what was that?
I think this is great. You're explaining it really well. I'm learning a lot. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
One time a guy slipped me a fake 20 when I was really young and delivering pizza, and I didn't really know right from wrong. Well, I called the sheriff because I didn't want to pay for that guy's pizza. I didn't want to pay for it. My boss wasn't going to take the 20. So my boss said the only way that I'm going to delete this ticket is if you call the cops. So I called the sheriff and reported the guy, and then went back and looked on a computer screen and, told the cop, like, hey, this guy, he gave me a fake 20, and it was this guy right here out of the 6 guys, and they all look just alike. Just, 5'8" looking white dudes look just like the guy, and I was able to pick them out. And I think back on it now, I was like, dang, I shouldn't have done that. But
Stayed at the state in their investigation.
Yeah, I was young. I was in my 20s. I didn't know what I was doing.
Dude, he was robbing you, man.
He was.
Sure.
Was. But I don't like cops and government.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like there's certain, like, that process almost feels natural at the time when you're doing it when you're 20. Like, you don't know how much of the world is out there, so conforming to the system to see like a clear outcome is like, I guess, like a natural reaction to, because was that the first time somebody's conned you for a fake $20 note?
Yeah, it was the first time I got conned.
Well, that person committed a crime. They need to be held accountable. Now, whether
exactly,
but calling the police isn't the only solution. It's just the easiest.
Yeah, or just informing them.
You could have sued the guy, right? Could have sued the guy
Sure.
for $20. Could have went back to the house and been like, "Give me the frickin' real 20. You gave me a fake 20."
Right.
True. Like, you could have turned it into like a court case, and I think people do that sometimes, and really, like, a lot of things don't need to be taken through the court, but people have the money to. Sometimes people don't have the money to, and it's also just a terrible stuff.
Also, police didn't always exist, and neither did district attorneys. How do you think crimes got prosecuted? Private parties used to prosecute crimes.
Yeah, you could make a private court back in the day. People would get together, 12 jurors, and like do a little private court.
Yeah, if the institution had the license and so forth, don't see. But I guess like that does identify with people who have the resources to be able to establish that institute, and it wasn't like from like a directive in terms of like all the people in here, people controlling this place, the government hierarchy down. It's not like individuals with enough resources have the ability to. Did you say like private court? Like they can, like, enough people are licensed and they've got a building that's like up to code.
It's the regular courthouse, but you're a private prosecutor.
Right. So no license or anything. You just see the court belongs to the people. Like everybody thinks it belongs to the legal society. Like if there was a park, right? It's a city park, but every day the Boy Scouts were there occupying that park. You might say, well, that's the Boy Scouts park, but really it's the public. Anybody could go there. Yeah,
public property.
It's the same thing with the court, but the legal society. The legal society is always in the court. No, it's a public building.
Yeah. The people own the building because the people at one point, hundreds of years ago, built that infrastructure, as they were building the country.
Right.
There's something that's been conflated in the minds of people. People think that the public is the state and that the state is the public. No, they're actually two separate things.
Right, the state's a corporation.
Concept.
The state is. Now, you can think of it, it's a corporation. Parts of it are a corporation, but there's public parts. So it's public and private at the same time as an organization. It wears different hats. They call it capacities. It has different legal capacities.
Right.
Now, the state sometimes acts as a representative of the public, right? So it's doing, quote unquote, the public good, right? So it'll prosecute certain crimes like murder, right? But you could also prosecute a murder, but it's just doing it on behalf of the public. Now, nobody's going to complain, prosecuting murder. But the thing is, that thing gets conflated where the state kind of like hijacks shit.
Yeah. It's where the state is acting like on the individual. Yeah. Where doing a public service might be like removing a crime organization. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so like the state courts, there's different. I don't know how it is in you're in Australia, right?
New Zealand, but
England.
for the most
Australia's
part,
all
yeah,
fucked up.
there
Their
is
court system is horrendous.
with the state and how it mobilizes itself and how it like fluctuates, how it changes, and difference between political parties that are running it. Yeah, a lot of the people that make up the public servants definitively are skills that come from our public sector at one point in their lives. So, essentially it is, but we do nail a certain amount of authority for people to essentially make things done to I guess a goal, or like the state's goal is really just for the people and should be ideally, but when it comes down to reality, it seems a bit rich of egos and shouting matches between politicians. So
A state is technically, the legal definition is, it's a body politic. Okay, it's just a political body. Now, that doesn't mean it's the only political body. Like tomorrow, you could start up your only state of divisionary, right? And if you got a bunch of people to, register with you and get driver's license that you issued and all sorts of shit, right? Do all the things that the state does, right? Like, I'm going to be a citizen of the state of divisionary, and fucking, I'm going to register my birth certificates with them and my death certificates. And like, you could do all the things that the state does, and it would be perfectly fucking lawful.
Isn't it
wrong with it.
HOA? Is that it? Where like you've got like a housing organizational representative,
homeowners
and you're in a
association,
neighborhood. That stuff, we don't have that over here. That's some real like, what? They have that much control, and it's some Karen fucking saying like, you can't come into our neighborhood. It's just, but like I do understand that.
You have to cut it lower.
Yeah, no, but I do understand that. It's just like, well, we maintain our like living standards where we live based on the choices that we've made locally, and so in a sense, that's where like our people all live together in a kind of harmony aspect, and they derive certain values, and therefore they try to upkeep things for the benefit of everybody. Like, but there are some people that power trip, that get a little bit too high, a little bit too fast, and don't think like where they've come from. I have power over people means I'm not providing for people, but I'm providing more for myself, and it's just like that's a bad mentality, especially when you're in the authority. To you have certain things that citizens don't have, like the power of the state for you to make decisions, that affect people.
I mean, ideally, the state's power is given to it voluntarily, but that's not the case. We can pretend it is, but it really ain't.
Skilled tacticians, running the, directing the ship, So we're an empire. And there's certain aspects that we will talented leaders of our country will, express different things in our own country to achieve different goals, and a lot of the prime ministers and presidents and leaders and local leaders, I think, get to a certain level of leadership inside the country, and then go, well, I can't make anything good. I can only try and clean up, all the bad that we have, and hopefully things will, go all right. And I think one side says we need to take our country out of debt, and another country goes, if we choose to save as much money as we can, more people will die, so we have to spend more money because people's lives mean more than money. But there's a balance, right? And I think, the red versus blue. I feel like you can't live outside of your means. So if you're a red state and you understand completely what your costs are and what taking you outside of what your city can afford is, like, they understand that a lot better, where blue is just about giving no matter what, because people's lives mean more than money. But sometimes, they sink the lifeboat. So I rant
Yeah,
over.
and sometimes their harebrained schemes don't work.
Mm.
Right. So I'll give you an example of this. Is that okay? So way back in like the 80s, they were gonna put child seats in airplanes, car seats. You know, like for kids, right?
Yeah.
Protect the kids, turbulence doesn't fall around. Well, they didn't do that because they were actually pretty smart. Because they figured out, well, if we put car seats in airplanes, then we have to raise the price, and if we raise the price, more people will drive, and driving is more dangerous than flying. So more kids will die if we put car seats in airplanes, right? But a liberal would
That's a
put the car seat.
roundabout way.
Yeah, well, I mean, things have unexpected consequences. So liberals
Yeah,
be like,
but
oh, if we do this, and all these people will live, but then when they do that, some other fucking people die, right?
but all the airline companies are getting more money because they've figured out they don't need to give kids car seats. It's like,
I mean, look at the you know, the thing, right? The thing we just went through for the last few years, right?
yeah,
So they're like, oh, we saved all these people from, you know, with our quarantining. Well, all these
you
people died of
off all the airlines.
overdoses and they're alcoholics, and now they got mental health problems, and people committing suicide, and like they offed more people. You know, the cure was worse than the disease, literally.
But that's funny because if you think about how good our economy was based on all the like global travel and the, I guess, like, have you seen those radar maps where it shows all planes in the sky at one time? I was quite shocked at how many planes are in the air. You know, it was 2019, like before COVID, at any one time, and it kind of freaked me out a little bit about, you know, because I think of an airplane as being gigantic, and maybe, yeah, as I say, when you see the world more, you know, you put things in perspective. And I think I was about 25 before I figured out for myself that if a cop asks me questions, I don't immediately comply, because I was taught very young that essentially complying with the police gets you to the best kind of outcome generally. And I think that was right to a stance. It was a good thing to teach a child to, you know, essentially, you know, follow the law. But then when it comes to making decisions about, you know, what's rights and you know, using your Fifth Amendment strategically, you know, that's something that you develop as an adult anyway, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know about there, right? But in America, cops tell you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. I don't know what people are confused about the will part. They don't say can and might. They say can and will. Basically, they're saying, you talk, we're going to use whatever you say against you. That's what they're saying. Explicitly.
Yep. And then people waive their rights. And then people say, yeah, I'll talk to you. What? Why would you ever talk to a cop? Like, if a cop comes up to you and says, hi, hello, you better say, am I being detained? Am I free to go?
No, but if there's something happening on the street and you're like, I know there's a fight going on, I know someone is being hurt, it involves me a certain amount, but this is the first time I've really been around a violent action taking place near me, and the cop comes up and says, you know, how long has this been going on? You might say like 5 or 10 minutes, you know what I mean? Like you see that person as the best way to, you know, help the situation to a certain extent. The people that have the training and have the experience, you know, ideally would be the best people for that job, but unfortunately the training and experience to impart is a lot more than is a lot less than what you actually need for the job. And for people to stay impartial doing a job like a police officer is very difficult to take all your negative experiences and you know, how to turn them into fuel for you to like keep doing your job to the best of your ability. And I feel like some of the emotions at the time when it comes to them contemplating their life, if they've been in the role for like 20 or 30 years, there's some ideas that they have that means a lot to them that they can only communicate to other people who have had similar, you know, career or you know, job just like life knowledges, you know what I mean, like the conversations, and that's where you see the thin blue line form in its nature, that public servants congregate together because they can only communicate with other public servants to a certain extent, and with police officers, which I think was one of the most difficult and challenging jobs at the time, because your town can be good and then fentanyl comes along and your town is horrible, you know what I mean? The amount of ambulance calls outs, that's so much like mental affliction to all the public service workers. These aren't just like kids that are like mentally ill and crying about it and taking all the pills and stuff. These are people working in the public, doing the public work jobs, often the jobs that are paid less than the private sector, but they provide, adequate experience, and they form a lot of the makeup of, the services that you can get when you call 911. You know what I mean?
Well, I've noticed. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, I just wanted to say, the thing about the public service to me is it has a function, it has a use, of course, for those who cannot help themselves. There is an issue, though, especially with police, and that is the police often do not, they're afraid. People are afraid, just like anybody. People get afraid of dying. Right? Not that you should be, but
no, it's even worse. You go into an ethnic neighborhood, and then you get called racist for doing your job.
Specifically, as a police officer, you are like, let's say you get called to a robbery, like a home robbery. You got to keep in mind, it's not your home. It's not your house. You don't know these people, and you have no idea what's going on at that place. Like, you don't even know if you're going to be, welcomed there when you do show up. So it's kind of this difficult scenario where the cops are expected to be the peacekeepers of things that, in most cases, they don't generally, they don't put the same value on the enforcement, because, ultimately most people put them as number one. And so it's kind of this, you're looking for somebody to help you, but ultimately it's kind of a mixed bag of, they will help you to the extent that they are not overly endangering themselves, and that's the sad truth of it. Even though we are shown in movies that that's not the case, the movie is not often the reality.
Yeah. But then oftentimes police are engaging with the public, and they need just a little bit of compliance for them to do their job, and they don't know how many of the people that they encounter while, investigating and doing their job due diligently, going into any place and finding anything that may be happening in society, to at least, inform, the rest of the unit and so forth, is that if they nobody assists with their cause and recognizes the uniform and has any kind of respect for it, it just makes their job like 10 times harder. And then I think oftentimes the good cops that I think the majority of police work is done well in Five Eyes countries. As far as things go with problems and issues that are arising, I think our main fear is that problems in the police don't have like a pathway to like be solved, because a lot of their internal affairs is them kind of reviewing their own actions and finding no fault. So
I gotta speak on that. You gotta let me get in on that. Okay, so when there's an internal affairs investigation, someone complains, hey, this person broke policy, violated my rights, whatever, right? And they go, okay, well, we're going to turn this over to a cop that works for us, and we're going to investigate ourselves. So they investigate themselves, and they often say the exact same thing, almost like they're trained to say, quote, we investigated ourselves, and we found that our officers did no wrongdoing. Wait a minute, we don't want to know if it's right or wrong, right? This ain't common law. We want to know if what that cop did was illegal.
And then cite it in the law.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
if there was at least some explanation there, because I think some people do complain when they don't know the law themselves. People kind of make up wrongdoings on the spot, and like if a cop gives you a lawful order, like essentially you have to. There's some sense to follow it, and then if it is deemed an unlawful order, that will come out inside the courts, right? But at the time that the officer gives you the quote unquote order, that's like essentially there's a follow, but. I think some people do with their cameras. People with
seriously, this is a big
cameras
problem.
can just say, nah, cop, that's unlawful. You can't ID me in the state, and then when you can read out the law, that's just a person speaking to another person. I think there is a way of communicating with cops and getting through to them in the situation, but it's the ones that are like just like boisterous to the point of like, oh, you know, I've been hurt by the public, so I need to, you know, dish it out when I can, you know, get away with it kind of thing. And it's just like, that's just toxic, you know what I mean? Especially when
In this stance, you both are actually totally both right, by the way. Like Divisionary and Hank, in the sense that because especially like in this town where I'm at, there's problems with the fact that we are going to investigate ourselves, and that's just the way it is. And so we actually have major court cases going on in my area specifically where we have police officers who they take the judges, you know, out to dinner, their friends together. You know, they all meet at the airport bar and spend time together. You know, we call it the good old boys club that they have. You know. And so it's this problem of it's like you said, Divisionary. It's not really something that can be solved because it's so intrinsic and implicit in the fact that these people work together all the time because it's been such a compartmentalized section of society. Whereas every part of this is like carpenters tend to hang out with carpenters, electricians with electricians, you know. And so the police officers with the
don't have to say the statement.
It's not. This is not.
Come on, man! Like. Do yourself a disservice. Let's think about solutions.
It's not that it cannot be solved. It's that it is desired to not be solved. It's not that it cannot be solved. It's that it does not want to be solved. It is a problem that is seeking no solution on purpose. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm not trying to be a downer, but it's to just alert people who are listening that this is a major problem. Like we have, you know, there is a jury, you know, a grand jury that you should be able to call and be able to investigate the matter. Well, we have in the state of Alaska one court investigator who has been the same court investigator for 30 years because there's no term limit on it. And the only one. And every time they've ever investigated, they have never found the court to be in the wrong in all 30 years.
Damn.
Okay, and here's one of the worst parts. Yeah. Not only that, but a grand jury has been denied the right to assemble many, many times. It's only been recently that it's been allowed. Like very recently.
Wow.
I know the man personally doing this court case, so it's very like, you know, he's been pushing for this for a very long time, and you know, I've been witness.
That's a clear example.
But we only see it here.
How that happened, you know? How is this news? How is this an achievement? After 30 years, somebody figured out there's a bottleneck here. We should have more people in this part of our, you know.
Divisionary. The worst part is that this is the only reason why it's so noticeable is because this is such a small area. It's in the larger areas where people are even more preoccupied with their lives, where there might be 4 or 5 investigators, you know, at the top, but that's still just 4 or 5 best friends all working together who sometimes let things slip by. And shoot, we all have our own yacht, so you know, it's this issue of in just the bigger areas, less people have time to even notice because the prosecutors are too busy taking on these increased petty crimes or even major crimes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think there is some symbiotics to it, though. Like I think that if we do recognize that in order to run a country or the empire, that is, you know, where we come from, our politicians, our leadership has to be able to responsibly engage with the private sector that comes from our own, you know, country, that we can identify, you know, the different types of public works that we have that enable our citizens and our populace and our people to a certain extent homogenous, have a set of skills and they work in a set of industries, and the way that our cities are built out, that we can organize to, you know, essentially grow as a country, which way that may be. Like, I think we've pretty much settled everywhere that we're going to settle. I'd like to see a new place to build a city. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure cities, we're not building new ones, but I think we've got a lot of what used to be founding the country, the city changing around us, think is we've gotten to a peak, and the way that our cities look now, for the most part, I think are just going to get more plagued with the same problems. I think a lot of the way that our waste systems work in our cities, where they turn portions that were, had so many bodies of people per square foot, and then they times 10 that in a moment, and all it takes is money for them to build, apartments, high rises, residences, places for people to live faster and faster. And sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. I'm talking about like economic stuff.
That's all right.
Apologize.
So would you guys want to hear a little bit about what's been going on up here in Alaska when it comes to flat earth science? This is a flat earth group after all, right?
Yeah, I'm here to learn.
Here to learn. All right. So, if anybody, I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen this because it's hard to get word out from this neck of the woods, but I'll gladly just drop this in the live stream chat here. You guys were curious. We did a 10.3 mile Earth survey across frozen Lake Testamina here in Alaska. When it was below freezing, the ice was nice and frozen.
Ooh, how was the thickness?
The ice. Well, in some places it was like 32 inches, and then other places it was open water. So, no, this lake is this lake is considered the most dangerous lake in Alaska, and it's because it sits right at the base of a giant glacier. And what happens is, it also has this freshwater glacier feeding it, fresh water. And then not only that, it has Indian Creek, Bear Creek, and a couple other creeks feeding this. And so it takes a while for those. It ends up going down the Kasilof River out to the Cook Inlet, which is the ocean. And so it's a very big lake. It's 20 miles long, and it's about 6 miles wide at its widest point.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's massive, okay? And it, like I said, it sits at the bottom of this glacier, which is pretty noteworthy because the wind comes down off that glacier sometimes at about 100 miles an hour. So it's a wind channel. It's very like the lake when it's summer will get 14-foot waves. So if you're in a little fishing boat, you're screwed. People die on this lake.
Is the ice the thickest closer to where the glacier sits, or is there like a part of the glacier where the ice, like as the glacier is falling into the lake, let's say, that is the part where it tends to have the most like thinner, more body of water? Like when it's in winter, I'm guessing it freezes around the entire edge.
So what happens is in winter it doesn't freeze around the entire edge, and this is because of those springs that come in. In fact, Indian Creek is more of a river than it is a creek. So that part of the lake is incredibly dangerous. Indian Creek comes out near the glacier. It's this giant gorge leading up to it, and around where the glacier actually feeds in is an area called Devil's Bay, and that place is suicide out on the ice. Like, it would be a suicide trip for me to attempt to go out there. And we're not going out there. We're going to stop at Indian Creek, which is about at the 19.5 mile mark. And that's still going to be...
Creek feeds into it or feeds out?
Feeds into it. It feeds in right where the glacier
so
feeds.
You've got an Indian Creek and the glacier. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying
so we're going to be... I could send you maybe a map that I might have. I might drop a map here in the chat here shortly.
Any pictures of Indian Creek?
Yeah, I'll drop.
How big are these gorges?
It.
Right, there must be some pretty impressive gorges.
Well, I wouldn't get too hung up on that because I don't think the topography of the area is nearly as interesting as the actual observations we intend to do.
So the observation. You're going to tell me that you could pretty much see all the way down to about 6 feet, I'm imagining, right? So you couldn't see a man, right?
We could, so we shot across Lake Testamina last year, and...
with lasers?
And Yeah, with a laser. That's what I dropped the video in the chat. That's it there.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see
10
it.
miles, right?
And
11 mile? 10.83.
yeah, 10.3 miles. Right. So here, one sec. I'm gonna try to bring open the maps. I have them in here somewhere. I just have to find the.
What about during like a weather event? Say that, like a lot of water, like you have, we would measure the rain by how many mils in terms of the surface
Alright.
area covered in water. And so when you have a lot of rain, have you ever taken like any video of the gorge when the river is just like slamming out water, like it's just gone hard out? And it just
it's not like
the
something.
landscape, you know, before it. You know what I mean?
It's not that I'd have to measure it. I've actually heard plenty about it, that there used to be a cabin on Indian Creek, and that's exactly what happened, is that some beavers actually built a dam partway up of it, and it was already a very heavy flooding summer. And yeah, they had built a small dam, and it barely built up. It busts through, and it wiped out the cabin that had been there for like 50 years for hunters and trappers to stay at. It's pretty sad because it was a really sweet cabin, actually, because it was completely decked out. Like, you just showed up, and I mean, seriously, you literally just showed up. There was cast iron pans and a wood stove in there, and it had a roof and everything. Like, you could be there in the middle of winter. It was pretty sweet.
Wait, so it'd been there 50 years. I'd imagine that beaver dam hadn't been there 50 years also. Was it because when the beaver dam broke, it caused so much overflow that it just destroyed more than it would because it had built it up?
Right, that's what I was trying to imply when I said that, was that it was kind of brought along by the fact that the beavers had a part in it. Otherwise, it would have probably been okay. It was built up pretty high. I'm sorry, I was going to get that picture to you guys, and I was just looking for the picture, but I'm going to have to screenshot my little presentation, obviously. So I'll put the markers
like you're
on
going to
there.
present this multiple times, multiple people. Like I find it quite enjoyable because it's more than just what you're trying to present as information. It's how you choose to present your information to people. At the time, you often in Discord, I feel like you've got to find a good pretext, you know, like this is the part of reality we agree on. Let's build from there to engage. Oh, here's something I have. Do you know about this? And it's like, oh, we actually, you know, you put a laser 3 miles across the. It's interesting.
All right. So here's what here's an aerial map from some high altitude plane flyovers that they took. So this is from the Geospatial Office. And so we came in, were you to look at this map, at about 2 and 3, marker 2-3 on that left side of the map there. And that there is, from that point, is a 5.7, if I bring up another map here, that's about a 5.7 mile ride through just straight wilderness, actually. To get to that point. So there's no road access out here, like, whatsoever. So it's not a little thing. You got to keep in mind, so when you're coming out here, we came out in winter, right? Because you're going through the woods and there's no road access explicitly to here, you're hauling out, 2 snow machines. Okay, you're hauling out the food you need to eat, the electricity you're going to need to expend, the clothes to stay warm. There's wolves out here. There's bears out here. It's not a child's landscape by any means. And so again, like,
in terms of so you're firing the laser, what variables are you trying to measure?
So last year we scrapped a lot of the observations that we had kind of accounted for. And when I say we, I mean it was my choice to scrap them because it was obvious that my helper at the time was going to be sliding the value of the observation quite a bit. He did not have, it was a lot of the this is not my job kind of attitude, where it's like, you can do the work while we're out here. I'm going to sit down and just watch you do all this stuff instead of lend my hands.
Well, at least you've acknowledged that.
It sucked. Well, no, I was very happy he came with me. It was not possible. We could not have actually accomplished any of this without that second man and without him being there. So it was nice that someone actually came to suffer, because this was not a walk in the park.
Okay. But to get that specific accuracy you're looking for, you're going for a second time with somebody who can take that environment, plus somebody that has the idea set of, let's get this right in terms of that's something
Right,
that
right.
we understand. We have an outcome, we have a goal to figure something out with this
Right. It
experiment.
was not. He was looking at it more like a nice trip in the woods, little party, like a vacation. And it was like, dude, this is anything but. And it's been told many times that this is anything but. And it was still in his head that this was.
Where was he from? Was he from the same town as you?
He was from New York, but he had moved to Alaska when he was younger.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
How much younger?
this is
Are we talking about like 18 years old, or like did he move to Alaska when he was 5? Like his family, they
no,
it was
probably
a
when he was
terrible accident. Both of his parents
probably
died
14.
through like a serial killer in an alleyway, and then he didn't have a corporation to his family name, so he moved to Alaska.
They're all visionary.
very
We don't
odd
need to
parents.
just ramble. It's clear that I can just answer the question. No, he had moved up here when he was like 15. His parents moved back to New York, and he moved back, and then he ended up coming back up here for a girl that he was dating, and then got in drugs and ended up back in New York, and then came back here. And then there's a anyway.
No, I understand.
So my question is, do you believe that the Earth is globular, or do you believe that it is flat?
So I don't make an impossible possible statement.
An impossible possible statement.
Yeah, agnostic. Same thing I would say to God. I don't make the inherent atheist point of saying that the existence of God is impossible. I think part of my mind to what, like, I have I guess more of a stronger identity with like thinking that I can't comprehend, or I don't have the innate ability biologically as a human to understand, what happened before the universe began. And there's a part of me that identifies that until I go to space, I'm not really going to be able to see. So as much as I would say that I still have, I guess, natural grips with trusting that what is shown on television, like there's not like a large illusion between like National Geographic and what can be seen, but to a certain extent, seeing the world as round, I have only seen through a median on the television, and that as far as things go, following my principles, I'll just put it in that not impossible, not necessarily possible category. Yeah.
It's got to be perhaps one of the most
are you going to say retarded?
Yet.
Oh,
No,
sweet.
respectable answers yet. Actually, to that question, like honest, actually, like honest to not even a fault. That was okay. So
yeah, I hang out a lot in the Christian Discord for politics, the Christian VC, and it's the best VC because they have cussing rules, like rules about saying swear words, and actually what it turns debates on Discord into is a lot more kind of calmer vibes, unfortunately, the like God isn't real like chord, like there's so many different channels inside politics, and the channel name triggers other people to make other channel names that trigger other people to make other channel, and so then you have like places where it's Darth Dawkins and his room is called Atheist Hotline, and it's just like, oh great, I can go to Atheist Hotline. We're supposed to be that guy that was an atheist that was streaming online, and I grew up in a certain sense. I thought Pastafarianism was, like with you wear the colander on your head in terms of the driver's license photo. Like you can organize to make essentially an organization that has that tax-free allocation. But as far as disrespecting and denigrating religions go, I really learned quite early on, speaking to like strong, religiosity with like Hindus, that. You just don't. It's the easy way to make a bad first impression with somebody. Sometimes that's the most important thing you can do is make a good first impression.
Right, the first impression is always
that.
Right. The first impression is very important because you impress upon people that you are not of a good intent.
Well, I
and
believe
it
in a
becomes
religion that
very-
makes fun of your religion. It's like, that's not a good way to introduce yourself. That's stupid, man. You're just like, people are obviously gonna like find you just irrehensible. So I just like, maybe that's, a line I draw of disrespect. But I also have inherent like ideologies about you should be able to criticize the institute body. And then also, the underlining ideology or, the religion, what it stands for, like the Bible, the scripture, the documents. And I think I wouldn't attribute like individual action on like the blame of like, I wouldn't like a Christian terrorist, right? An extremist has to build an institution from the ground up before I call the whole thing like a inherently bad case. But if it's an extremist that grew up in a society that was otherwise good and had, a lot of Christian morals, like the whole reason America is the best country that has ever existed is because you took Christianity that went through the Protestant Reformation. Muslims never went through that, and that you divided in such ways that you built a society that had no religion that was at the head of state. There was no body of the church that ever reached, there was monarchies, and the monarchy was influenced by the church, but to a certain extent. But that means that in a secular environment, who we let into our country as immigrants and refugees, like we are vulnerable to the types of individuals who don't respect the civil rights and rights of, that we've nailed onto our the public, by the state. And that these cultures haven't changed. They haven't secularized the same way.
It's funny you say that, because in Illinois they passed a law that said that illegal aliens can now become cops.
No way. That's a line that you don't cross.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Because we already got a police state in the United States. It's a total police state here. I mean, you can literally be arrested for anything in Texas. Well, except for like minor traffic violations, right? But any crime that you commit in Texas, they can arrest you for it. And all they have to do is say something like, you were obstructing justice, which means that you physically got in their way. But they can say that just about anything was obstruction. Or they'll say that you were, what's the other one that they like to use? Disturbing the peace or something like that.
You made people uncomfortable when you didn't cause a crime inside the public space. That's what it is. You filmed in public. You didn't cause a crime. You didn't do anything that was inherently, negative to anybody else. But because people felt uncomfortable, they wanted to tell the police that you're causing the disturbance. It's like,
right,
that's their own feeling.
Yeah.
That's their own feelings. There's nothing to do with you, and it shouldn't be, but it's implicated on you as if like, and then if you're not, grounded in your rights as a citizen, or you essentially just don't want to, cause further quote unquote offense to the police, because sometimes that's what it is. You would treat the policing body, it shouldn't. There's like a part of them that they can't always be a person. Like the way the actions or calculate the actions, they must eliminate their own personal feelings to a certain extent in some situations. And that if you actually, if you know your rights and you say like, this is not a disturbance of the peace, I'm just filming in public legally as I can, that they will get angry with you to cause, like, they will choose to smite you in a way further than the proceedings of the law, because they feel like, why is this guy, he knows his rights and yet he's causing me issues, like more work for me. And it's just like, but the guy's not even doing anything illegal. You're just following down the same thought process, the same muscle memory that's actually inherently wrong. And you're just like, you see enough people distressed and you're like, well, here's the cause of that. This guy's gone out for public disturbances. How many people do you think have in the moment, been taken out when they were doing nothing wrong, but because enough people were, like the idea of that person being removed by the police, no one questioned it. But really, the police didn't have inherently a a leg to stand on to grab that person, remove them from the public square.
That's the difference between a law enforcement officer and a feelings enforcement officer. I wanted to comment on the video because I did watch most of it. I did skim through some of it, but it looks like you got a 10-mile shot with your laser. I was just curious, what was the diameter of the laser as it reached
We spoke
target?
on that. We actually did speak on that in the video. You had skipped over it clearly, but it was
sorry about
25
that.
feet tall by 20 feet wide. And that's something we're focusing on this year, is actually reducing that beam. That's a divergence, a milliradian of 0.403, roughly. That's the estimate we came up with. We had to actually
what's the laser
determine.
you start with?
So we shot with roughly a 7-watt 445. Even though in the video I had said it's 450, it's actually marketed as a 445 to 450 nanometer laser. So that was more of an estimate. I can't be certain of that number.
What's the surface area coverage at the beginning of the laser? The circumference of the body that the laser holds. How many millimeters is the circumference of that? If you draw the circle around the edge of the space that it.
Yes. So the initial beam diameter is 1 inch. I'm sorry, I cannot give you that in millimeters because that's not
the circumference in millimeters.
No, the diameter. So the space from one edge across the middle of the circle to the other is 1 inch. It's a 1 inch diameter at the beginning, and it spreads to 25 feet tall, 20 feet wide, which approximately is 0.403. So, of a milliradian.
How do you capture it? Do you have a massive tarpaulin that goes on for that? Can you?
Are you talking about how did I determine the height of the beam with that sort of target?
How do you?
Such a large beam. Okay, because it is because Tusnamina is this fantastic area which has the lake is actually dropped. It's dropped into this kind of area, so the embankments that surround the lake are on all sides. There's an embankment surrounding the lake. So when you are on the lake, it is very clear you are on the lake because it is recessed into this embankment. There is no doubt when you stand on the lake, this is in fact the lake I am standing on. And because that embankment surrounds the entire lake, there's trees that sit on top of this embankment. So not only do you have about 15 feet in some places, sometimes in 20 feet, sometimes there are sheer cliffs actually on the far side. If you were to reckon that map and you look to near mark 24 through 25 and look down across the way, those are cliffs and they are very steep. So we shot 10.3 miles, and that goes to the 18 to 19 mark on that map. And in that area where we shot, it's about if you're standing on the top, your eyes are about 12 feet off the ice, and then there's trees which are about 20 foot tall. And because the trees are about 20 foot tall, and they are just black and straight up and down, well, when I say black, they're black spruce specifically. You can just see the top of the beam part way up the tree. You can see where it stops. And then you can see where it stops on the bottom. And we just raised the laser up until we saw, hey, there's no more laser on the bottom here. And so that's when we knew we had the entirety of the beam, that we weren't losing any getting cut off on the ground across the span. And we could see where it was at the top. And yeah, that's how we determined that.
This was winter, right? So the foliage around the black spruce and the fauna would be minimal. What's the size of these trunks of these black spruce? Is this is this natural growth, or has it at one point?
I would very much encourage you just to open the video and then to skip to about 3 minutes and 11 seconds. And if you just still frame there, if you don't want to actually watch, that'll give you a very good indicator of the area. That's exactly actually the area that the beam was hitting. And so it's this pretty nice area to have reference points between the trees as to where the beam hits and where it doesn't hit. Same with, you have the trunks to be able to tell you how high, So it's a very great environment for this kind of testing. In fact, this is where the U.S. military came back in the 60s and early 50s. Was in this section of the peninsula to do some long distance radio wave propagation tests. Although they never actually proved a lot of their theories, as in, they didn't do a lot of these tests with this in mind. They were doing this with just with other tasks in mind.
So
But
I
anyway,
got a few questions. I'm sorry I didn't watch the full video.
It's fine.
So
Yeah, just go ahead.
were
Ask.
you looking towards the center of the beam? Because if it's diverging in all directions, then theoretically the center of
Right.
kind
No.
of the
So
bullseye. Go ahead.
Right. Let me just answer that. So what we did was we had lifted the beam. So we're actually pointing slightly above level shooting this laser because we did not just want to capture the midpoint of the beam. We wanted to get the entire beam. Like, as in, we did not want to lose the bottom half. That was something we very much thought about when we went out there. And so that laser is in fact pointing slightly above level. Otherwise, we would have lost the bottom of the beam on the lake. Yes.
Right. So my question is, because the inverse square law of light, even though you got a collimated beam, it's still spreading out because that's just the nature of light.
Right.
So if it's diverging from the center, it has like a cone-like effect the further it gets away from you. So if you're shooting a 1-inch beam right in front of you, it's spreading out in all directions as it travels the 10 miles. So if you're pointing it up and it's coning down, then if the Earth was curved, you could still
So we
see...
took this into account.
Okay.
We took this into account with our
Go
measurement.
ahead.
And it's in the video as well. So we took into account with the Walter Bislin calculator the refraction that would be needed, and we actually set this well above standard. So we put ourselves as though we were in quote unquote what Walter determines as a stable air layer, instead of what the default to is an unstable layer, which I know that's why they default it to, is because they want to say, oh, well, you're using this calculator and you're in an unstable layer. Well, so basically we had flattened the lake optically. We increased the radius of the Earth quite a bit, actually, when making this calculation and coming up with these numbers. The beam, the bottom of the beam, still should have hit, taking into the account of perhaps the theory that light refracts downward through a neutral density gradient, meaning that the density magically doesn't change throughout the entire gradient, and that magically the light, which wants to continue in a straight path, of the path of least interference specifically, meaning that when it has a higher density of air beneath it and it has a lower density of air above it, it is naturally going to want to proceed into the lower density, because otherwise it will have to accelerate in a downward vector into increasingly more dense material than just continuing traveling straight into the lower density material. So to just theorize and say, let's say it magically, even though there's no science behind it, is going to curve downward.
Oh, wow.
Then the beam would still hit 19 feet above the observer's head.
Bro, 15 minutes in is really good in the video, bro. Like, it's just, you see the massive radius just pulling out. That's cool.
So this is just what we did last year, and this year, because the helper is hopefully still on board, he actually still needs to be spoken to, because we spoke to him.
Yeah, you're seeing it refract on all the trees. That's how you saw it. That's how strong the laser was.
Yes, that's a very powerful laser. It could have blinded my observer instantly at 3 miles away, even with the beam about. It wasn't even collimated when we shot the 3 mile mark, and he was very terrified. He was terrified.
That's awesome.
Actually. Now the beam we are. We managed to collimate the beam even more with the collimator we were using last year as we did. So at minimum, when we go out this year, we'll be able to get the beam diameter down to about 17 feet at 10 miles.
1740 seconds. 1740 seconds. That's, you see the real good like diameter there. Like, damn. That's some. I think if you did more shots like closer of like how large that circumference is, that's a
Right.
that's a Star Wars laser, man. Holy crap, that looks like a gun. That's pretty cool, bro. That's like, what can I say? I'm
We learned.
impressed.
I learned a lot from going out there, and we both did. But unfortunately, he won't be able to help again this year.
You said the conditions were like really like arid
Sketchy.
in terms of yeah. In terms of human survival aspects, like nah.
In this aspect, and fear is not something that is concerning me at all. This is more to me important than life on this earth.
Yeah.
In this earth, so specifically, this here is perhaps one of the best. This is probably one of the best places, one of the best choices somebody could make to do with their time, and to help as many people as they feasibly can, and so it'd be squandering.
You're saying that you're feeding kids in Africa, are you? Yeah, I'm not. I can't judge that.
It's not that. It's for people to know that this is something that, had it not been kept top secret, because I have CIA documents actually that I'll post one of them in here, where they had done some of these observations, and you have probably heard. Have any of you seen Behind the Curve? Because in it, there is an accusation that is often made against flat earthers, and they specifically really like throwing it on people, and that is that we are always like kind of biased. Like we start at point B and then we say, okay, we want to reach point B, and so we make point A lead to point B. Well, in some of these CIA documents, like in this one, which is posted, these guys are literally saying it would be desirable. When they're shooting long distance, I think they're shooting like 30 something kilometers. And I would translate that to miles, but I hate switching between these systems, but it's about 30 something kilometers that they're shooting these radio waves. It's not even, they're shooting UHF waves. And they're saying like, oh man, this is a problem because it's not matching the geometrical optics. So I just verbatim quote here: it would be desirable to obtain a solution for a spherical Earth, particularly in the regions where geometrical optics approximation does not hold. And so this is an issue because this is a top secret document. This is a secret document and has been kept secret until it says there the year 2000. So for the last however many years, they've been teaching that, yes, the horizon is in fact geometric. You can see it when boats go over the curve, and that we have to take these things into account, that there is a physical horizon. And had people heard about this when they were questioning the validity of the moon landings, back in the 50s, the Mercury missions, the 60s, the Soviet program, and there were lots of people saying, hey, this is a little bit strange. It goes against all the science that we have made classically up till this point about what it is that governs the natural sciences. And yet they say, oh, we were right the whole time, and you guys were wrong. Rub your nose in it. Had people known that the optics do not match what they teach us, and hadn't been matching what they taught us, and they knew that it did not match for 50 years, that is it in their interest to teach that for 50 years so we can get far enough along into indoctrination so that when they inevitably come out and start saying, oh, well, it's, because the optics are just distorting your view, that because the 50 years of programming has been put into the school textbooks and into the mind of the public, that it will be more readily digested.
Did you see what I posted above your video?
Let me take a look. This Maxwell thing, or is this 70-year-old quantum prediction, or
Maxwell? Ghislaine Maxwell.
When you say programming, are you just trying to talk about the aspect that like people are demonized for trusting their eyes and what they can see to describe, the landscape where they are, and that anybody that was like, well, you know, I'm going to think of the world as a flat place, was like, no, you're inherently wrong, and you are essentially mentally ill. That's the kind of, because that's when you, like, I hate when people, like, how do you say, bully each other in a way where they remove they like accuse you of not having the capacity or even like the idea of being able to think for yourself. When someone like insults you so much that like they say like, you don't even know you're doing bad because you don't even have the faculty to understand that this and this. And when they say it, it's just like, but that's not what happened. Like, you know, like these people got upset because of other reasons. You know what I mean?
Here is I'm not sure exactly the are you asking, is that something that is coming from me or that you believe has happened in history? It's not
you're
coming
trying to
from me.
describe like the aspect in terms of the programming. I think the way that
the
you
issue-
have the conversation with people without, because some of the buzzwords, because like when you say CIA document, the first thing that comes to my mind is all the SDP stories that I think of, like that I read, SCP, containment, and
Right.
I want to know, are the documents, do they have redacted information on them? Like that's the first thing, because CIA sounds like green text story. You know what I mean? Like,
Right,
you know,
right. Yes,
how
yes.
much
Okay,
cause
so
for effect, you know?
divisionary. This is exactly, just to clarify what it's coming from. You're saying that this is no different than just reading lore of a written fairy tale.
No, but
right?
why are you saying CIA? Like it's you know, it's difficult to communicate the authenticity of the documents that you have, because
correct.
what they are demands a certain amount of you know, undistinguishable or very distinctual evidence for that to be, and to communicate that over the internet is just, you know,
So
it's
there
people
is
going to take it or leave it. You know what I mean?
Right. So there is actually a reference ID at the top of these documents. So there is a website given by the Central Intelligence Agency to clarify that these documents are viewable on the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency.gov reading room. Okay. So it is the place where FOIA documents, that's Freedom of Information Act documents, are made available. And so there is a ID number on the top of this screenshot here that was left in on purpose, where it says next to approved for release, it says CIA RDP 86. Were you to type that entire number into the search query, it will bring up this document. So it is something. This is something you can reference for yourself, and these are allegedly. So let me bring you to.
Yeah, the next question is when the initial date of the FOIL request and the date at which it took the state to produce the documents.
Right. So it says approved for release. I cannot tell you when the documents were requested, but it because it was not me who filed that request. Obviously, these are all the documents that have been made available, and often these documents are made available in large batches where people file claims for as much information as they possibly can, not even knowing what they are filing for. And these are documents that are supplied, and often these documents are, in fact, there are documents that I can share with you that have immense amounts of whited out information, where it makes you really wonder why imaging equipment from like 50 to 60 years ago that can't even be used today because nobody is really producing film. And why would these things have been, redacted in the first place? Because nobody could use this imaging equipment for anything other than just normal camera work, unless it was that this imaging equipment can do things like counterintelligence, like image fabrication, especially when this seems to be the topic that they're talking about, or at least kind of dancing around in some of these documents that have immense amounts of redactions. So this one in particular is just something that you can look into for yourself. And again, it is a CIA document, so you can just take that however you perceive the authenticity of their history that they provide of these documents. For me, it's, to me, they can put a lot of things into these documents, or provide documents that they're just paper. And that's it. I mean, they're just not even paper. They're just digits at this point. And that's kind of a problem.
Some of the documents, some of the letterheads, when we think about documents that come from the state, we think of the stereotypical, we went into the building, we got the intelligence that we were, and then now we've got it all in the original letterhead. But when it comes to like a FOIA request, I think that the same aspect in terms of when somebody complains or makes a complaint against a state official for something they didn't know that was, wasn't part of the law, and they've made the complaint anyway, is the same aspect towards when somebody just requests all the information they can get out of a FOIL and doesn't even know what they're necessarily requesting. I've thought, that if everybody like simultaneously all said to the government, I want all records of all my notes, all my, archived phone calls after the last 3 months, I want all my records done at once. You could DDoS the server of, the government municipalities. Like when you, at the moment in New Zealand, when you call the phone number to the tax department, you're waiting 2 hours at lunchtime because there's so many people calling up, and essentially there's so many different actions. Unfortunately, you can give welfare to the people, and welfare, if you're going to lock down the country to a certain extent, you're going to produce more situations where people need the welfare, because welfare is a tool. But you can abuse that tool, and they just made too many different ways to apply without redesigning the system. And you try and call through, and you're just barraged with a scale between teaching people everything they need to know and then teaching people in a way that's engaging with them. And just, a lot of people don't know about our public services. It's not like information that people are encouraged to talk about. And there's not many civics studies, at your high schools and so forth, and that just puts more pressure on everybody else who has to explain to every new citizen, this is the reason you go to a budgeting advisor. Not only will a budgeting advisor act to be able to sign off, financial documents to be verified by the state, to nail somebody's eligibility to receive state funds, but I think that a budgeting advisor can also interact with, private companies better than you can in order to arrange, more comparable, debt management payments. And often people don't know that. They think of they get into this scheme where they pay everything by a week, right?
This is largely because of the compartmentalization of the society, as in, again, carpenters work with carpenters, the state. Just going back to that same vein is that people do not have time to eat, feed the children, take the children to school, to have a girlfriend, to have some fun, This is something where it preoccupies lots and lots and lots of time. And so there's many facets of society sitting right out in the open, which unless the time is presented to you freely, then there is not time to inspect the world around you and how it is functioning. And so people can have these conversations right out in the open, like in these documents, which are now released later, whether or not these are truly true documents that have not just been generated to retrofit the past to see it like, oh, well, we've known this for a long time, but in reality, they were printed just, within the last decade. And that's something that you kind of have to take it or leave it the way that it is. Unfortunate. Well, it's not unfortunate, but it's just the reality. And so when looking into things like this, like these documents, and applying them to like our laser test, for example, people don't really grasp that the purpose for being taught that boats go over the curve and whatnot is because this is how the optics of air have traditionally been understood. The study of gas was a very early study, and that it's been very well known that light likes to avoid interference. Like you can literally take a light and shine it on the surface of water and see that the flashlight likes to reflect off the surface of water. It does not like density. And so it's something you can see just very naturally occurring, that it doesn't want to change mediums and it doesn't want to enter thicker mediums. And when you can take a small light and actually put it down near the ground, and take a camera, put it down near the ground too. And if you just open a door and it's cold outside, you can watch the cold air rush in and see the light actually physically bend upward, because that denser air comes in and it will, in fact, change the path of the light upward.
And so essentially what you're saying is your contention with the general understanding of the round as a globe was the idea that the CIA had produced scientific results to say that it would be, better for our technologies if, we could manipulate all of our causes as if the Earth was flat, but we have discovered that, we don't, have a lot of the knowledge in terms of how we, the curvature gives us issues, and that understanding that, like visually, is never going to come across, but removing those small steps of understanding from everybody needing to know was a certain sense the first proper step, or a secular step, where they just took a piece of information and kind of wiped it out from people's essential living need. People didn't need to think of the world in terms of a way that wasn't round, and they fundamentally changed the society, and aspect of
it was in their own
indoctrination.
favor, absolutely, because it was that the government is intrinsically governed by the people. This is a conversation that, when first entering this room, was actually going on. And so it's that the people are ultimately the bosses of the government, and that is not good for the government when it comes to exerting control over the people, whether it be in the people's interest or in the government's interest. And it is the government's interest to reduce that innate desire for governance over the government. And the only way that the government, one of the only ways, I shouldn't say the only way, that's too absolute, is that they reduce the public's perception of individualism, but also self-sovereignty in the earth, the equalness of men. They need to make people feel like there are men more equal than other men. And so by taking
that
people
we're all
into
working together to one cause for one country, to make a country great.
But by blinding everybody to do that, unfortunately,
that's unfortunately the reality that you can come to pass as we identify individual leaders on both sides of political sway, make irresponsible decisions with different sectors of our society, and unfortunately it gets harder and harder for politicians today to make good decisions that are like what the good they can do for the country, rather than just trying to clean up somebody else's mess. And so people feel like they lose a sense of their own, I got the votes, I got here, I attained this power, and now the ship is so badly damaged that I'm never actually going to be able to travel at sea. I'm going to be stuck in the shipyard, repairing my boat until somebody else beats me in the next election and then takes my ship sailing after I spent the entire time trying to repair it,
Now, give me one moment. There's a immediate concern in the physical right now. There's wood to be put in the stove. So see you in just a moment. Well, speak with you momentarily. Hold on.
I think I like the spectrum. He doesn't have flat Earth tag, but maybe it's because there's a spectrum. And part of the spectrum, well, there's probably not a spectrum, really, in terms of, because this community seems to be quite open in terms of allowing people with the foresight to take on the perceptions of others, and take on new ideas, and fundamentally describe their reality on possibilities rather than impossibilities. That this place is generally pretty nice, right? I would imagine. Really good chats here.
Okay. So we are going back out to this lake, and this time the full 20 miles is the objective. and the beam is going to hopefully be reduced to a milliradian of 0.1, which, to give that a more relatable sense of scale, that means at 10 miles our beam should only be about 7 feet tall, and at 20 miles 14 feet tall. So that is the hope. Although anything below 0.2 would also be a great success, or be considered a great success. There is also a lot of focus on getting a wide angle shot of this beam. And specifically, it's not a curved lens we're using. We are using a very special lens. It is a 12 millimeter full frame rectilinear lens, and the manufacturer is quite happy to announce that it has a distortion rating of less than 1%, meaning that the only distortion, quote unquote distortion, which is present is called compression. And that is simply that you are taking a 122 degree field of view and fitting it to a 16 by 9 scene. So, not well, in this case, it'll be a little off 16 by 9. But in essence, straight lines stay straight lines. You cannot make them curve with this lens.
So I got a little bit distracted. I found a video on my feed. I am very excited. Unfortunately, thumbnails kind of do that to you. They enhance your perception sometimes, and I'm just really interested in the upcoming debate in about a month's time between Destiny and Ben Shapiro, and because at the moment he's reacting to the debate between like aspects of Trump and Ben Shapiro, and yeah, like, what can I say? The only part that I disagree with Ben Shapiro on a lot of his takes is that inherently he's not going to be the same type of person to criticize a Zionist the way that like, I'm not saying Ben Shapiro is a Zionist, but like it's, maybe I am judging. I'm not saying that a Jew can't necessarily identify Zionism as Zionism, but there is a sorry, I'm just taking this into a weird schism, but like, I see the same in terms of when they say you criticize the LGBT movement, you're like a transphobic person. I see that same aspect of saying like, well, I'm criticizing your solution to your perceived problem. You've identified mental illness. You've identified many different aspects of mental health that we didn't know about, that are sometimes even more problematic than physical health. And you're finding the best solutions for them. And a lot of the gender affirming care is just a waiting game. A lot of it is just like you don't know what to do, and so you're just trying to play nice as best as you can with the person, so they don't fuck out anymore. And I think a lot of it is just a lot of people having messy puberties, not everything looking the same, people that are experts claiming they're experts, and misunderstanding the wide variety of population as it looks like. Everyone's not going to be all the same, so not everyone will appear with mental illness the same. And I see the same way that you could get criticized or disagreeing with a progressive about what they should do for minorities and being called transphobic and the rest of it, is similar to when you criticize the Zionist as a non-Jewish person, you get called anti-Semitic. But if Ben Shapiro were to criticize the Zionists, it would be taken like, that's fact because that comes from the inside. But just the fact that it comes from like an inside, I would like more than just his opinion on, And I think Destiny does that pretty well. Destiny is that go-to for it. And that debate's going to be interesting, Destiny versus Ben Shapiro. More. Yeah.
Well, certainly, that was
Thoughts?
quite the lead up. Well, it was quite the lead up to this debate for sure. To say that everything about, especially the society and what an expert even is, because there are many people who say to be experts who only do what they have been told to do, and so the only thing they're truly doing is follow directions. Unfortunately, it's not even unfortunate. It's just how it goes to be. You can be explained how to do something and it be totally incorrect, but because the result is the result that you get, and it is a quote unquote accurate result, it can be perceived as, in fact, the reason why, the cause, not necessarily actually being the cause. So, there's a lot of people out here who claim to be scientists or to be educated. I'll just admit right now, myself, I actually did not even complete high school, not even in the slightest. And being 26, that makes me quite young for pretty much any scientific role whatsoever. It's not so much, though, the schooling you receive. It's more the skills that you have acquired.
Principles of the work done. Yeah.
And also the
results.
purpose behind your actions.
And that's part
lots
of
of people.
It's the art
There's
of
a lot-
communicating your ideas.
Right. The purpose behind the individual is more impactful than pretty much any other attribute of the character. Without the right purpose, you will do things for selfish reasons, or different reasons that aren't necessarily beneficial. So having skewed purposes changes the direction in which you're moving. Like, so this is why some experts, their purpose is to pay the bills. Okay, it's not to become the best in their field, but to not be the worst in their field, or to do which is considered acceptable. Okay, it's not that people are stupid. It's that people want to be. It's that people are looking for efficiency. Okay, people try to be efficient, even though we do things. No, we do make intentionally inefficient decisions only when people are trying to make their lives more accommodating. They make efficient or perceived efficient decisions, which are not always purposed towards being the expert that they hold the title to or the credentials to. It's to fill their pockets a lot of the time.
Like Big Pharma is just like, we need to unsupport our current product, and then we need to re-support a new product, and then they sell the value of the new product where the drug did the same thing. And it was essentially like a lease on a patent to a certain extent that they want to sell and market and gamble away. And unfortunately, private sector grows so large in one area that if the fact that there isn't any state that is influencing the market means that the private sector can collaborate in the way that it wants, build the hierarchy the way that it wants, and if it, one singular entity dominates enough control, can dictate to everybody that's not part of the sector, not part of the industry, all the ways in which you would be the most efficient, selling, the same drug under a new name to people for a higher price.
Right. Yeah. So this isn't just in pharma, but this is in banking and all sorts of other facilities. It's actually very pervasive to almost everywhere. But is there anybody else who would like to jump in and maybe speak on something, perhaps? Don't want to hog the floor is all. That's there seems
What
to
were
be
your thoughts
quite a
about
few.
Destiny? Anyone know Destiny? What are our thoughts? Any thoughts?
All right.
Obama.
It seems
The silent. It's going, man. All right. So
Yeah, we had to ask. I had to ask. That's all.
yeah, so you seeing the light on the tree.
Oh,
measure
sure.
it based on
Yeah.
the black
Well,
gross you
what
see on
is
dark.
something that you would like to see, maybe perhaps coming up, were you to investigate this matter? Because this is, in fact, a large undertaking, and any input is actually desired. So it's not that we're only talking about this. A lot of the equipment is already in hands. This is happening. It's not like and this is God willing, that the weather is in fact commodious, because we do intend to go out when it's very cold, -10, -20, hopefully. There's not many days in the winter around here that do drop below -20. However, that would be most desirable. So
Yeah,
there
I
needs to be...
think I'm a bit black-pilled, to be honest. I think the environment and the way that recovery of the environment won't actually get in the way of general growth. All the different things that we try to, disguise our companies to be lessening the environmental footprint, just adds value to the select companies that develop the image, and it becomes one of those third-party organizations that puts essentially a government stamp. It's the government has designed a way to put a Michelin star on their own private companies in terms of environmentalism, and I think in some ways that is good. But in other ways, it's just an illusion. It's manipulation. It's like when you go and buy a bottle of wine and it says that it's an award winner of these awards. Turns out half the award companies are just a fake award. You know what I mean? Like it's like you think the Oscar or the Golden Globe has like an inherent value, but it's only because the award show has been going on for so many so-ons, and we build significance around tradition. And to the glamour and gara and sensationalism of celebrities, I think Ricky Gervais and his Golden Globe, speech was pretty like on point. That like sets us back, gives us back to reality, but more, yeah.
So you say black-pilled, and you say some, people are
Yeah. I think there's so much plastic in the ocean. It's not going to get cleaned up.
Could you say that once more? That was not clear.
Yeah, I think there's plastic in the ocean, and the amount that we can measure microplastics and all the things that we consume as human beings has gone a little bit out of the wazoo. And for the most part, we're so involved in our own. The fact that entertainment is one of our largest industries is the proponent of us not being in tune with our reality. These are just big generalized words, and it's not to promote shock value. But I think what I'm failing to communicate is that the world's just like it's just the trash is just piling up everywhere, and that we can't dig fast enough to put it in the ground. We can't we've been chucking it in the ocean for a long time, and now that our societies have developed to go, well, our companies, they don't do bad harm to the environment. You can trust these companies. You can buy their products. That's more like a marketing image that has no relation to the other countries around the world that we've actually sent a lot of our manufacturing bad practices to. A lot of our first instinctual industrial revolution technologies we just do in countries that haven't developed with civil rights. And so then, if the person doesn't see how the animal is butchered, they don't care where their meat comes from. They can buy it in the supermarket wrapped in plastic. They have no idea where their t-shirt was made by slave labor in another country,
Right. This isn't necessarily black pill. This is just the fact that most people don't put anything past their own front eyelids. It's, people say ignorance is bliss, which is ultimately the finest form of enslavement is ignorance. Yeah. Now, for me to say and agree with you that it's just this black pill of doom and gloom, not that you said that directly, but just using the term black pill, meaning that, it's a sense of a doomer. is that this is very much foretold. Now, it's foretold that man will just decay as he goes along. And people will say, well, look at the technology, it's evolving. But it's not so much that it's evolving, but that it's re-emerging, specifically in the time when the crutch is needed the most and when people need to be. And when I say need to be, I don't mean that they should be. I'm not saying that I want them to be, or that they even necessarily, I retract the word need because it was wrong. Not even that they need to be. It
goes
just
back to
goes
Tesla.
to,
What happened surrounding Tesla when he made his invention and the way that he was controlling that aspect? Like,
it's
that's
that the technology was
fundamentally-
re-emerging far
and-
too quickly. They did not want it to come out that this tech had already been discovered once before, and he was just re-scratching and re-digging up the past. Very intelligently,
don't
like
know.
this man was brilliantly a genius, but this had been discovered once before.
I don't have
obviously.
that same aspect of regression. I think you're talking about people that live in the same timeline but have regressed, or I don't want to say aliens or what have you, but like it's that it's one of those. What's the John? Is it John Carter? It's the movie where he is placed on. And he's two peoples are fighting each other, and they have like red marks on their faces. And there's these guys that like terraform the planets, and these guys like interact with different, and they do it the same on Earth.
It's more that they play God over these countries, and they leech the resources from it. And yes, they're going between these two environments in that fairy tale universe of theirs. But yes, that is somewhat how the society is set up, and that's again what's spoken of. In fact, the most ancient of scriptures, the Bible. And when I say the ancient, I mean the longest preserving in the sense of accuracy, and the fact that many generations have attested to it being the truth leading up to this point.
Yeah, but just because multiple people believe in it doesn't mean I'm going to inherently because part of the conception of our reality can't be relied upon the idea that any person is fallible or infallible. The idea that it's impossible for somebody to know the truth at one point. I'm also saying that it is possible that there is no other course that could happen, like that is only the truth. And unfortunately, I will not say that humans couldn't have connected with an entity or known entity at that point, but I'm not also saying that it is possible that we have made contact with a personhood there, and that personhood, whether it be the terraforming entities outside of us or God, is unfortunately it's a lot of it does come down to like if I can say trans people have mental illness, I can also say there's other forms of mental illness before we had developed Western medicine. You know what I mean? And I feel like they would present themselves a whole lot more during when the rate of child mortality under 5 was less than 50%. In terms of it's just
What you're very clearly stating is that the mental illness of the past that was recognized not as mental illness is to be not ruled out as a contributing factor to the belief systems of the past, just because a lot of people in fact had it, in your interpretation of it, which is slightly contrary to the interpretation, and not just the interpretation, but just simply the experience of that there is an absolute, which is that it would be difficult to hold the notion that what is happening right now is not absolutely truly what's happening. So there's absolutely like what's happening in the earth right now is in fact truly happening. So there is truth. And whether or not we know what everything is that is happening, it is true that it is happening. Also, likewise, that something is there, and so we can truly know something is here, whether or not we know what that something came from, or where it's going, or where it's.
Is that like this, like an internal force, like the force of something, an entity? A description of the non-perceivable, in terms of saying that, like, just because we feel like we can explain everything around us, and we have no measured results of anything being around us that we can't explain, there's still something there that is, you know, outside of our comprehension to its entirety.
Right. This is the
innately,
unfathomable.
this is our, you know, best source of knowledge about ourselves as a human, you know, like this. When it comes to historic texts and the minds of which people were, you know, describing the reality as they foreseen, this is it's you wouldn't instinctively think that, oh, this could be a lie, this could be someone telling a falsehood, because the aspect of somebody's writing, even back then when it was first discovered with books, you know, when it was done on stone before it was done, the aspect that it would stay there forever, and, you know, I'm going to track 2,000 years in the future, like, people recorded what they saw in terms of reality, and you're gonna take that into, you know, this is the world that we live in. It was recorded, a record has been produced. You know, like, we can have interpretations of that record, but that record exists. You know, it's evidence of itself that it exists.
Right. There is in fact record of things which can be testified, and then be checked against other things. Now, whether or not that those prove that those events happened is, again, up to, these are documents, and obviously documents can just be created. That said, though, there seems to be a large amount of documents spread abroad in places which have difficulty of access, specifically, that seem to indicate that some events have in fact happened. Not that we can empirically say without a measure, not empirically is the wrong word, that we can absolutely say happened without some measure of faith, meaning that it is not something which you can measure. Like you said, there's unmeasurables, and we like to speak, like you said, as though we can measure everything, which is simply not true. We know that, and you know that, and anybody who is not completely proud should know that there are things that the mind cannot
you're
measure.
saying, by saying that, I feel, because you were saying absolutes before, and I think
there are
in
absolutes.
saying that, I think you could measure everything around you. Like, I think that, like, well, as I say, I'm not going to say it's impossible that if you came to a conclusion in an environment that you could come to the understanding that you can't find anything else that you can't measure, so you make the proclamation that you can measure everything, and then I think, you know, it's neither impossible nor possible that you're going to be right.
Everything
You know what I
within
mean?
your
Like,
grasp.
yeah.
See, it would be everything within your grasp to measure, and so
Yeah, I
there
wouldn't
are
say it's
things outside
impossible
of
to
grasp.
find places like that.
So, something that cannot be measured is the beginning of us. We cannot go back to the beginning of us, period. Because we cannot wrap our heads around, even people cannot seem to put together whether there was always something or whether or not nothing can create something.
As if you believe in time. Well, I don't really believe time
Right.
exists. We're just at a standstill.
And so there is this instance that everything just is happening, and we are just simply witnesses. And whether or not
other events, the cycle of, you know, the cycle of life and the cycle of the way that we revolve around the sun, to a certain extent, describes what we know and understand as time. And
you say revolve around the sun, as in that this is in fact a environment which moves around the sun, which is contrary to me, which says the sun in fact is moving above us. That this environment is in fact very still.
Yeah, like, well,
so two different perceptions here.
Yeah. I think there was I don't have just say I can't explain your inherent thoughts. I won't try to like straw man you, or won't try to say what you believe. But I do know of a case where before the time of the Hubble telescope was deployed, there was inherent belief that, or there was a theory, plausible theory that identified with the states of the solar systems and universes surrounding the universe to be still. And then when we try to explore further and further, and what they identify as closer and closer to the beginning of the universe, the aspect is I'll just say, like, the universe is expanding to an extent. It was explained in a Kirk-Kazat video where we are moving further away from other, masses and other, parts of the universe at a rate that is faster than if we tried to travel against and I'd always thought, like, well, is this the first time that it's, been a Big Bang? Like, was it go all back together again eventually? Like, do we know that we're actually expanding and not going in? Is that like a fundamental understanding of like our universe, to understand that we come from a Big Bang explosion and that we're on the out rather than going back in?
A Big Bang explosion.
Yeah,
because when you look out and see, it appears as though a system which is very vast, full of void space, littered with material matter, which is surrounding you almost on all sides for a very expansive amount of space, which is pretty much unfathomable, if not unfathomable or measurable beyond the fact that of what people mathematically can incept. Now, which is different from the perception that when we go out and we measure that which we are standing upon is incredibly flat, meaning that when we look up, the sky itself is in fact projected upon us from a existence or a dimension which is incredibly different and in fact unfathomable to the mind. We are looking not just through perhaps a lens, but portals or literal splices of cohesion.
They make folds in the universe to travel a lot faster. I think
not folds in the universe because things travel faster, but simply because we are looking at something which cannot be even, like when we talked about environments where you cannot measure things, and you said, well, maybe there are environments, in fact, you can measure everything that's within your grasp. Well, that we have something that is not only figuratively, but also literally above our heads in that sense. And so when we look out into the world, that there is this creation which surrounds us, which we have a entity upon the earth, kind of like in that movie John Carter you brought up, which seeks to take the inhabitants of this world and use them for its own gain, like a child who grows up and puts the parent to sleep and begins to look after the parent, but needs the parent to survive and pay the bills, and tells it sweet stories until the child grows old enough to then devour its own parent and inherit everything. And thus we have this system being built where everybody gets divided and the entire civilization becomes, in essence, blind to those who in fact pull strings upon it. And so this is different because in one perspective, which is that we are surrounded by this vastness that all came from this Big Bang, which seemingly has come out of nothing, could have very well been created through the construing of documents.
Anything on that, I mean? I'm not going to make a claim and say, like, this came from that. Like, it was like,
there is a claim that
I have
there
the
is the
knowledge
assumptive
of before
claim,
the universe.
which is that
like,
we
it's not
have
even
been surrounded. No, there is this assumptive claim, though.
You know what I mean? Like I've tried to
Right,
think about
right.
what it could be, and it's just like outside. Like I think sometimes I think to myself that will it ever be like will we ever have the capability to understand, even if we had the knowledge? Like imagine there was a pre-existing society that did measure that, or we found like a archived. Like, have you seen the Stargate Atlantis? You know what I mean? Where we're dealing with the warp holes or SG-1. And that you got the essentially different technology from different race. Would we be able to inherently understand it to the fullest extent, or are we going to have to get AI to understand our brains, so then we can learn how to re-engineer the most advanced biological piece of equipment, which is the human brain? And if we can re-engineer that, and then can we upload people onto the internet or onto a computer, and then can that person be the new definition of an efficient worker? You know what I mean? Like that's when we're really advancing. Can we ever get out of the gravitational force of our universe expanding from the Big Bang? If you
No,
identify.
again, this is like that gravitational force, which is either construed or misconstrued based on the assumptions that we place upon the science that we then extrapolate from. And those are big words, but essentially that when you hold one thing, when you assume something to be true from the beginning point unto which it cannot be questioned, it leads down a multitude of wrong ideas or wrong pathways, which will always lead to the wrong pathway until the steps are retraced to the original departure from truth to then continue down the path which leads towards truth. And there is a fantastic way to do this, because it's not that man is incapable of building the mechanisms required. It's actually very simple to measure the surface shape of water, and a lot of the infrastructure is in fact already built and is intentionally being ignored to do this experiment, because it is of a not just scientific value, but also just a coherency amongst the people value, as in improving social unity. And that is, there is a 2.5 mile long vacuum chamber already in existence that we won't mention by name, but it already exists. And we're a water level built under this vacuum chamber that shoots a laser through it.
Hydrogen collider?
No, it is not the hydrogen collider. But it is a laser.
That was the next big computer that was going to blow up the world. Do you remember growing up in that time period? I didn't grow up during Y2K. Like I was only like 4 or 5 years old. But yeah, the hydrogen
It was not
collider.
even a matter of concern, because there is only so much concern you can have for the things that you are aware or not aware of. And if you are not aware, then you cannot clearly be concerned with them. So
it means that, like, are you going to hell if you've never actually, you were in a tribe and you've never met Jesus Christ? You have no idea who Jesus Christ is. Like, are you going to hell? Like, would you be cast in the same way an animal would be, or would you be cast inherently as a human, but like you weren't?
No, it is. It's actually
God
clearly
put any
written
blame on you
into the Bible
or
that what
being
it
at
is
the
that
period,
happens.
at the point in the he wouldn't put any blame on you for originating in a place and not being, making the mistake, or like quote unquote mistake, whether it's interpreted as one, to be in the right place at the right time to receive the message of God when it was, placed in the hands of the,
So it's
connection.
actually not the teaching of the Bible that only believing in Jesus Christ, because there were many people which the Bible actually has explicitly made that live afar, that had not heard the message of Jesus Christ, and that it is the desire of good, and to do that which is good, and the love of God, specifically loving that there would in fact be a God for you that will save you, because that means you love that which is morally good, not any God, not one which says do that which you will, but that God which would desire that which a God deserves, and would receive that which what a God should deserve, which is ultimately unending worship. That there is what saves somebody, is the love of a God who deserves not only just unending worship, but the paragon, meaning that he which does only good. And so somebody in a tribe has not need to know Jesus Christ explicitly except that he know by name, that he know that this God be, because that which is good is his greatest love.
Yeah,
Now, because
he would,
a human
you
can
know,
know
I feel
that
like
helping.
a society that identifies inherently with the relationship they can build with God, and all come together in a sense of doing right by God through the spreading of the message of the love of the Lord, you know, find it inherently easier to, you know, love each other as a people and to be removed away from some of the, you know, intense, you know, desires, certain even hedonistic desires in terms of the actions that we make. But I think the people in the tribes would have a similar aspect in terms of the way they would treat their tribe, their family, and you know, part like there's no, I understand.
So it is more of a specific nature of just knowing that there is in fact right and wrong, which is ingrainedly built into people, that when they are around other people will know when something is right as opposed to something that is wrong, unless it's done in it's not ignorance. There is in fact a word which is not immediately used in common English, but it means not only not to know, but it means to have no chance of knowing. Okay, so you didn't even have the ability to know because you weren't even introduced into the means of knowing. So it's not just ignorance, it's actually different, because ignorance meaning that you had the time or at some point the means to know. And so those people who don't have that means to know of
Ignorance
what
can
is
be
good
used as
and
a
what is
describer.
wrong are not going
in
to
the
be
sentence. Like
I
you
think
could
it's like
say
an
they are
analogy.
ignorant of the teachings of the Bible because they never came in contact. And so I think, so in the sentence it can be said, but you're saying that ignorance inherently is more a case of you had access and you still, you know, didn't make the decision to understand.
Right. There is an English term quite literally for the word that is not immediately coming into my mouth.
Arrogant?
But it literally means to arrogance is like to put yourself forward more than you perhaps are worth, or not. I shouldn't say worth, but
You
perhaps
before
just
God.
being cocky. Okay.
You before
Yeah,
God.
you before God,
You
putting
put
yourself above God in a way that, you know, wouldn't be right. This isn't that word. This is a word that quite literally means to not have the means to know. Like, you're not, like you said, introduced to the Bible, so how could you know the teachings of the Bible? Which is different than knowing the difference between causing harm to somebody or killing something, when you can visually inspect it and see this thing squirms, and the science of the natural mind to say, oh, well, it would be great, truly, to go back to FE. They opened FE yet? But that, again, that the science of the natural is to, you know, learn, okay, as an entity, as man learns. And so having that learning, this is harmful to creature, this is helpful to creature. And seeing that also with other people, that the man, the insider who didn't have access to the teachings of the Bible, is not going to be judged on that which he does not know by God, because God sees this and knows this. He is going to be judged, though, on whether he followed the path which is of a paragon as opposed to a renegade. And that is what a man is then judged on, not what he does not know or had no means of knowing specifically. It's not that he had the means to know and chose not to, so not ignorance, but the word which is not immediately coming to mind, which is to not even have had the mean to know in the first place. So that specifically is taught in the Bible and is not often taught from a pulpit.
So if you worship false idols but you've never come in contact, or you never had come in contact with any kind of Christianity, worshipping false idols isn't inherently against God because you don't have the faculty to even promulgate the Christian God. That you don't have any semblance.
Right. So this
possibility.
right, and this actually was the case when it must have been Paul, or it might have been Paul, who walked into a city and there was gods everywhere, and they had all these gods that they had created. They had created these idols for them that they worshipped at, and they did not know. They said, "We do not know maybe whether or not that we have all the gods that we should be worshiping here. So this idol we make here is to fill the fact that there might be a God here that we missed. And so this is going to be the unknown God, the one that we do not know how to worship." And so, yes, in that instance, these people were deliberately sent a messenger to, in fact, share the actual truth with them, to take that cover off their eyes. Though this is still the same thing, the same concept, the same teaching for those who have this same shortcoming, that have not been given this, and more to shield them from the fact that had they known all these things, known all this knowledge, that this knowledge can be used to kill a soul rather than preserve a soul.
Okay, so as soon as the Vikings raided Linsdale Farm, and the Vikings from the north, in terms of attacking Britannia, as soon as they landed and saw, priests of the order, they were, all of their worship of false idols immediately at first contact of the Christian faith became, they inherently became ignorant of the teachings and the truth, and therefore what used to be considered, worshipping false idols because they had no contact, wasn't inherently bad. Then did become bad because they had made contact.
It became bad at the point at which there was an attempt, and a perceived attempt, for peaceful communications. And this is the important part, that the perceived had already occurred amidst the Vikings, that this is in fact an attempt at communication, not what's the word? A battle of an attempt of annihilation. Okay, that's not of attrition. This is not an attack of attrition, but an attempt of communication. And so, again, to try to cut the big words, that once that was perceived and they were able to then communicate this, that God from above is able to recognize as God, and not only have to, but know that this is coming in advance, that this is in fact the time that they shall be held accountable. Not that a man can exactly determine that time, but that when God has determined that time, that this is when, from thenceforth, that the moment of, again, the word which means not knowing, having no means, is now reached its fulfillment, and it has now transferred into ignorance of it. Now, that might not have happened, in fact, on first contact. There could have been, in fact, several contacts and several exchanges of communication where understanding was not even reached between the two parties. And only until that they had heard the message that they, in fact, could then be held accountable for it. And so them just loving the idea of God and not knowing their conditions that they really ought to be behaving under, which is good and right and true, is then made known to them, at which point this stops. And yes, now it is brutalism and damnable, yes. So there are points where Jesus makes it very clear that now one shall be held accountable, and here they shall be not held accountable, for they knew not what they did.
Yeah, I think you explain it pretty well. And yeah, no, thanks for answering the questions.
Right. No worries.
Started eating
Jesus
food.
is the one who gives the right words at the right time.
Nice.
Miguel Sousa, how are you doing today? Would you like to speak?
Hello.
Maybe about Flat Earth, maybe.
Are you? Hello. Just came from the work. So you are a flat Earth guy, or?
Yes,
Nice.
it is.
Are you
it
on the
is
graveyard shift?
measurably and optically flat.
Okay, awesome.
When you say you just come home from work, are you like you working nights or are you working daytimes or?
No, I did finish my work, so I did come to home.
Okay. Is it what time of day is for you?
9:41 a.m. here in Portugal.
9:41 is it a.m.?
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
But he said Portugal, so
Portugal. It's same time as UK.
Is 10:42 p.m. is New Zealand.
Oh, awesome.
Nice to meet you, man.
12:42 a.m. in Alaska. Again,
Wow.
likewise to meet you is nice.
Yeah, man. You work graveyard shift, we say in my country, when you're working in the early hours of morning or night time is a graveyard.
Interesting.
How was your Christmas?
Christmas. Working.
Oh
I
yeah.
was working.
Yes, this is.
But yeah,
This is the.
there was while I was working, someone invited me to eat something else. It was yeah, I'd spend well. Thanks.
When you eat something, was you have dessert or just one meal?
Yeah, desserts and yeah, that, mainly that.
Portuguese dessert.
Yeah, yeah, some, yeah, and we have a cake in the Christmas. We call it. Let me see. King's cake. So yeah, it's. I don't know if you guys have that.
Cake.
But I can post. Let me search. In Portuguese, we say bolo rei. It means bolo means cake, and
Christmas cake.
Yeah, is that one? And it has some crystallized fruits, crystallized sugar fruits inside. And there's a one. So that's the King's version, but there's another one, the Queen version. It has only nuts, mostly the same cake, but instead of crystallized sugar fruits, it has only how you say, nuts and so on.
Do you eat this one with cream or like can you?
Yes. Sometimes I eat with just a tea or even iced tea.
Vanilla ice cream.
But sometimes I put cream. There's some desserts. It's mainly a cream, so I put cream at the top. Yeah. Very, very good.
Chocolate
Miguel,
flake.
There's
the flake.
There's wonderful
like
dessert sounds, Miguel. This is for your eating for your soul. If you would like to partake in something more nutritious.
Okay, awesome.
We'll talk about dessert, man. Like, what are you gonna be like? Oh, bro, your dessert's not nutritious enough. You need more fruit.
No.
Cake.
No, not attacking his fruit.
Ironically, the guy from United States is like nutrition, bro. Like,
No, nutritious for the soul, meaning it's only so much of your belly should take up so much of your time. Otherwise, your belly controls your time.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't. Yeah, that's a different. I wouldn't. Yeah, no, okay. Sorry for making fun of you.
Yeah, thanks for the sharing that link.
Yes, it's fantastic. It's a great first impressions video for were you looking for that ability to share with people maybe you do not know or that you do know and do not tell, that you see the world as a plane where you to see it that way, and that this is a great introductory to that, because as of now there seems to be very few of those good first impressions, and that this here as well, that's been linked for you directly beneath it, is from my own studies here in Alaska, which me and Divisionary have spoken about prior to you joining the chat, which is that we shot over Frozen Lake Tustamina, 10.3 miles, and it's just important to get the information out for people because it is happening again this February with a lot more emphasis behind doing it more thoroughly, because it was our intent the first time to do it very thoroughly, and unfortunately, well, it wasn't unfortunate, just in reality, in actuality, there were cooperations between me and my helper, and just poor communication. So that's going to improve. However, this is still a very significant study, which is worth checking out.
You know, I bet you if you killed an animal out there and then you roasted it on the fire, the guy would be like more involved. Or maybe the New York in him was just like, no, I'm about this is the extreme, and this place is fucking cold, and actually, how long do I want to stay out here? Fucking as little as I can, you know?
Right, and actually, that's a major problem with sharing the actuality of doing these sorts of observations. That is completely missed by most people, which is the just innate difficulties of one, having to endure incredibly cold weather for an extended amount of time. In this case, it is likely days, 5 days particularly. Having to protect, let's say, the equipment, we're using lots of, digital cameras and electronics, which are incredibly cold sensitive, and keeping just the power banks from getting too cold is a major concern, which is not, immediately what comes to mind when, yes, let's pack all of our cameras out there. The other thing is the extreme changes in ice thickness upon the lake is also major thing, which may not seem immediately obvious, that the lake is in fact not a thorough, similar uniform thickness across the entirety of the lake, that some places might be completely safe to walk upon, but there be warm springs coming out from the middle of the lake straight up, and thus cause a weak spot on the ice, which will give no warning whatsoever and immediately break. Other things people...
Get a TV show called Ice Road Truckers for exactly that reason.
And sadly, though, the ice road truckers sometimes get slightly over exaggerated in what they're doing.
No.
But in this case, there's no exaggeration. It's simply the raw matter is what it takes to do some of these observations is in fact incredibly dangerous. Time consuming, and to know that there's very little light here during the winter, so it's not only a fact of just doing the things, but doing it when there is light, where you can see, and when it becomes dark, things intrinsically tend to get harder. And with a headlamp, yes, you can continue on into the night somewhat, but the batteries do not last as long in the cold, and the headlamp can only be charged via a way to charge it, like a power bank, which must also be kept warm. And then when you sleep, there must be arrangements. Now, thankfully, there are a few trapping cabins and hunting cabins / fishing cabins out there. Very few, but there are, in fact, some, which have the means of providing accommodations. Granted, we are willing to cross the lake with our provisions. And this isn't like to scare anybody, because we are going out there under the not that anybody here would actually be scared. It's not to put our own lives in danger, but that either we can attempt to cross the lake when we first arrive at the lake and make a small journey of about 4 miles to
Methodology.
3 miles.
Solid methodology.
Yeah, there's like a 3-mile cabin that we could go to once we actually access the lake, which is a 5.7-mile journey through complete wilderness. And then even going to there is going out into the boonies. So when you drive to the point at which you can no longer drive, it is the boonies, and then you get out and it is in fact wilderness. So then there's that cabin, or we could proceed all the way down the lake with our gear 20 miles, which would be much longer than 20 miles to take that trip. It would actually, riding the shoreline, end up being somewhere along 30 miles to get to the other side, if not 40, and to safely and not cross the water with all of the gear, which would not be a wise decision to try to travel the lake while hauling the gear.
What do you think?
It's at the far end of the lake.
Sosa?
Yeah. Can you repeat again, please?
What do you think of what he's saying?
I was watching the video. Very interesting though. That measurement. It is a 10 miles distance, right?
Yes, it's a 10.3 mile distance, which is verifiable by watching that time lapse that was stabilized by me, 380,000 frames worth, each frame lined up so that it is a visually smooth ride. And the time lapse is also available, not sped up, in its original stabilization. And then there is also all 17 hours of the raw footage also available on the YouTube page as well, in case you were wanting to view that as well.
15 minutes and 15 seconds.
Awesome job.
It's not too.
You did this when this year?
This was last winter, and now this winter we are going again in February, and this time we go in February because it is the coldest month of the year here. More importantly, though, because this lake being so vast and so broad and huge and deep, specifically with lots of incoming water, because the glacier is what feeds this, and there are also streams coming in which feed this lake, so there's lots of moving water. It takes a long time for this lake to freeze, so it is not wise to attempt this until the latter half of the year. And unfortunately, there goes Divisionary, which is not entirely. He did not say goodbye. Sadly, it's okay. He was.
Okay.
Anyway, do you? Would you? You can watch that video, and would you have any questions? You can ask. However, so this year, is it okay to talk, or are you more focused in wanting to actually just take that in and then ask questions?
No, you can. I was watching, but very interesting. Awesome job. Sometimes. Sometimes people came here talking about gravity, and then I asked to them, show me a curved frozen lake, with that water,
right,
with that gravity holding the water and curving. Very interesting.
So lots of them say, well, the light refracts downwards, and they'll say it refracts downwards by less than half of a degree. And this is their favorite thing to say. It seems that this is what they have come up with as their answer to the problem, which is that they say it's just a minute amount. What they do fail to conclude, however, is that there is no way to model light bending down on a spherical Earth, because light is known very well to like to travel in the path of least interference. This is something which is incredibly measurable but also modelable. So light likes to travel in the path of least interference, and this can be checked very easily actually with just a small pocket laser and putting it down at ground level, putting a camera at ground level and putting it towards a open doorway of cold air and opening that door and letting the cold, denser air slough in underneath the hot air. And when the cold air intersects the laser, in fact, bends upward. And so it's pretty measurable that light, just like when you take a flashlight and you shine it on the surface of a lake, does not like entering denser mediums. It hates it. It prefers to travel in the path which is most straight. And so we have this problem where were this light to be bending around the curve of the Earth, like some globe proponents say, that this means the light which wishes to continue on a path of least resistance, which is beneath the beam of a higher air pressure, but above the beam of a lower air pressure, according to the air gradient which we live within. That means that this beam is not only going into the denser medium, but it is constantly accelerating into this denser medium at all points along its journey, which is contrary to its innate desire to, in fact, travel in a straight line, and not only its innate desire to travel with the least amount of interference, but that it is entering that air density, which is of a lower density above it. It has given the choice at all points along that beam to journey into a path of least interference, which is that lower density of lower interference. And it is simply saying, nope, I'm going to ignore all the laws of nature, of science, and because it must, and because my beliefs mandates that it must, it is in fact going to accelerate down into this denser medium, which it does not want to do. So it's kind of this this problem that they run into where they say it bends down, the light can't bend down and won't bend down. And it's actually something they could measure and prove. And the infrastructure is actually already in place to test these words you're hearing. However, they do not want to do it, and they won't do it as far as you or me are concerned. So, in case you're wondering how this could be tested to be true, there is a 2.5 mile long vacuum chamber in existence, which the name of is not necessarily important. And it is this vacuum chamber which a laser is shot through from one side to the other. And so because there is no air to affect the laser, it is in fact a very straight line. So this very, very straight line, because we cannot know for certain whether or not that it was built level in accordance with the Earth, whether it be curved or flat, and we wouldn't say or trust the engineers that built it that it is one way or the other. The simplest way to demonstrate whether or not that the Earth is flat or spherical, when in fact it's already measurable to be flat, but to verify the claim, one could build a water level underneath this vacuum chamber, and at all points along the laser and this water level, one could measure up from, whether it be all the points or just a couple points, let's say 5 points or 4 points. One could measure and see, is the rise between the water level and the laser a linear rise, or is it a exponential rise? Or does it stay the same? In the case of it staying the same distance at all points along the water level with the laser, that's indicative of the Earth's surface being flat. Were it a linear rise, that is indicative that the laser is off pitch and the Earth beneath it is in fact also flat. In only the case that the rise would be exponential between the beam and the water level would be indicative that water is curved. Though without even doing this, it is possible, again, to model the density of air and see that light hates it and will try to escape it, and thus never bend down when given the opportunity of choosing between staying in the density that it's in and traveling into a lower density. It will always choose to travel into the lower density because it wants that path of least resistance, as long as it is in fact not increasing the rate at which it must change, meaning going straight. That means Go straight, above all else. That's all. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm impressed. You nail it. We were talking about that laser, and I was thinking in my mind, because I know I used to use water levels in construction.
Right.
And I was thinking about that, and it is impressive because you did talk about that. So in the future I would like to do that. Use water level and with some lasers. Yeah, I would love to do like 1 mile or 2, but it takes time to choose a place and to choose a place, and buying materials.
Right, and that's actually the purpose for doing this, is because it's not just materials like buying the laser, but also knowing the expertise of what the heck am I supposed to buy and what do I actually need. It's quite a complex topic because lasers seem so interesting and so easily accessible. Well, in reality, in actuality, the right way to say it is that lasers are very dangerous, are very, very dangerous. And in the sense of don't be afraid of them, they can blind you, however, and that is to know quite clearly. So the laser, my laser in particular, is capable of blinding somebody very easily, almost instantly, if not instantly, at 3 miles away. So it's a very, very interesting piece of equipment to have in the hands of somebody. Not only that, but you buy a laser, and the laser has, divergence. Maybe you don't know that, but it has divergence, meaning that we tend to think of right.
The ones in the market, they are so weak in power, so at the end they start to doing like a conic diversion. So maybe
you can get some good ones. You can purchase some good ones that don't diverge that much. You can get the ones that have a focused beam. You pay a little bit more money for it, but as you're saying, it is a dangerous tool to have in your hand. So you're going to have to make sure that wherever you use it now, it's open space, and the likelihood of anyone being around has to be removed so that you can actually do that. And on the ocean is the best place. So yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, so Jinker B, just to note that these links that are in the voice chat, specifically the live stream voice chat page, there are 2 links here. One is a 10-mile Earth measurement that was done in Lake Tustumena, Alaska, from me, yours truly. And there's also a great first impressions science of counterintelligence video, since we seem to be lacking in good first impressions for introducing people to the true nature of the Earth in which we reside. So, again, but to continue,
very much for that. I will look at that. Thank you.
Yes. So there's another thing, Miguel, that people tend to not think about that you should were you to do a test, is these lasers that Jinker B1 had mentioned, if that's in fact how you say that, hopefully it's not too butchered, is that there are beams which come with collimation equipment, apparatuses, that you can use to reduce the total divergence of the beam over a distance. However, the market currently is very saturated with scams on lasers, for one. So it's very easy to be misled into thinking you buy this very powerful laser when in fact they are cheating you immensely, because the market is just so saturated with scams. The other thing is that it's kind of this idea that the beam expander, which we often call a collimator, is that because it can focus, the beam can theoretically be focused out towards, near infinity. You don't necessarily get a perfect beam, but we think of, well, we can focus this thing down to a really tight point if we just dial the focus in right, which isn't entirely the case on paper. It's what would happen, but in true observations, lenses are not perfect, and light is not exactly traveling into all parts of the lens at equal angles. And so we can't get the same pinpoint that we're thinking of when we think of infinity focus. And so the proper way to collimate a beam is to actually expand the beam, which means you're losing beam intensity, you're losing overall lightness of the beam, makes it harder to see from the side, but you can still usually see them quite clearly depending on the intensity, the strength of your beam going down range. However, because the beam is bigger, you get to send that beam waste, the waste being the point at which it comes together the tightest, further down range, which means you can reduce your divergence by increasing the size of your beam, which is not very well known to most people who operate these lasers, because the market doesn't exactly clarify the use cases of these devices, because it seems to be that it's not in the interest to educate the public on lasers whatsoever unless you go into photonics and are schooled on photonics. So it's not the most accessible thing to just get this knowledge. It is something that is in fact quite time consuming, especially when it comes to creating your own collimator, which is very much more cost effective than getting a pre-built collimator, but is also mathematical and kind of a pain in the butt. But and you often, if you don't do it right, you lose quite a bit of power coming from your laser, meaning you lose beam intensity. So there are variables involved, especially if you want to shoot very long ranges, unless you are doing line of sight tests. That is something, Miguel, you can certainly do. I'm not trying to discourage you, because you can buy very nice lasers, and I would recommend. There's two places that I have some experience with. One of them I do not like the name of, but it is where my laser comes from. It is Zeus Lasers. They sell pretty acceptable quality lasers. They claim to be the most powerful. This is not true, but it is in fact the wattage that they claim it is. So they are telling you the truth when it comes to, yes, these are the power ratings of these lasers, and were you to check, they are in fact these power ratings. However, they sell absolutely junk batteries, and so it's better to source your batteries elsewhere. And also, they don't sell a very good collimator on their site. You'd have to build your own, which is the case with me. So,
if I may add, just before you carry on, if I may just add that if you're concerned about laser beams that you buy, the actual equipment, the laser, and it turns out to be not satisfactory, well, the first thing you would want to do is obviously open the packaging carefully so that you can replace it back in if you're not satisfied with your receipt, and take it back to the shop and say, this is not performing as I expected, and you will get a refund of your money. That's legally a law there. So if you buy it and it's not good, just take it back. You've got the receipt. The packaging is not being ravaged in any way. You open it carefully using a Stanley knife to cut the tapes. Ease it out, of course. Use the thing. And if it's not good, then put it back in the packaging. The packaging is, look, you can even put the tape back on yourself. Tape it back and say, I've used it. It didn't meet the standards I was required. It's not what it is. Here's the receipt. I'm not satisfied. And they'll give you your money back. Okay?
Yeah,
please
please don't be off put by this, because it is an incredibly powerful observation to simply see with your own eyes, not over a screen. Because when we went out to Tustamina, it's very hard to bring this. In fact, we're going out with we shot this with cell phone cameras, and one of the most pressing priorities that was obvious was that our cameras were insufficient for really trying to help people grasp just what we saw out on Tustamina Lake, because it's exceptionally clear out on that lake. When it's that cold, the conditions are unlike anywhere you've really ever been. And that's not like a sales pitch. That's like, unless you've been to, someplace incredibly cold like this with very fresh air, where we're surrounded by just low everything, like low people, low fumes, low everything. It's just putting that into perspective, what we saw with our eyes as opposed to what our cameras recorded. We're going out with a much more adequate camera this time. It's actually it is a Nikon Z8, so we're talking a $4,000 camera this time. to go out and actually document this so people can see in 8 megapixel video resolution, and then our pictures will be 45, and then but it's a whole different experience that we're trying to bring, not so that people can be like led astray or into crazy places of thought, but because video truly is a portal to places that either do or do not exist, and to try to bring that to people before the powers that be can warp the perception into disregarding everything they see, except that it come from sources be verified. That is the attempt here, the hope. And so yeah, were you wanting to look forward to that? Again, just stick around on that channel, and it'll be posted when we do it, which is not all that long away. That's it's like a month and a half away, so it's creeping up on me. Yeah.
Awesome, and thanks for your work doing there, in that lake.
Oh, truly, man, without Jesus to guide me to do this, not only would the fortitude not be there to do it, the variables leading up to this would not have allowed us to do it. Again, doing the observation is one thing, but having the access to the equipment to do it is a whole nother thing. And then having the time to do it is a whole nother thing. Okay, so we're talking about variables which have quickly compounded into the place of absurdity that any one individual could have all of these variables line up to perfectly allow for not only the time to record the video, to have all the equipment to do it, to have the weather to do it, to have all of this happening, and then also have the means of knowing how to create a video which is then presentable to do it without some sort of outside sponsor paying for it all that might have a private interest involved or an agenda. Right, so this is like all to the glory of Jesus, and it's very clear in my work that this is who this is all about and what it's about, and that really it's not my own, dude. Like when we go out on that lake, there's no fear of falling through the ice because there's something much greater than the guy you're talking to at work here, and it can't be stopped.
Awesome.
It's all coming to a pin.
When you talk about the weather conditions, you used to look to the humidity in there.
Right. So we're going out with 3 barometers to place along the gradient of the lake. So one where the laser will be, one midway down on the actual lake. It's the most dangerous part of the observation is stopping to actually place this station. Is to stop in the middle of the lake, pretty much. Not the dead center middle, because we are trying to avoid that at pretty much all cost, since the ice is likely to only be a few inches thick, and not much more up until you get nearer to the shore. However, that being said, yes, there will be barometers, so to measure air pressure, changes amidst the lake, and then also hydrometers. These are not intended to be highly accurate. These are more to give people a reference of what the environment is that we are in, mainly because these apparatuses, these measuring devices are analog, and that is a choice. It's not that we do not want more expensive measuring equipment. It's more that the equipment that is within our means of purchasing, of actually acquiring, is one, limited to some amount of finances, but more importantly, the batteries in them. Were we to take this equipment out and then leave it on the middle of the lake to just read the temperatures, there is a high level of distrust in the capacity of the battery to be able to withstand that sort of extreme temperature for very long without failing, becoming exhausted and just losing all the amperage that it has, because when the batteries begin to get that cold, they simply just do not work. And so we have to use less precise analog equipment for this. Otherwise, we may not be able to collect any data at all when it comes to those measurements. And that's not our desire. We want to walk away with as much data as we can. More data, more truth, and just more awareness. So we are doing our best to try to mitigate those problems, though, with using analog equipment for our temperature, our thermometers. We are going to compare them before we go out with some more delicate chemical thermometers. And that is because these are very accurate chemical thermometers, which give pretty darn high degree of accuracy, which we can compare them against. And we are comparing them against each other as well. So there are variances between the hydrometers and what they read, even when in the same location. And so we want to make sure that we can show the trends between the sets of hydrometers that we use, which we will be marking as in this is station 1 hydrometer, station 2 hydrometer, and station 3. So that way when we go back, we can check what are the trends of these hydrometers beforehand, which we are beginning to measure actually as we speak, leading up to our actual journey out there to see what is the variation between them. So we can kind of identify, does this one trend above this one? Does this one trend below? And so forth.
Yeah, and I was going to ask some questions like, instead of like most people are put off doing this because of the time and the money, and then you end up with equipment that you don't ever use again.
Right,
These are the
right.
problems that let me finish what I'm saying. So now what happens is that people are deterred from doing that. Now I was wondering, I was saying to people, I was advising them, if you don't want to buy, then see if you can rent the equipment. So you rent it for the day or for a week or whatever, and then return the equipment. And that way, it could be more cost effective that way, instead of having equipment that you've got that you're not going to use again for years, gathering dust. That's the
Right, and that is a splendid. That's a splendid piece of knowledge, actually, and is in the case of us doing this this observation, we can't do that, and that's not because we don't want to. It's because the shipping times are inconsistent coming up to Alaska. Two, we may have to wait long periods of time. So were we to have the laser for a, let's say, predetermined amount of time that we must say in advance, then it may be that we cannot actually do the experiment till X time and must send the laser back and then receive it again. So this is something that is great, though, for people living in more urbanized areas where it's a simple, retreat, go do this and come back. In fact, anywhere in the States, in the United States, or just in places of that sort of kind of urbanized way, not just the States, but where acquiring a laser is not restricted or anything like that. Absolutely. Even renting the cameras is a much more viable option. However, again, we run into the same problem. Let's rent a camera for just a few weeks. Well, then who knows how long it takes for the camera to get here. And then what happens when you destroy
you're going to
the
check
camera?
all that. You're going to check all that, and you can have it delivered by
Right.
courier, so you get it on a specific time. That's not really a problem because you're always going to be at the mercy of the weather anyway. Okay, so you're watching the weather to get the best possible conditions. So you're going to have to try and line that all up, but you're always going to be, fighting against nature itself. And the thing is, with the laser, it's self-explanatory anyway. I've seen 24 miles, 35-mile laser tests that, it's done and dusted. The Earth is not a globe. You know what I mean? So we know that
What
at the end of the day,
different
it's a
is,
slam dunk, isn't it, really?
Right. It truly, the optics show it clearly, and it's not even just the optics,
slam
but
dunk.
the physics of the air, and how light propagates through it is irreconcilable with light bending
Exactly.
around the curvature of a globe. It does not occur. So
It's not subject to anyone's disapproval.
Right. This
Really.
observation is not for people already reaching the conclusion and being made aware of it. It's actually for the skeptic of the
Yeah, and the beginner, those who are
And the
first coming into
beginner also to spread that this isn't some lighthearted laugh about topic. This is the truth, and specifically that it should be made known to as many people as can receive
Exactly.
it.
Exactly.
Right. And
I mean, look, let's look at Australia. Okay, Australia have a radar system that can see 2,000 targets 2,000 miles away. Now, there's a radar system that operates much as the same as a laser beam because they don't go over curves. It's only horizontal, and they're not being bounced off the ionosphere as well. That's rubbish. They don't aim it upwards and then it hits the target. They don't do that. That's still donating curve, and no, they don't do that. It's straight out across the ocean, across the land, and it's horizontal. 2,000 miles.
Right.
500 miles of curvature not there. There you go.
Right. It's kind of beyond irreconcilable. Like it's not a debate. However, there is the proponents which hold the view that it has to be, and therefore it is no matter what. And that's the problem we're fighting. Is that this?
Well, that's just bold. That's just plain fashioned willful ignorance. That's all that is. Good old fashioned willful ignorance. The fact is, the proof is in the pudding, and you're getting an abundance of pudding to eat because there it is. Straight line, one beam, uninterrupted, straight there, straight as an arrow, hitting the target 10 miles away, 15 miles away, 35 miles away, 24 miles away. These is amazing beats of flatness, ladies and gentlemen. Flatness. It's amazing that you can spread a beam.
Is a point of contention, which is to be noted, and it's an explicit purpose for going out to the lake again this year. Not because we didn't accomplish what we wanted to do, but because there's more to accomplish. But more specifically, because there is poor documentation, at least in the sense of a overview, a all-encompassing. You experienced the matter of going out and seeing somebody prove it at a level which is not deniable, as in maybe some goofheads are falsifying what they really saw out there or construing it, whereas this is a bring into the court of law matter, and they say it is not deniable that this crew went out,
undeniable,
did this. It cannot be denied whatsoever that last year these men went out onto the lake and actually did this. Now this year is different because it's for that higher caliber of skeptic who says, man, maybe we can, 10 miles, maybe, I don't know, but 20 miles for sure. That unwillingness to have to immediately throw away everything, because isn't it just so much simpler to keep thinking the way that always has been in my mind, simply because it's so difficult to think about that peer pressure or those consequences of being perceived by my peers, to overcome that and to give them that innate desire.
Hang on, in a court of law though, right, the judge would question the person, well, what evidence do you have? Because you're refuting this evidence, but you haven't brought a single evidence in the methodology that you use to confirm that the earth is a ball earth. So your thinking is not proof, sir. So that's what you do, you see. And flat earth has won in a court of law on several occasions. Flat earth. Samuel Rowbotham did it. A guy by the name of, hang on a second, I wrote his name down here. Apparently he died during the pandemic, but that's another story there. But, no, you're not yet. Rob Skipper, thank you. And then there's another one called Mac Paraha. Paraha. Okay, he proved it in a court of law that the earth was flat. Okay, in America, in the US, proved it. And then shortly after that, he disappears during the pandemic. Okay, so it's been proven in a court of law that the earth is flat because the judge had to rule in favor of Mac Paraha because his evidence was compelling. There was no evidence for the globe in a court of law. There is no evidence, no proof, nothing. So, you're doing quite well if you're doing the laser beam tests anyway. You're doing quite
Right.
well.
There's a lot of people who will hold up pictures or pictures so called. They are pictures, in fact, but they do not know that they are composite pictures. They do not know that they are
Correct.
images. And the problem is the inability of man meaning woman and man, to
Yeah.
discern that which is true from false when looking at images of a
Well,
high caliber of trick photography. And that's the problem, is
yes.
that there is a high caliber of trick photography unknown to almost anybody in the earth who is not explicitly versed in that field. And it's a field in
Correct.
which is very familiar to me, actually, and is why that video, The Science of Counterintelligence, is made, is because there is very few people, this is for just to, for example, for similitude purposes, who know that the blue screen process, so the mean that we use today to create even some of the most elaborate videos that you see coming out of Hollywood, even today, such as the movie Gravity, uses a technique known as blue screen, which is a method of compositing moving motion picture with moving motion picture. So there is no scene by scene fabrication. It's done as a complete process, meaning that you don't have to touch frame per frame when you shoot this particular way.
Yeah, it seems seamless, is what you're saying. It's like a seamless transition from scene to scene. So you're unsuspecting of any foul play or any photographic shenanigans.
Right. So a lot of people have heard of blue screen who are listening, who maybe aren't.
Yeah, it's
you know,
not
even
just
people
blue
who aren't.
screen. It's not
It's
just blue
not.
screen.
That's
It's
right.
green
It's
screen.
not. It's not just blue screen. There's green screen, and specifically for the people who know that blue screen has been in existence for an incredibly long time. In fact, it's been perfected, which we can see as far back as movies, which are called, like one in particular is called Forbidden Planet. I believe it's 1956. There was a use of blue screen in that movie for the landing of a spacecraft, where there are no visible lines. You would not be able to tell that this simply wasn't a model just landing on a set. But more specifically, the people that know about blue screen in older films, the 100% of the people that know about blue screen in older films, out of that 100%, it is very likely that less than 0.01% of the people who know about that history know that there is a thing called a IR chroma screen, which is where instead of using the blue screen, you are filtering an invisible light. So your screen is emitting IR light to create your matte. And so this way, when we transfer the film, the mattes together, there's no chance of any blue bleed occurring, which is visible in some movies like Indiana Jones, particularly during scenes of high motion blur, where they didn't capture the scene in a high frame rate. You can see some blue spill over. That has a lot to do with simply the technician at the printer, what it's called an optical printer. We won't go into that, but a lot of that had to do with the skill of that technician. However, they don't know that these IR screens.
I was going to say that at the end of the day, the blue screen technology is out there, and the reason, as you said, is that most people on Earth are not that aware. I mean, when they go to the NASA.gov site, now they are thinking that the images they're seeing are coming from space, right?
Authentic, genuine, unmodified, not composited whatsoever.
Yeah, do allow me to finish. Share the mic. I'm in the middle of what I'm saying now, my turn. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the people out there are not aware. They go to the site, they click into the gallery. They're in the gallery now of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, for example, which we, the Flat Earthers, say that there are no satellites in space because it's not possible for satellites to be there. One, because of the natural phenomena known as outgassing, where the harshness of that vacuum would turn the materials that the satellite's made of into gas and deteriorate at an accelerated rate anyway, okay? But the images we're using now, we're using this digital photo analysis app or software that is subjecting the images that NASA purports to have come from space, and we're looking for noise. And what it is that when you use this app, okay, you download a picture from the gallery and you look at it, and you subject this image to the app. The app then scans the image and leaves behind this uniformed ash grey texture across the image. And if it's a real image, then the texture will be continuous. and uniform and no variation at all in its intensity or texture. When you subject it to the NASA image, though, that noise is not there. Okay, there are even incidents where NASA has been trying to add noise, but the background is not noisy. In other words, it remains black. It doesn't turn into this ash grey texture. It's brilliant. Now, this is how we know that they're not going to space, because every image, 8,400 of them in the Flickr, are fake because they have to be. Carry on. What do you think?
All right, and there's also the matter of cooling satellites, which is often forgotten about by almost anybody who likes to dream about such things whizzing above overhead, which is the not only the impracticality but the impossibility of keeping these things cool because of the constant bombardment of radiation. And this isn't like radiation that you can disperse, because it's like a microwave oven in this model that they have dreamt up in their mind, where these things are sitting out being constantly bombarded by all this incredibly powerful unfiltered radiation, which has nowhere to off-put this heat from. And this is a massive problem, because one might say, well, in the International Space Station, which are said to be filled with people, well, they have cargo coming back and forth. That's great for only the International Space Station. But when it comes to
supposedly, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, supposedly, because it's not actually there, to be fair. But these smaller ones whizzing about, it's the greatest problem, because there's no way to maintenance these things. You have to have a medium to disperse this heat into, because although we are led to believe through the science curriculum that this is in fact a very cold environment in space, it's unrealistic to believe that on Earth, when we use vacuums, it presents itself as the perfect insulator to preserve heat from transferring between two surfaces. But in space, it acts as the perfect ice cube. And so that said, when it's in darkness, the heat simply stays. There is no transfer of heat. And so when this thing gets bombarded from one side, it is just sucking and sucking in heat. And since you do not have air to radiate this heat out to, and you do not have anything to jettison this heat into, simply gets hotter and hotter and inevitably will melt. So it's a giant problem we're experiencing.
Yeah, Mylar, for example, Mylar, which is what the Apollo mission supposedly used to wrap around their LEM, the Lunar Excursion module, for example, that landed on the lunar surface, supposedly Mylar, that would not be able to protect from the radiation, no protection at all. And you've got aluminium. Now, aluminium, ladies and gentlemen, is the worst material that you could use to make a spacecraft to go to space, if you could go there. Because when the radiation, it is said, when the radiation passes through the aluminium, it intensifies on the inside environment where the astronauts are. So you would be better off outside of the rocket when that's going on, when the radiation passes through aluminium. And in order to contend with the radiation that's out there, you would need a minimum, 40 centimeters. 10 centimeters, which is 4 inches thick of aluminium shielding around the whole Lunar Command module and the capsule. Now, according to this engineer, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, his name is Bill Woods, in a documentary called What Happened on the Moon, Part 1 and What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3, which looks into the radiation problem, the rocket propulsion and the photographic anomalies, stated that NASA did not have a shielding of that thickness because it would have posed a problem for the Saturn V rocket to lift off. It would have been too heavy a payload. Okay, but not only that, according to NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, stated that in order to contend with the cosmic ray particles that are flying around in space, they would require 2 meters thick, that's 6 feet thick of shielding. But they didn't have the material. There's no such thing as satellites up there. It's impossible. It just couldn't. The maintenance, as the gentleman mentioned, the maintenance, who's maintaining this stuff? They would need constant maintenance. Constant. But we don't hear of this, ladies and gentlemen. Bearing in mind, Earth as a ball hasn't been substantiated by anyone, neither has it been substantiated by you, the listener, in the YouTube or the Rumble live stream there, you're listening to us, you yourselves haven't gone out to confirm that the Earth is a ball, and yet you're believing that the satellites are out there. Begging the question fallacy, affirming the consequence fallacy right there, ladies and gentlemen. What are you doing? Why haven't you confirmed? These are the problems that they have to overcome. Exactly. So no, ladies and gentlemen, there are no satellites, and all images purporting to come from space using the apps are called JPEG Snoop. JPEG Snoop, digital forensic analysis software app, free on your computers. You can get that one. Another one is called Photoscape. Photoscape, another digital photographic analysis software. The third one is called Forensically. Now that's easy to remember. Forensically, another one that digitally analyzes the digital photographs forensically there. And then there's Photoshop, which again you can use to change the levels, contrasts, and reveal fakery from the images purported to come from space. Every single image coming from space is fake. It has to be, because we cannot go to space. It is not a place we can go to. The vacuums, the radiation, the cosmic ray particles, the solar flare particle events as well. These are the obstacles that NASA can never overcome, because we will never have that technology. Not to mention the fact that rockets themselves need air as a medium to push off of and navigate. Okay, they can't. It cannot happen.
Problems. Yeah, we're often told that the rockets are experiencing a recoil effect, and we often are given this imagery that it is the same as shooting a firearm, like a gun. There is a difference, and they do not tell this, that the fact of the matter is that when you fire a gun, for there to be a recoil, the tube for the gases to escape must in fact be plugged at some point. And this is not something that we experience when we open the nozzle of releasing gas into a vacuum. So when we open a oxygen tank here on Earth, the gas that outgasses out of the oxygen tank, which causes it to blow over and shoot through concrete walls, like some people have actually experienced when damaging the nozzles on these things, is because when the gas escapes, it's experiencing pressure outside. It's running into gas. There's a little bit of echo coming through your mic, BR.
Sorry, that would be me. Yeah, I apologize for that. Let me do that now.
No worries.
1 second.
And so there's gases it is pushing against, and this causes the gas to slow down in front of this other fast, which then is slowing it down and pushing off of it. Whereas in space, when the gas is released through this nozzle, it has nothing to slow it down. So it is just continuing out of the nozzle at the same speed. We are led to believe that it is in fact slowing down, like the bullet blocking the gas, causing the recoil. However, this is not the case. And as it goes out, it continues the same speed. And so we can't have this recoil effect. It's another one of these. It happens because it has to, because we've said so. Sadly, that's the actuality of the matter. So.
But in reality, ladies and gentlemen, we've subjected certain materials in vacuum chambers here on Earth, very mild. We can't pull the 10 to the minus 17 tour of space, or 10 to the minus 11 on the lunar surface, supposedly, or 10 to the minus 12 at the dark side of the moon. Again, supposedly, we cannot pull those vacuums here on Earth. The best we can is 10 to the minus 6, right? But think problems are happening at 10 to the minus 1 of a vacuum, which is considered a very mild, soft vacuum indeed, okay? And we have that astronaut by the name of LeBlanc, who stepped into the vacuum chamber with his suit on, okay? And immediately the suit began to expand. The hose pipe that was connecting to the suit, supplying the air to keep it pressurized, disconnected, dislocated, and he was out within 1.7 seconds. He was out cold in a vacuum chamber here on Earth. Now, that vacuum chamber at 10 to the minus 1 was only simulating, ladies and gentlemen, 13 miles off the Earth's surface. Only 13 miles. So we're not near space yet. Okay? Space begins, they said to us, at 62 miles, 100 kilometers from the Earth's surface. That would be the Kármán line. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Kármán line, the beginning of space. We're talking much less than that. 13 miles and the guy was out cold. So, you know, it's a very dangerous place to go to. Outgassing is a massive problem, okay? And no material that man can make can ever withstand a vacuum. It will outgas and break down. That's the natural phenomena. So NASA has lied to you that they've gone to space. It would be impossible. The astronauts would have died from the radiation belts, and there are 3 of those. One was artificially created by Russia and America back in 1958, 59, 60, 61, and 62. So basically from 1958 to 1962, a 3rd belt was created, and it's currently 248 miles from the Earth's surface, exactly where the ISS would be if it was there, okay? But it's not there, because if they were there, they would be instantly killed by 25,000 rems of radiation, would instantly kill them and destroy that International Space Station, okay? But the astronauts would have to traverse that, then the Van Allen radiation belts, then the radiation through the space, contending with the cosmic ray particles, and then the solar flare events from the sun if they're on the lunar surface, ladies and gentlemen. So no, it is not possible for them to do that, and this is how we know. All images have to be fake, and the software that I mentioned earlier, the digital forensic application that you can use to scan those images, are proving that all 8,400 of them are fake. Amazing.
Right. We also have their own testimonies which contradict each other, which we can very clearly hear when it comes to. There's actually one linked in the voice chat for anybody wanting to access these interviews for themselves, to listen to them and not take a testimony of them, and hear their own testimonies and hear how they contradict. How the testimonies coming from what is visually seen from these stations, like the alleged International Space Station they claim to be, tend to vary, determining who you listen to giving the actual testimony. And this is not coming from people who have spent maybe days up there. We are speaking of who are allegedly have said to have spent years up there at a time, not in one sitting, but multiple times, and a year of flight time. So it's a very significant time to forget what it looks like out your front door, where some men will say, we could see stars during the daylight times from the International Space Station. And then, like astronaut Leroy Chiao, as opposed to Donald Pettit, who had that testimony of not seeing stars during the daylight, as opposed to astronaut Leroy Chiao, who says that you can in fact not see them because the sun is so bright. So we have, forgive me for tripping over my words, Donald Pettit had said that you could see stars during the day. Astronaut Leroy Chiao said that you could not see them because the sun was so bright that it blocked all the light out. So, and this is something you can verify for yourself. Not only that, but we are told and taught constantly that the purpose of the reason why that stars, to most astronauts, not all, but to most astronauts, are said to be visible from the ISS during the day, is because it's not inhibited. It's not blocked from this air layer we have. They call an atmosphere. It's really just the air layer above our heads. But they say that this air ionizes and causes the sky to turn blue. And this story changes between the gases ionize or that the light scatters because of the air. It depends on who you ask. But because of this air layer, this atmosphere, they say, it diffuses, and it's so bright that it washes out the starlight. However, this completely contradicts the testimonies we had heard from the alleged journey to the surface of the physical moon, which is not physical at all and cannot be traveled to. However, they say that while on the surface of the moon, that there were no stars visible from that surface, and this is from Armstrong all the way through Apollo 17 to Gene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt, saying that all they could see was a black sky and no stars. And this is contradictory to the idea that here on Earth we do not see the stars because of this air layer and the sun illuminating it, which washes out all the starlight, not because the sun is so bright. Which then on the moon, which according to NASA's own website, which again, all of this is accessible in the video linked in the voice chat channel, that even by NASA's own admission, the surface of the moon, the air density at that surface is comparable to the air density of the quote-unquote alleged International Space Station, which we know is not there, and so by their own admission is comparable, and thus both should be visible not only from the lunar surface, quote unquote, but also from the International Space Station. And because we have these contradicting stories, we know that these are merely people telling stories and not actual accounts. We know them to be fictional accounts. Otherwise, we would have a
it's easier than that, though, isn't it? Because they claim that they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So that, off the face, all astronauts are lying from the get-go.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. And another point, ladies and gentlemen, just to bring it home simply, it's this. It cannot be that we here on Earth can see the stars through all that atmosphere, gas and everything that we have here. I don't use the word atmosphere, ladies and gentlemen, because we're not a sphere.
Right.
So
we don't have an atmosphere. We have an atmosphere.
Okay. We have So if we're looking at the atmosphere, if we can see the stars through that, then it cannot be that you are 400 miles from the Earth's surface, or you've gone 238,000 miles from the Earth's surface, and you're now on the lunar surface, the moon, and you cannot see the stars. That would be totally impossible. How can we see it, and they're closer than we are, and they don't see it? That's just a mismatch right there. Right there, you're catching them in a lie. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right there. So
right. Well, exactly. We there's I believe his name is Eugene. What's his name? He's one of these astronauts. His name is Edgar Dean Mitchell. Edgar Dean Mitchell, I believe, is his name. The middle name might be wrong here. He claims that on the journey to the moon, that long 4-day journey there, that they could, in fact, while this craft is said to have been rotating every 2 minutes, he could look out the window and see the starfield background. And this is his own presentation that you could watch from the University of Tempe, Arizona, where he gives this moonflight presentation back in 2014. I believe is the year. It might be 2011. It's somewhere in that time frame. And he goes that we could see the starfield background behind the sun, behind the moon, and then when you look towards the Earth, we could see this wonderful starfield background. And he says this many times, and he reminds us that because of the lack of the intervening atmosphere, that the pictures from the Hubble telescope are more the Hubble telescope, that thing that's not really up there, but is really a compilation of computer-generated imagery. It's more akin to what you're seeing coming from that computer-generated imagery, and not what you saw in the actual composite imagery that they brought back and said were authentic photos, which were most certainly not. So, thank you. You cannot see through the obvious lie, which is because this atmosphere is not on the moon, then we can see the stars. There's no atmosphere in the journey in between, but they can see the stars. There's obvious contradictions here in continuity.
Yeah, there's discrepancies in the description of their experiences. But ladies and gentlemen, the Hubble telescope that was just mentioned, now we know it's not up there. One, because it would be technologically impossible due to the environment itself. And the most common dangers, as we just mentioned, would be the outgassing from the vacuum of space, which accelerates the deterioration of any material that is man-made. Anything that we can make and muster, you subject it to a vacuum, will begin to outgas and deteriorate. Outgassing happens here in Earth's air, where we live now, 14.5 psi, but it's a slow rate because we've got the air there and it's kind of like preserving it a little bit. But when you subject it to a vacuum where there's no air now, it means that the materials break down very quickly indeed, accelerated, okay? So we know that it's not going to be there because of that. But not just that. We've also got it from the Deputy Projects Manager, Mike Myslinski, in a 15-minute interview discussion with Robert Pisano from the channel called Planete Veritas, where he phoned him up and asked questions as to how he keeps eyes on the telescope up there. What's the maintenance schedule? How is it able to stay where it is? And the answers coming from Mike Myslinski were not good, but he let it slip that he hadn't set eyes on the Hubble for 25 years. This would be in 2017, sorry. This interview took place, and we heard it live on phone. Mike Myslinski, the Deputy Project Manager who's supposed to be managing and looking after the Hubble telescope, stated categorically that he hadn't set eyes on the thing he's supposed to be managing for 25 years. Plus, the fact that the ISS never has a flyby. They never seem to fly by the Hubble, because the Hubble, I think, is about 100 miles further away than the ISS. The ISS is at 250 miles, and the Hubble telescope is at 300 odd miles. So there should be flybys and images of this thing, as we get no images at all. Also, the Kepler telescope's not up there, and the most recently deployed one, the one named after James Webb, the head of NASA back in the days of the 60s and Apollo mission, the James Webb telescope, costing $10 billion, ladies and gentlemen, is not out there. At 1 million miles away at the Lagrange, it's not there. There are no satellites in space. Yeah, that's what you got to remember. There are no satellites.
And all these things are claimed to be in elevation, aren't they, Jin? And what is elevation?
Yeah, the elevation is what? The
height above sea level.
Measurements taken from the flat surface of the Earth.
Bit of a trouble for them. I'll send you a picture of the Van Allen belt if you want to post that.
Now, there may be people who look to the skies to answer, their beliefs and where they live, and unfortunately, it's not exactly wise to look up to the sky and try to discern what's on the floor from that observation. So, when we look up to the sky, there is clearly things that are not only figuratively above our head, but quite literally above our head. So, when we see the dimension above or the lens above, we have no way of truly measuring that as of now, or even likely to come, as it seems that there seems to have a very strong wall or barrier which prevents us from exploring these regions. So whether they be accessible or not, no man has ever gone there, and no man is ever going to be able to. Let me post this here.
Hello, thanks for that. I was thinking about the observatories at Hawaii, Mount McKenna. I think it's Mount McKenna. They are using these days. They are using lasers, but I have seen some time lapse, and these lasers. They claim they are using these lasers just to target, but when I see some time lapse, they are there targeting, shooting that laser too much time. So I don't know if they are just doing some measurements to this barrier. But yeah, it's very interesting.
There's several things which could be these the uses for these lasers. One could simply be targeting, also measuring the arc angle of these things accurately, but also an attempt of triangulation as well. They are often very, very quite large beams, and from the ground perspective, it would not be immediately obvious to any observer, even just looking at from the ground specifically, whether or not these beams are in fact encountering some physical endpoint, which causes them to stop proceeding onward, or that they are traveling far enough away that they become horizontal from our perspective because of the angle changing in size. So unless they were cutting directly above you, when you turn to face that beam, inevitably it's going to appear to become parallel because of the compression of our eyes. We often call this perspective, but because the focal length of our eyes is not so long, it would be incredibly hard to actually determine whether or not these beams encounter something physical or that they are continuing on much further. But it is to the my eyes specifically, so this is completely just a opinion here, that that is unknowable, and they could be doing a whole variety with those lasers unknown to us. There is
thing,
a there's a
posted-
facility called. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Miguel. Yeah, it's
Just finish what you say.
okay. Well, there is a facility here in Alaska called HARP, and it's for all intents and purposes just a giant noise generator. Okay, just a fantastic noise generator. And there are people who have done measurements where they are saying they believe they are measuring something up above, which resembles hitting a glass ceiling up above. Now, whether or not this is actually glass, it is a physical wall at which these frequencies just appear to stop and sometimes even reflect, seemingly impenetrable. So it's this very interesting conundrum where, we're sending up these frequencies which ought to be able to penetrate, and yet here we are running into a seemingly physical. It's hilarious for me to think about, knowing that we can measurably and factually prove that the ground is in fact a plane, that when we look up and we encounter these things, that it is not unsurprising to those in these facilities who seem completely baffled by these observations and these findings, that it appears that we might be encountering something totally unexpected and unexplainable by the current model.
You did post that one. It's the Toiral field. No.
Yes, here. This here is just a slight presentation. It's not to be definitively accurate. This is not to say this is in fact the heavens above, because the heavens above are in fact far beyond the scope of man particularly, but to more break the modern conception or the misconception of what may or may not be above our heads, considering how unmeasurable they are. We don't have the means to actually to span these things or to tell where they come or whence they go. And so this is just to show, hey, star rotation may occur this way, where we see two poles. However, I do not believe this to be the fact, but that most people seem to believe that we are talking about dots affixed to a wall. And although this probably is not the case, was one of the first understandings perhaps that was put out, whether it be from actual investigators or not, it is one that is very common. And so this toroidal field is not supposed to demonstrate an energy field, but to demonstrate more a lens. And then the celestial sphere at the center, which is the stars, which we are magnifying and zooming in on when we actually look through this lens. And then, of course, the creator who sits above, and then the eternal separation from the creator reserved for those who do not long to see him, which he's not a rapist, so he's not going to make you see him if you don't want to. And there's a place for those people, infinitely separated. So, thank you.
About the your measurement at that lake at Alaska, very interesting. Too many details. You take in account many factors. And I think you are the right guy. At the right moment to do it. So awesome job, and go on. Hope the best.
Well, Miguel, hopefully it helps people such as yourself. This is not a vain attempt at glory or to bolster someone's ego or to make money. In fact, there's no money being made. None of the videos that have come from this neck of the woods, from the work of my hands, which I trust are led by Jesus, the Creator, to get any type of profit from this. My YouTube channel is completely unmonetized. My Rumble account actually doesn't let me publish to the feeds, because to publish on Rumble, you actually have to accept monetization. And so all my videos there are actually personal and are only for backup purposes, and sadly. because it's more important to be able to let people know and reassure them that there's no financial incentive for us to be going out there. It's purely for the truth, to share the truth, for those who love truth and desire to know it. And those are the people who come into these rooms, hopefully most of the time, seeking the truth, where they can hear it. And although not always is spoken, it is the place where men come to attempt to hear it. So that is different from people who go about their days living lavishly, not even trying to identify it when it's right in front of their face. For one moment, excuse me, there needs to be some maintenance done to my wood stove, so one moment.
Yeah, and that's quite important. And what's the motivation for us to go out there and gain, gain something? I mean, if they go out there and make money, that's not a crime, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that people are pushing out material that you've been believing in for many years, and they're making money hands over fist because you're not challenging what they're telling you. So you're allowing them to exist and be bold enough to make all manner of deceptive material which you're believing in. We, the flat earthers, on the other hand, some of us are monetarized, and rightly so, because of the
Rightly
time.
so, yeah.
The time that's invested in actually putting the material up that you are not getting from the main media. I'm the loudest voice when it comes to that, because I'm telling you now that the flat earthers and the material that they push out on YouTube is putting the main media to shame. And not only that, you are learning things that you will never learn in any university. That's the other thing. So rightly so, they deserve the money. They deserve the billions of dollars that the media that are making today. The flat earthers, because they're actually bringing you the truth. Is that Miggy?
There's a vast distinction between what's going on with our test. Our test is coming from people who we don't accept the monetization, primarily because we do not need it. That is a vast, stark distinction from people who do not have the means to do this without then also having to pay for the means to eat and just to sustain. And so that it's a vast, stark difference between. We don't have that same sort of issue. And so we're not trying to put the people who do take, donations or whatnot for the work that they do, and rightfully so. This is not like some, let's go take a walk in Central Park, and be home by brunch. It's a lot more than that, and the coordination is immense, and just the equipment is expensive. Doing measurements is not child's play by any means.
No.
So
right. So the monetization of those who have been monetized, they're not making the billions of dollars that the main media makes revenue. They're lucky if they're making hundreds of dollars for their efforts. They're lucky. Remember, the YouTubes and the Googles take at least 50 to 60% of that revenue. Okay, so they're really making peanuts as such, literally peanuts. They're not really making money. It's nothing. It's not going to make you a rich person to be monetized on these channels, and they can easily take your channel down. You could have said something that they consider terms of conditions violation, and it's not really, but they've taken your channel and all your work is gone. That's it, stopped, boom, no income, nothing for 3 months to 6 months, and if you appeal it, it could be quicker, but that's what happens. So no, man, these flat earthers that are out there pushing materials, and non-flat earthers who are on our side anyway, they're not making money hands over fist. It's all about getting the truth out there, mainly.
Right. So there's been some really great experiments that tend to go completely under the radar. And one of them was this wonderful laser observation that was done, I believe it was in Utah. Try to find those real quick. But there was about a 30-mile long laser observation done in Utah. And they did it in the salt flats. We're able to see the source of the laser from 30 miles away. And although it's not a great introductory video for people to watch, it's more for those who who are just interested in taking the testimonies of people a little bit more at face value, since they didn't have the means to document it as well, to thoroughly show, yes, this is where we are, this is what we are doing. But it did show that these observations really have no limit when it comes to, do you have the means to do it or the equipment to do it. The real limit is the air density, the conditions of the day, not by any curvature, which is never present during these observations. And for those wondering, I'll have that in the voice chat here shortly for those who are curious about that observation. I'd also maybe like to talk about my own observation upcoming here for a little bit for anybody who may have tuned in while we were talking. We do have a Tustamina, Lake Tustamina, that's in Alaska. It's a frozen lake, and we're going to be doing a observation across it this winter in February. It's a 20-mile long laser observation where we will be taking lots of data, and not just barometric readings, but we will also be taking across the gradient, mind you. This isn't just at one location. This will be in 3 locations across the span of the lake, but also temperature readings and humidity readings with a hydrometer, thermometer, and barometer respectively. And so we also have planned some very interesting, perhaps unseen observations to my knowledge, such as a side profile shot of the laser. This is our hope, and it is dependent solely on the intensity of the beam once we have it collimated to reach such a distance. That means we are trying to make the beam as accurate and precise as we can. It is utmost important that we increase the precision of our measurements fold over fold again. So, but one of them is that side profile shot, because when you look at the beam from the side, you can see that it's simply a straight line. So we've actually prepared a very particular piece of equipment to do this. It is an extremely wide-angle camera lens, which is not a fisheye lens. This is a very special lens, and you do not have to take my word for it when we say that it has very little. In fact, it is considered a zero distortion lens, which means that the company manufacturing it has made a name for themselves and has made it their big selling point, their big promise to those who purchase this lens, and has been confirmed by many owners that these lenses have less than 1% barrel distortion, 1% mustache distortion. There's several types of distortion. Basically, when there is a straight line in the scene, it will be preserved as a straight line. Some people think of these as property lenses or architecture lenses. It's to maintain the integrity of geometry. And so this is a very expensive piece of equipment, and it is intended to give you the most accurate result without having to modify the image at all. So there is no saying, well, he skewed the image, or, well, they made it fit. This is all about saying, hey, what does it look like straight out of camera from a third-party manufacturer, completely uninvolved? And, of course, the result is that it always comes out flat. So something to look forward to, and that is our hope. Whether or not we get the 90-degree view of this beam that we are hoping to get, or whether or not we have to settle for something less than that, is yet to be seen. But it is still something that a lot of people do want to see and are going to see. You can find that upcoming observation probably posted. I cannot give any definitive dates because when the footage is recorded, it is a sad actuality that we are not going to be able to live stream this event simply because of the difficulties involved in doing it. So everything will be a assembly. So we'll have the raw footage completely made available, and also a presentation to give the overview or the our summary of our observations after we are able to actually look over the data and just do pixel peeking. Honestly, we like to see the things that we can't see through the viewports of our cameras. Some people might not know this, but usually you can put the data on your camera and see a whole lot more when it's on a bigger screen than when you're out there in the field. So we do like to be able to examine this, put this together in a format which is effective, but also just efficient for you to be able to not have to spend hours and hours rummaging through mundane footage. And this is all done completely free. This is something that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and Flat Earthers are certainly not lazy because we put forth the work, and we are not just speaking things to speak them because we think them, but because we know them. And we know the Earth is in fact flat. Is there anybody in here who has any questions or any good?
Sorry, I was just going to say to the ladies and gentlemen that even those who are listening in the YouTube live stream or at the Rumble live stream out there, you yourselves know that you don't realize it, but you're carrying knowledge of Flat Earth in your subconsciousness. You've visualized it, but you haven't connected to those visuals. So you're walking around thinking you're on a ball, but all the while you are presented with a horizontal existence. So it's when you actually connect with that and start to go back in your life, that go back to your great-grandparents' photographs, your grandparents' photographs, look for curvature that would have been accidentally taken during a picnic on the ocean somewhere. There should be curvature, and you will find not 1 degree of curvature. Then compare it with the pictures you've got of yourself through your lives. You won't see any curvature there. And if you've had the pleasure of traveling to another country, no curved trajectory, you are carrying experience of horizontal living on Earth, flat only, stationary. For example, if you're living in the UK, it is said that the UK would be rotating at 600 miles an hour. Okay, I want to go to America, New York. I'm on the aeroplane takes off from the runway. The aeroplane is moving at 200 miles an hour as it takes off. Immediately, the Earth would continue to move underneath that plane at 400 miles an hour plus. And then we'd have to be catching up to our destination. But that doesn't happen, does it, ladies and gentlemen? And when it comes to landing in New York, that would be moving at around 500 miles an hour. So now you want to land in New York, the runway would be moving, and the aeroplane would have to catch up to that. No, ladies and gentlemen, that is not happening. So all the while you've been living, you have not lived on a spherical ball that's meant to be oblate, hurtling through the universe, which you haven't confirmed to exist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are indeed living on a flat Earth, but you don't realize it because you haven't made that connection yet. Next, please.
Well, for those who are listening, thank you for spending the time with me specifically. It's been nice to be able to talk with y'all tonight, but it is time for me to depart. So it's been a pleasure speaking with you and just being able to share with you some of the truth that is obviously hidden from us. And it's in plain sight, and that's not just to be a play on words. It is literally plain sight out there. So hopefully, after hearing some of this, you are encouraged to go out and check for yourselves with either you don't even need a high zoom camera, truly, to do some of these experiments. Just a nice mirror and a large body of water to look over, or a known distance that is incredibly flat of a large of a large magnitude and distance. So you don't have to take our words for this. You can go out and just go see that the earth that you are on, that we are living within, was created and made and houses you, and that it is incredibly flat. And that is something we can all know and all share and try to share with generations future to come. So thank you, and good night, y'all. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, well done. Thanks for all your good work and that. Jin CBR1. My name is pronounced Jin CBR1. The CBR stands for the Honda CBR 1000 that I ride. That's why I'm called Jin CBR1, Jin Honda. But yeah, well done. And we look forward to you returning with more devastating news to the contrary of the heliocentric model that doesn't exist. Have a good evening and enjoy yourselves.
Amen. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lenoline.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're now with listening to Jin CBR1. And as I said a few moments ago, that you are carrying information of the flat and stationary plane, but you just don't realize it. You're running on belief. Some of you are anyway, running on belief on the education that you were given, that you trust. Now it's time to actually go back and check that what you learnt at school is indeed accurate and correct and representing where you actually live. And you will be shocked to find that it is not. For the earth isn't curving. It cannot be that you're living on a oblate spheroid, which NASA gives you images of a perfect spheroid, non-oblate at all, but yet we're meant to be oblating on this thing, but we're not. Okay? Now, that is moving through the universe, which you didn't confirm to exist, and yet not see the curvature. That's impossible. It cannot be that you're on a ball and you don't encounter curvature in any way, shape or form. Engineering construction, railway lines, laying out on bridges, laying down the motorway, foundations for massive shopping mall spreads. These construction do not consider Earth's curvature at all. Even tunnel boring tunnels, Earth's curvature is not considered. Yeah, that's just a few things there. In the military, the Navy, the Air Force, the submariners, they do not consider Earth's curvature or rotation when they fire their horrible weapons of mass destruction. Okay, they do not take into consideration the curvature of the Earth. The jet fighter pilots are speaking out now. What's the documentary called? The Flatten the Curve. Flatten the Curve, released, I think it was in 2018, late 2018, 2019. That video alone, you have all professionals speaking out. Okay, telling you that they're living on a flat Earth. We all are. We don't fly upside down round the ball. We don't go antipodal when we go from the North Pole to the South Pole. It never happens. It's a horizontal flight all the way. That would be impossible if you're living on a ball Earth. You would have to encounter it. You would have to consider it in construction engineering, building, tunneling, laying down of railroad tracks, bridge building. These things require the consideration of the surface you're working on. Without it, you'd be building out of true and out of plumb buildings. Things would be falling down. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You see, all the while you've been living on this flat Earth, you haven't considered it. That's all. The reason is you're running on the education you were given that you trust. It's fine. We all did that. I did it for 46 years, thinking that and believing that I was on a ball Earth. But within 3 minutes, I knew I was in error, because during those 3 minutes, my whole life came flashing through me, and I realized that I hadn't experienced living on a ball at all. 62 years I am now. I was 53 at the time. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So it's easy to do. You can actually prove it to yourself through your own experiences. Start checking. Jin CBR1 out.